What is up, everybody? We're a little bit early. They're about 29 minutes out. They said they're going to start about 15 minutes early, is what they said on Twitter, if I understood things. So I figured I'd go live 30 minutes before so that we're here 15 minutes before they kick things off. This is a brand new showcase put together by Gaming World Media. I don't know anything about this group. Um, Uh, I know it's curated. Like they have a bunch of content creators like Luality and Luke Stevens and some other people who I don't know who helped like curate all the games they're going to be showing. But supposedly they're showing about 45 games today. Um, Trailers. I think most of these trailers we've already seen, or we've seen some of them in some form. I don't know how many exclusives we're going to get, so there may be some repeat from the Game Awards in December. Again, I don't know any. This is their very first event. If you read through the chat, we're gonna watch the YouTube version. They are also going to be streaming over on their Twitch page, but I chose to watch over on YouTube. Um, so yeah, I mean it's anybody's guess what we're going to see here today. I don't know if there's going to be technical difficulties. We are going to see what we can see here in the next little bit. What's up, Dribrom? Um, Thanks for that over on Kick. Appreciate it. We are streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick right now. We're not doing TikTok at the moment because TikTok does not like it when you live stream events because of music and stuff. So we're not streaming to TikTok for the moment like we normally do, but we are live on all of our horizontal platforms so you can watch where you prefer. And we'll see how this goes. So supposedly they're going to be kicking off in about 13 minutes. If they go early like they said they were going to. Again, though, I don't know if this is a countdown to the 15 minutes earlier or what's going on here, so we're going to find out shortly. Why would I play Starfield with a Star Wars mod? Why? I would go play Star Wars games. By the way, guys, you're gonna have to let me know if the rooftop noise becomes annoying in the microphone. Please let me know, and I will try to remember to mute my mic in between me talking because I do have contractors here up on the roof working on. Um, I'll shut up for a minute, see if you can hear him hammering. He stopped. You'll have to let me know if that comes through the mic. If it comes through the mic, I'll have to mute myself. It probably won't be noticeable once we start getting actual audio from the stream. Um, so we'll see here. We'll see. We'll see. It's showing up on the Streamlabs. Can you guys hear that? Batu says I can hear it, but it's not that bad. All right. Well, I'll try to remember to mute it when I'm not talking. Yeah, he's they finished putting all the sand and gravel up on the roof, and now he's working on rebar stuff. So I think they're only going to be working. I'll have to ask Chris up the schedule. Basically, they're going to be working. I think Wednesdays and Thursdays for sure. They're going to be working. Um, but they're putting a rooftop garden up top of the house. So expansion for the win. But anyway, going back to Starfield, no, I don't have a problem using mods. Like I'm using the Watchtower mod right now, which adds, some fun storyline to Starfield. But I would never like if I want to play a Star Wars game, I'll go play a Star Wars game. If I want to play, you know what I mean? Like there are plenty of Star Wars games out there. But I do enjoy watching Babylonia. He has been playing the Star Wars Genesis mod on his Starfield playthrough over on Babylonia's channel. So I have been enjoying watching his playthrough of it. But for me personally, nah, I will never do that. Like if I want to play Star Wars, I've got a whole bunch of Star Wars games to choose from. What's up, Machine? Looks like they're supposedly about 10 minutes away from their starting if they're going early. I don't know if I'm going to be taking the time to like cut a bunch of trailer reactions out of this one or not, because I did that for the Game Awards and it was like 3 days of work afterwards, and I'm not till I get my glasses. Because I gotta wait till I get my prescription glasses. I'm not supposed to be doing long hours at the computer until then. So today is a bonus stream. I figured I should be okay to just sit here and watch something, but I don't think I'm gonna be taking the time to cut all the videos apart after the fact. We'll see. If there's something really cool I haven't seen, um, maybe. I'm really hoping. By the way, we just got confirmation today. The Xbox showcase is happening. Um, 22nd, and we're getting a Fable gameplay. We're getting Fable gameplay, and Fable is confirmed for 2026. I can't wait to see more of Fable. It's going to be awesome. Definitely one of the games we're going to be playing this year. As far as this showcase, I'm hoping we're going to see some more of the Expanse Osiris game that Owlcat is working on. That would be that's my only like. I would love to see some footage and potentially some hear some information about a timeline for early access or other stuff. Yeah, Xbox Dev Direct is going to be awesome. But that's the 22nd, so we will definitely be doing a watch party around that as well. Unless I have to go out of the office that day, which I don't know yet. Because at some point, I'll have to go pick up my new lenses, but he told me 15 working days, so I have no idea when I'll actually go pick those up. I've been watching. If you haven't caught any of Slandered Gaming, he's been streaming some of the Dark Heresy Alpha. It definitely looks really, really good. I'm not interested in playing the Alpha, but it is. It does look like it's coming along nicely. So if you want to see it, if you want to see the Alpha in action, Slandered has done some streaming of the Dark Heresy Alpha. He's been working pretty closely with Owlcat. He's been growing very nicely, and they just sent him a swag bag recently. We'll see how it goes. I'll definitely be interested in playing it when it comes out, but I'm not really. I'm gonna try really hard to stay away from early access games in 2026. Yeah, Slandered's a good dude. I haven't worked with him in a couple of years now, but we did some stuff together when the D&D fiasco was happening. We did some co-streams. Um, we had a couple of interviews that we did with each other, just talking about Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder. That's how we came to know each other. And then we both have a deep love of CRPGs. He definitely leans more into the CRPG than I do. I'm more of a variety content creator and variety streamer, but we both share a passion for CRPGs. He's good people, and he's definitely in the Pathfinder and Warhammer. He loves Owlcat games. It's like one of his favorite companies. Yeah, Machine. It was like I think it was about 2 years ago. Right now, maybe. When did the D&D fiasco happen for Wizards of the Coast when they tried to change the terms and conditions of the I feel like that was 2 years ago. Maybe it was 3 years ago. It's been a while. I really don't remember. All right. If they start early, then in about 4 minutes, 5 minutes, we'll see something go live on the YouTube channel here. Excuse me. It's going to be interesting to see what the turnout is for this, for their first event. I know they were leaning pretty heavily on having like content creators like curate the trailers, trying to lean into like these influencers slash creators bringing their audience with them to watch the show. So I'm interested to see how that's going to pan out for them. I'm just here for all the cool trailers. I don't really care about the I don't care about the celebrity of the presenter of the curators. I don't know who's hosting or anything yet. Like I said, this just popped up on my feed like 2 days ago, and I was like, oh, cool. There's gonna be like I think actually the reason I knew about this was because Owlcat, the Osiris game, the Expanse game, retweeted that they were gonna be at the showcase, and I was like, oh, what's this showcase? Oh, I'll go watch that. I've got time. Just sitting here. Um, I'd love to get some more Zero Company information as well for the upcoming Star Wars turn-based game. It's gonna be good. I finally broke my. I have a addiction to cards. I like to play with cards and shuffle cards and stuff. And I finally broke my Atomfall pack out. Um, they're really weird because they've got like weathering, so they're really thick, like really thick laminated cards, and they have a like a like an ink smell to them. It's very interesting. But I was bored, so sitting here, I was like, I'm gonna play some cards today. Oh, I forgot. I still gotta make my. I gotta make a video today about the new machine. Oh, I just got my update from YouTube that we have the merged horizontal and vertical chat now, which means starting tomorrow, I'm gonna go back to co-streaming vertically on YouTube at the same time as horizontally. If all the chat is combined now, hell yeah, sweet. Shared chat for the win. Yeah, we were doing some testing with the vertical format with YouTube about 3 months back, but I quit doing it because it was just a big pain in the ass to have to manage two different chats. And they said that they were going to be eventually merging the chats, and I just got my email that I got access to it. So probably tomorrow, I would assume. Would I consider myself an old school gamer? What do you mean by old school gamer? What do you mean? Do I play old school games or have I been playing games for many years? Yeah, combo chat's a big deal. If I can get everything in one place. What's up, Don Stevo? Yep, they are starting 15 minutes early, I think. This just went live. Or something just happened. Let me check over here. We can actually go full screen now. And why is it auto at 360? Screw that. Go 1080, please. And let's kill the chat and get full screen. All right. Here we go, kids. Strap in. I don't know who any of these people are. I know who that is because of Baldur's Gate 3. I think he was part of like the curation team, yeah. I don't know who any of these people are. I know who Lally is, and of course our favorite. I hate all things Bethesda because it makes me lots of money. Let me burn a candle to Todd Howard's name. I don't know if they're the organizers or if they're just the people that were chosen to be the influencers, curators, etc. Welcome aboard, Roshi. I'm assuming these are clips from some of the trailers we're going to be seeing today. That's the Expanse game. Thanks, Mike. What's up, Montana? Yeah, I think they're just hosting and they were chosen to help curate things. It is highly unlikely you will ever see me doing any hosting on any of these events because I don't do a PG version. You want me, you got me a full R-rated Dawnwalker. It's gonna be a good game, man. That you can't pay me enough to leave my house. I'm very, very curmudgeon-y in my old age. I don't want to go anywhere. Not unless you pay me lots of money. Is this a new Robin Hood game? That looks awesome. Or Dawnwalker.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a fantastic fantasy RPG.
Old school RuneScape is the greatest game of all time.
Lies of P is a better video game than Bloodborne.
The RPG category is so broad to the point that it's meaningless.
Mouse and keyboard is easier to be good at than controller.
The Horizon franchise is very mid.
A battle royale would not have saved Halo Infinite.
A battle royale would have saved Halo Infinite.
Multiplayer games are held to lower standards because everything you do with your friends is fun by default.
If most of our favorite games launched today, people would call them bad.
Hideo Kojima writes
That part I
dialogue
agree
like
with.
an alien trying to convince everyone
There are
else he's
so
a
many
person,
games
and
that
it's bad.
I love
Early
that if they
access
launched
is
today
good for video games.
would be considered
Origins
absolute dog
has
shit,
the
but they're
best written
considered
story
classics.
in the Arkham
Like if
series.
Skyrim launched
Nintendo
today,
is held to
everyone would
different
hate it.
standards than other companies.
Marathon is a more fun game than Arc Raiders.
PC or console?
Legend Killer says
PC.
ready for 3 hours of exciting trailers.
PC.
Me too.
PC.
Console.
PlayStation or Xbox?
PlayStation.
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 Your mom.
Mouse and keyboard or controller?
Mouse and keyboard.
Mouse and keyboard.
Depends for what.
Controller.
Single player or multiplayer?
Single player.
Multiplayer.
Single player.
Single player.
Competitive or casual?
Competitive.
Casual.
Casual.
Next.
Call of Duty or Battlefield?
Battlefield.
You bastard. Battlefield.
Call of Duty.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Valorant.
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
I
Apex.
agree.
Fortnite.
I can't gritty with Master Chief and Apex, so we'll go Fortnite.
Whatever.
Overwatch or Marvel Rivals?
Marvel Rivals.
You say neither or neither? I'm from Iowa.
Either.
Neither?
No. You can say if you pronounce it either way. He said
Neither.
Marvel Rivals.
Ooh, that's a good one. Mmm. Like, release Overwatch?
Arc Raiders or Escape from Tarkov?
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
Escape from Dukov.
Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption?
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption, Arthur.
Red Dead.
Elden Ring or Sekiro?
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
I haven't played Sekiro, but I'm gonna go Elden Ring.
Both.
Dark Souls or Bloodborne?
Bloodborne.
Guys, what should I answer? Dark Souls.
Dark Souls. No, I'm sorry, Bloodborne. Change my mind.
Well, that's the beauty of
Would you
Bethesda
choose
games.
which
They
children
are
you
full
love
of
more?
flaws, but we love them because of
Oh.
the flaws. So
Arcade shooters or tactical shooters?
Tactical shooters.
Tactical shooters.
Arcade shooters.
What?
Battle Royale or Team Deathmatch?
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition 33?
Baldur's Gate 3 all the way for me.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, there's duality in.
BG3.
Expedition 33.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Witcher 3
That's the
or
game that
Cyberpunk?
put her on the map
Witcher 3.
anyway. So
The Witcher.
The greatest game of all time, The Witcher 3.
Yes. Both. Witcher.
Skyrim or Fallout?
neither,
Fallout.
because he hates Bethesda.
Fallout.
Fallout.
Ooh. Morrowind. And Fallout New Vegas.
Mass Effect or Dragon Age?
Mass Effect.
Dragon Age.
Mass Effect.
Both.
Mass
I mean,
Effect.
Outworld or Pokemon?
Pal World.
Power World.
I don't want to get a cease and desist, so I'll say Pokemon.
Power. Depends. Vaporeon? No, don't put
That's
that.
good.
Don't put that.
Super Mario or Sonic?
Super Mario.
Super Mario Bros.
Super Mario.
Sup,
Sonic.
Deeks?
Destiny or Warframe?
Warframe.
Destiny 2.
Warframe.
Diablo or Path of Exile?
Path of Exile.
Diablo.
No, you can do that to me. What the hell? Oh, man. Diablo is my childhood. Path of Exile is a lot better now. Ah.
Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time?
Breath of the Wild.
Ooh. I have a long story about Ocarina of Time. Pass.
Ocarina of Time.
Roguelikes or Metroidvanias?
Roguelikes.
Roguelites.
Metroidvanias.
I love both.
I don't like either.
Roguelite? Metroidvanias? Castlevania.
Achievement hunting or
Playthrough.
multiple playthroughs?
Playthrough.
Multiple playthroughs.
Multiple playthroughs?
I mean, technically, you're
Achievement
hunting
hunting.
achievements on
People
the way
who
through.
only
multiple
play
playthroughs.
games for achievements are so low on my totem pole. What was this? Sorry.
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs?
Multiple playthroughs.
So, while I appreciate what they have going on here, I think this is pointless. If we're gonna
Assassin's
be,
Creed
if this is a new
Odyssey
game
is
showcase,
fantastic
I don't give a
fantasy
shit
RPG.
about
Old school
all
RuneScape
these
is the greatest game of all
influencers,
time.
content creators,
Lies
and
of
their
P
takes on games.
Is a
Show
better
me the
video
trailers.
game than Bloodborne.
However, I
The
understand
RPG
that part of what they're
category
trying to
is
do
so
here
broad
is
to the
to
point that it's
have
meaningless.
these
Mouse and
streamers and
keyboard
content
is
creators
easier to be
bring
good at
their
than
audience to
controller.
this show.
The
since
Horizon
it's the first time
franchise
they've ever done
is
a show.
very mid.
A battle royale would not have saved Halo Infinite.
A Battle Royale would have saved Halo Infinite.
Multiplayer games are held to lower standards because everything you do with your friends is fun by
It's
default.
definitely
If most
dragging
of
out
our
a bit.
favorite
This
games
is way
launched
too
today,
much
people
listening
would call
to
them
people
bad.
who are
Hideo Kojima
nothing
writes
that have
dialogue
nothing
like
to do
an
with the show.
alien trying to convince everyone else he's a person, and it's bad.
Like,
Early
let them do
access
this shit
is
on their
good
own
for video
channels.
games.
Arkham
Have them
Origins
present.
has the best written
But
story.
this, I
in
don't
the
care
Arkham
about
series.
any of this.
Nintendo
This
is
is
held to
boring
different
to me.
standards than other companies.
We're
Marathon
15 minutes
is a more
into
fun
them
game
talking.
than Arc Raiders.
I don't know who
PC
any of
or
these
console?
people are other than Lually and
PC.
Luke.
PC.
I don't care. Like
PC.
they're asking
Console.
silly
PlayStation or
questions.
Xbox?
PlayStation.
It's all good. It's their first
PlayStation.
show. Hopefully they learn
PlayStation.
from this
Your
and
mom.
not do this in the next one.
Mouse and keyboard or controller?
Mouse and keyboard.
Right.
Mouse and keyboard.
I'm not here for
Depends for
them.
what.
I'm here for the games. I'm here
Controller.
for the promise of 45
player
game
or
trailers
multiplayer?
from all
Single
of these
player.
different
Multiplayer.
Single player.
companies. And
Single player.
This means nothing
Competitive
to
or
me.
casual?
Competitive.
Casual.
Casual.
It's like let's
Next.
stroke each
Call of Duty
other's
or Battlefield?
EPs.
Battlefield.
You bastard. Battlefield.
Call of Duty.
Ugh.
That's what made her
Counter-Strike or
famous, yeah, Drew Brum.
Valorant.
BG3.
Counter Strike.
Counter Strike.
Apex or Fortnite?
Apex.
Fortnite.
I can't gritty with Master Chief and Apex, so we'll go Fortnite.
Whatever.
Overwatch or Marvel Rivals?
Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, and they're literally
say
just
neither or
repeating
neither?
at this point.
From
So
Iowa.
Either.
Neither?
No, you could say you pronounce it either way.
boring. Come on,
Neither.
get to the
Marvel
trailers.
Ooh. That's a good one. Mmm. Like release Overwatch?
Arc Raiders or Escape from Tarkov?
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
Escape from Dukov.
Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption?
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption, Arthur.
Red Dead.
Elden Ring or Sekiro?
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
I haven't played Sekiro, but I'm gonna go Elden Ring.
Both.
Dark Souls or Bloodborne?
Bloodborne.
Guys, what should I answer? Dark Souls.
Dark Souls. No, I'm sorry, Bloodborne. Change my mind.
Would you choose which children you love more? Oh.
Excuse me.
Arcade shooters or tactical shooters?
Tactical shooters.
Tactical shooters.
Arcade shooters.
What?
Battle Royale or Team Deathmatch?
I'm literally just
Battle
playing
Royale.
cards while I wait, guys. Sorry.
Battle Royale.
This
Battle
is
Royale.
on repeat now, and I'm bored.
Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition
Show me the
33?
trailers. Show me the trailers. Show me the trailers.
Baldur's Gate 3.
BG3.
Expedition 33.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Witcher 3 or Cyberpunk?
The Witcher 3.
The Witcher.
The greatest game of all time, The Witcher 3.
Yes. Both. Witcher.
Skyrim or Fallout?
Fallout.
Oh my. Fallout.
Fallout.
Ooh.
Presenters or no
Morrowind.
presenters?
and Fallout New Vegas.
Can we opt for no presenters, please?
Mass Effect.
Dragon Age.
Mass Effect.
Oh. Mass Effect.
Outworld or Pokemon?
Pal World.
Pow World.
I don't want to get a cease and desist, so I'll say Pokemon.
Power. Depends. Vaporeon? No, don't put that. Don't put that.
Super Mario or Sonic?
Super Mario.
Super Mario Bros.
Super Mario.
Sonic.
Destiny or Warframe?
Warframe.
Destiny 2.
Warframe.
Diablo or Path of Exile?
Do I do
Out of
any
Exile.
factory building games?
Diablo.
Not really, Deeks.
No, you can
I know
do
Co
that to
Carnage
me. What
loves
the
them.
hell? Oh man.
I've done a couple, but
Diablo is my childhood.
it's not
Path of
really
Exile
something
is a lot
I
better
get
now. Ah.
hugely
Breath of
invested
the Wild or Ocarina of Time?
Breath of the Wild.
Ooh. I have a long story about Ocarina of Time. Pass.
Ocarina of Time.
Roguelikes or Metroidvanias?
Roguelikes.
Roguelites.
Metroidvanias.
I love both. Roguelite? Metroidvanias? Castlevania.
Achievement
Well, so far
hunting
we're not seeing any of the
or
45
multiple
trailers. We're just watching a
Multiple
looped
playthroughs.
video of a whole bunch of content
Multiple
creators
playthroughs?
talking about their preferences for games, which is pointless to the show.
Achievement hunting.
People who only play games
Right,
for
Gagari,
achievements
this is
are
the worst
so low
possible
on my
way to
totem
inaugurate
pole.
a new
was
showcase.
this?
I'm kind of agreeing with that. This feels
Achievement
incredibly
hunting
like,
or multiple playthroughs?
let's use a bunch of influencers and
Multiple
try to get their
playthroughs.
audiences to come watch our show. And then they put this on a loop. It's like, it would have been way cooler to have like an interview, pre-show interview with them. All right, hopefully we're done with that. We can actually get into the trailers. Right? If the video was only 10 minutes long, why start with 20 minutes left? Yeah, this is just in their looped video. It's their very first one of these that they're doing. So I would say, you know, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, let them work through their technical difficulties, the growing pains. But yeah, constructive criticism for this would be get rid of your influencer loop shit at the beginning. Stop looping the same trailer over and over again. Get a live presenter. If you're going to do any pre-show stuff at all, have it be live. Or have 15 minutes of interesting stuff and not just a loop of 5 people talking the same thing over and over again. Constructive criticism.
Welcome to the New Game Plus Game Showcase, a new initiative built by creators who love games for what they are and not just the games that pay to have them promoted. First up, I'm Hunter. I'm normally behind the camera across gaming and esports events, and I work on social accounts for a ton of different games. My favorite games of all time would probably be RuneScape, Dark Souls 3, Leaf Green, Black Ops 2, and Star Wars Battlefront 2. Then we have Jake Lucky, kind of the point where gaming, esports, and streamers collide. If you look at him for too long, you'll start to wonder why his neck is so long, and if you look at his Twitter for too long, you'll wonder how much Nadeshot paid him to tweet clips of him every single day. His favorite games of all time are RuneScape, Age of Empires 2, Halo Infinite, Jumpstart Adventures with Bodley, and CSGO. Next up, Luality. A streamer with a hatred of spoons and a love for dragon sex, Lua probably has more personality than the rest of us in her pinky. Her favorite games include Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, XCOM 2, Witcher 3, and Mass Effect. Then, Luke Stevens, the mind of a critic with the heart of a fan. Luke breaks down games to their DNA and really looks at everything a game has to offer. Where our brains might be smooth, his is nice and wrinkled. His favorite games of all time are Elden Ring, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Last of Us, Witcher 3, and Batman Arkham City. The fifth and final in-person member this year is I Am Rob. Rob came from the hell of making Call of Duty videos to the other hell of platinuming games. His favorite games of all time are Witcher 3, Halo 3, Batman Arkham City, X-Men Legends, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Not to be confused with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 or Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
So it's put together by this guy who's spearheading it, it sounds like, and he got a bunch of content creator people that he knows. Let's do this initiative. We've got enough clout that we can get these game companies together to do some trailers. It's a great initiative.
But was a major part of the showcase.
But I'm definitely
games of all time are Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 2, Elden Ring, The Last of Us, and Metal Gear Solid 2.
Together, we're pressing into how we think game showcases should feel. Conversational,
There's a little too much
authentic,
messaging at the very
We are
beginning.
here to celebrate what
We're gonna show you
actually
game
excites us,
trailers that
incredible
didn't pay
worlds
to be
created
here
devs, and
because the
stories
game showcase
behind
is
those
stupid
games
how they
that we
charge
love
$1
so
million
much.
for a
There's
3-minute
no paid
spot.
placements, no marketing scripts, just pure passion and excitement for what's coming up.
The message, the
You
market,
can
yeah,
expect
the
a wide
messaging
range
is a
of
little over
content,
the top.
including new trailers, fresh gameplay, developer interviews, behind-the-scenes content, and even some updates to your favorite games.
So sit back, grab your drink of choice, and let's dive into some of the games that we think are worth your attention. This is the New Game Plus Game Showcase.
Yeah, also, who picked the name?
New Game.
It's a work in progress.
Wait, what's the name of it?
New Game Plus shows the
New
showcase.
plus the game plus the showcase.
Have we trademarked that yet? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
Well, we have cups.
We
That's
already
most of
got
it.
the cups.
Sick name.
The cups are done,
We
dude.
might have to cut our losses.
There's no changing it up.
Cheers.
Perfect.
I don't know.
And it's great. All right, guys, so first up, we have 3 awesome games. We have Blind Descent coming from Owlcat. We have Deep Dish Dungeon coming from Behold and Raw Fury, as well as an exclusive interview with the Don Walker creative director.
Another crafting survival game. I'm so sick of these. Yeah, I am so sick of crafting survival games. Oh, I liked Mines of Moria for what it offered, but I didn't play it beyond 10 hours because I'm sick of crafting survival games.
Must be here somewhere.
Definitely going to be playing Dawnwalker in the new year. This is going to be one of the great big narrative RPGs, action RPGs that we're going to play this year. I'll probably be playing this one on my PS5 Pro.
A Dawnwalker is like a special kind of being in our IP.
Yep, we'll be doing a
neither
watch party for the
fully a
Xbox
vampire nor a
showcase on the
human.
22nd.
It's something in between. What this means is basically that you, as a Dawnwalker, you have underwent a transformation. You used to be human. And now, during the nighttime, you do get all the powers and the difficulties of being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant and you still have to eat. You have all the weaknesses of a human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique to humans in our IP is being able to use magic, so casting spells. The
Dawnwalker looks
are
awesome.
not very commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rarer than vampires.
Trevor says I'd rather play
So you as a
Supermarket
Dawnwalker
Simulator
are
than a
kind of
crafting
special
survival.
in
I'm
this regard.
pretty
I would say
much
the
over it.
short-term
Their
things
quality,
that
well,
have immediate impact
we're
on the
on.
character development are you have to feed on.
They don't have a
either
4K
animals or
option. They
human
have
blood
a
suddenly,
1080.
right? So you get these cravings.
So I'm running
you get
whatever they
these,
are
like,
offering.
Weird,
So
eerie
that's what they have. They have a
experiences that you didn't
1080p
have as a
presentation.
human. Francis and his clique of vampires actually caught him on
Definitely some
his low
pixelation.
point when he was vulnerable. He has used specific traits of vampiric blood in order to cement his position in the valley. Because, you know, as you might imagine, having a bloodsucker as your lord might be a tough sell. However, if the alternative is getting sick and, you know, dying in thousands, actually it doesn't sound as such a horrible thing. He tries to kind of distort the religious beliefs in order to install himself as a savior of the valley. We do explore this in the game, so you might see, like, for example, statues erected to Francis, new iconography shown in the local cathedral, for example, and in the castle and so on. There is this whole cult of personality he builds around himself. So he basically shows himself as something better than the old order, right? We do have a mechanic tied to shrines that are erected across the valley, and Francis puts a lot of attention to.
There's definitely a lot of
twist them
pixelation
to
going
his
on.
own image, and these do have a functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally speaking, one of the things we wanted to achieve in this game is to have
Could just be
Francis
the
being this active
whatever their
antagonist.
compression
in a lot
is
of,
when they uploaded
games,
the video.
The antagonists are out there to be defeated, but generally speaking, you have free reign. You do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you. In this game, what we wanted to do is to have Francis react to your actions as you complete different activities throughout the valley, as you maybe
Right,
undermine
it's not
his
on it's
operations
their
and so on.
it's not on me.
Kind of
It's
like
their
his
end.
seal of approval.
Exactly. So it's like,
Hang on, do I hear
so
myself in the
basically,
background
the way you
somewhere?
can think about it is like the more you do in the
I do.
valley,
For some odd reason,
especially
my,
if you undermine
kick
Francis,
stream
you will
was
gain notoriety. The more
volume
notorious
on.
you
My
are,
bad.
the more edicts Francis will pass in order to thwart you. So, for
Oh.
example,
I do love
he might
Assassin's
send
Creed
out more
games.
soldiers to patrol
Had a great time
roads
with
and
the
villages,
Shadows
right? He
last year.
might in some extreme cases, maybe even initiate a lockdown of the city to basically hamper your ways of traversing it, right? There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and change the general open world gameplay. It also has benefits. There are factions in the valley that dislike princes, so the more notoriety you gain, you know, the better standing with them you get, like they actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off because we have added these
What's up,
systems
Cassis?
where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire if he was hungry.
AFK Mar says
You
I
might
keep
kill
getting
off
Dawn
some
Walker
important
mixed up with the
NPCs, and then
Dustbloods.
the plot line just cuts off basically, or you get some alternative version. There are some ways to enter the castle in the open world. You can ignore these side plot lines. You can level up Cohen and decide to attack the castle on your own, right?
Out of curiosity,
Mhm.
is there romance in the game?
Romance, yes, of course. We do
Oh!
have romance options, yes. We didn't delve deep into like with whom yet.
Okay.
And I'll leave that for the future to talk about.
Yeah,
However,
but
yes,
many,
you
many,
can
many
expect
games
to
have
build
time
relationships with
limits,
characters.
and
like I said, there is
I think
like one main
people
goal. Very
don't quite
varying
understand
ways to
what a
get
lot of
to it.
time limits
These
are.
different ways that you pick will impact.
Baldur's
you know,
Gate 3
what
has time
happens
limits.
with Veil Sangora
Act
in
1,
the
Act
end,
2.
and it's all up to you. And I think, yeah,
There are
I think,
things that
I
if you
really
don't
recommend
complete them
experimenting with this stuff and having
before
fun
you
with
move
it.
into Act 2 from Act
First
1,
one, Blind
you
Ascent,
can't go back.
Martian, Survival,
Things that in Act
co-op,
2, if you don't
adventure.
complete, you can't go
Gives
back
me
before you go to Act
Subnautica
3.
vibes, and in the best way possible. I
So,
really
lots
like
of games
it,
have
but,
time
like, more
limits.
with
They're
land
just they do
exploration,
them in different ways.
which is really cool. I honestly can't wait to try it.
We're also going to see a lot of survival games today. So I think it all comes down to what the ultimate depth of the game is. But my first thought when I saw Martian land was No Man's Sky. That's obviously like maybe a reach for expectation wise, and definitely a tall task. But when I heard Martian, I thought No Man's Sky-esque.
Like you said, a lot of survival games, but I think it's popular right now, and I'm hopeful that a lot of them do it right. But this is like going underneath Mars and has aliens. It looks interesting. I like it.
I'm intrigued about the variety of ecosystems and
That's on there.
aliens and plants that they bring up.
Well, like you said, it's popular right now.
Yep,
because
there
people
are
like
timed
them,
quests
and
in
so
Kingdom Come
they share a lot
Deliverance
of things
1 and 2.
mechanically, but for me, it's usually the vibe, and this one has a vibe.
Yeah, it's a good vibe.
That's why I wonder how that gameplay loop goes. Like, how far down can you go? What kind of biomes are you experiencing as you continue to go down? And like you said, with survivals, we see like a lot of the same loops. So how can they?
Are there trees you can cut?
Yeah, like again, we're gonna talk about it a lot, but if you can cut a tree down, I'm good for survival games. I'm like
At that point,
I'm the target. I'm the target audience.
Then we have Deep Dish Dungeon, co-op dungeon crawling, a survival game, handcrafted dungeon. You gather resources, cook to strengthen your party. You can party up with friends. I'm excited for it.
Speaking of vibes, this thing is a vibe. Like, I don't know what you'd call that art style, but whatever it is, like injected into my veins.
Retro, right?
It's like pixel art, but then they also have like some voxel type tech for digging and breaking things. I don't know, whatever it is, I like
What's
it.
voxel type tech?
Okay, so when Luke said voxel, that's big word count number 1 of the day. When I see that, I'm very basic. I'm like, that's got to be some form of pixel art, which is definitely coming back. I feel like we're seeing more games kind of pull back that old view, that old like Minecraft pixel art, whatever you want to call it, voxel view.
I will be honest with you guys. While you guys are talking about pixels, I'm thinking I hope I can kill my teammates in funny ways. So sure, we'll go with the pixels.
Yeah, we were watching the trailer together, and the first thing she was saying was like, hey, how do I kill those I'm with?
I mean, I have to imagine it's a dungeon crawling game about cooking in the dungeon. Surely you're gonna be able to accidentally poison yourselves.
Do you think you can get like bad ingredients on purpose to murder your?
I bet you're gonna have to find out.
Why are you going there? So I wonder though, with it being like in dungeons, like if they're gonna have an in-game proximity chat kind of thing.
I hope
It's one of my favorite things in games like this when you're like walking through and you can hear your friend off in the distance. I wonder if they'll do something like that.
The Lethal Company
effects
where they're like,
especially if you can hear them screaming.
like screaming.
Friends, for sure.
Yeah, like at least
Me and Jake gonna be in their edition in that dungeon.
like at least a co-op. He's across the world. I'm like, Rob, you there?
I'm dishing, baby. I'm dishing.
Less talking, more games,
Can you
please.
bring the carrot?
What are you making?
Lasagna.
Yeah, no, but it looks very promising though.
Next up, we have Dawn Walker. Lua had a crazy conversation with her creative director.
So some
Single
further
player,
constructive criticism for these
vampire,
guys.
RPG,
They talked about
it
the
looks
games
incredible.
before they
I think
showed the
30-day system is
trailers.
awesome, and like
They
you said,
showed
just
the
wait to
trailers
things.
and an
And then
interview,
the
and now
whole-
they're talking
like,
about
there's
the
so many
games
decisions
again.
you can make.
What I
That's
find
too
really
much
interesting about the game
exposition. You don't
is
need to
that
talk about the
kind of
games
protagonist
before you
is
show them,
half
and then
vampire, half
after you
man.
show them.
And
Show the
even though, like,
trailers,
all of that
talk
sounds
about
great
the
by
games,
itself, there's
or
even
talk about
another
the games
layer
and show
where
the
at night,
trailers
of
and
course, he
move
can
on.
use vampiric
We've now had
abilities
two
that he
different
doesn't get to use
expositions
during
on
the
either side of the
daytime.
trailers.
His combat's different. He's not using a
Constructive
sword. He's
criticism.
using claws. And then in the daytime, of
Obviously,
course, there's
just
NPCs
my
walking
opinion.
around, and there's maybe patrols.
This is
going
their first
around,
time doing
that
this,
aren't
so
there at night. Then there's different ones
this
at
could
night.
become
So
a big
And
thing.
you can use magic as human. You
Hopefully
can
it
use
does,
magic
because
as
we
well.
always want
And
more
basically what they're
games and
trying
more
to
game
do
showcases.
is to not just have the time be an element of certain actions to take it
But
forward,
if
but
this is
also,
about 45
whether you're
game
playing in day
trailers,
or night, quest lines play
let's
out
get into the
completely
game
differently,
trailers.
because people are in different spots, their behaviors are different. This person may be asleep, so you can't talk to them.
Have
but
different
somebody else is
abilities.
there. Exactly.
Well, The Witcher 3 is my personal favorite game of all time. So, and this is former Witcher 3 developers working
Nothing
on
against
this, and so
listening
much
to
of that charm
talk,
is
but
prevalent there.
The music.
The
just
music,
do it
that
once. We
soundtrack,
don't need to hear
the
you
short
talk
little
about
snippet
the
we saw there, I felt
games
I love
twice.
that simple
is what I'm
separation
getting at.
between day and night and different things coming with your character.
That's got to be like the coolest part of it.
Yeah, because it's got to probably tailor to your gameplay of like, I
Because
gotta
I think
wait
it's
to make
great
this
to have,
choice during the
these guys are
nighttime
all
versus
sharing
during the
their
daytime
shared
where I can use
passion for
certain
these types of
abilities or
games. They're bringing
different
their
combat
audiences
styles.
to the
I
show.
love that part
That's
of it.
great.
And so I could foresee
But,
a run
yeah,
through,
we did.
like a,
We already talked
play
about the
style,
games before you showed the
where
trailers.
You're playing
So,
only at night for
just pick
missions.
one.
You're just doing stealthy vampire stuff, and you're eating people, or you're drinking blood rather, not eating people.
Well, we all
out,
love
like,
to talk.
right away.
That's
But
how we
whatever,
make a
the
living.
dark run through versus like the light run through in the daytime, the vegan run through. The vegan run through. Which has one of those vegan.
Vegan sped run, Don Walker.
Yeah, vegan achievement.
Sponsored by Beyond Meat. The fact that they revealed a little bit about more Brinsis, the Overlord, is also a system. He really talked a lot about systems that they have not spoke on yet at all, and didn't with us either.
Like the edicts. As you go around the world trying to find your information, you can side with different people, and depending on what you do, you can make the Brensis quite upset. So he can start making laws and rules to stop you from progressing in a certain way.
I also like that Brensis as an antagonist is not just like pure evil, doing all sorts of horrible stuff. Like he is helping the people in some ways in order to get control of them. But he's like curing them of the plague. Like he offers them something they aren't getting elsewhere. So he's doing bad stuff, but there's nuance.
And that typically makes for really, really good stories.
Harder choices to be made,
perspective, and never a clear-cut good or bad.
Yeah, because I bet you there's gonna be a moment where it's like
one
you
of
could
the
stop it,
charms.
like his influence in an area. That means they're gonna die of the plague. So it's like, do you let the bad guy do the thing that you were trying to stop him to do, or
Yeah, holy
And
yeah.
it's also about perspective. These people were ruled by a very tyrannical leader before, so even though Brents is a vampire,
You know what this
to
feels like
them,
to me as opposed to a
he
game
may as well
showcase?
be a
This feels like
savior,
a
right?
podcast.
For the next section, we have three, again, I'm gonna have to not say incredible games every single time, but we have Prologue, Go Way Back from PlayerUnknown, Beautiful Light from Deep Worlds, and Project Shadowglass from Starhelm Studios.
Ugh, another crafting survival game.
It's just an infinite map generator with some game loops on top of it. So you have a survival loop, which is pretty
Nope,
hard.
pass.
Get to the weather
I
tower, we
just
give you a
really
map
am
with a compass
tired
and
of
not much
crafting
else.
survival.
Some basic survival mechanics. And it's
I
a game
love
against
Dune
yourself more than anything
because
else
it's
and kind of the
Dune. I
decisions
love
you
the
make. Then we
IP
also
and I
have
had
just
fun with it,
objective
and
survival,
I've
which
enjoyed
is
a little bit of
see how long you
Uncharted
can
from time to
last in
time.
the world. And,
But
free roam
Jesus, it
for
feels like
those that
every
just like
game
the
that's
hype.
coming
The
out
differentiator
wants
or
to
the
be
thing that
another
makes the difference
crafting
is that we can
survival.
generate
And I'm
essentially
over cutting
infinite
trees
maps
and
of 8
mining
by 8
rocks
scale.
and
Like, we have
building a
map editor in the
shelter
game
and
and
having
stuff
to
like
cook
that, but
food
we want to be
and
able to
having
give you
things go
the
bad on
ability
me
to
and give me
give a
food
deep cut to
poisoning and have to
someone, so
worry
I can
about a
just send
water
you, like,
meter and a
HTTP
food
link
meter
that
and
starts
a
up the game,
energy
loads a map
meter
and a
and
seed, and I can share stuff I've built with you with just a link, right? So
Like,
it's kind of
give me 2
Go
or
Way
3
Back is
crafting
just- it's
survival
a
games to play every year, and that's
technological
probably
experiment
enough.
or proving
Yeah,
some technology
lumberjack
developed.
simulator.
It's no longer an experiment; it's in production, so it works. But it's also going back to my love of survival games and those kind of.
Stigman says,
emergent,
"Wake me up when the
just-
previews start."
I'm not giving anyone missions to do. It's just get there, and how you get there is fully up to you. Basically, if you play the same seed you get the same weather. I'm pretty sure you get the same cabin layout, and you maybe get the same loot. So you and 4 friends could technically race to the weather tower and see who gets there first because you have the same conditions. And while we don't have multiplayer yet, you have this kind of asynchronous multiplayer that as long as you can share the seed with people. And I thought, wouldn't that be a cool thing for events where you have 16 streamers and see how long they can survive in objective survive mode, right? Or
no, I
see who
don't
can
mind.
race
The
to
problem
weather
is
tower
I've
quickest,
played
or
so
we can set
many
up
of
the weather
them
just
in
to
the
get
last
progressively
like
colder
year and a half.
and see who lasts the longest. There's
I'm
a weather
I'm
tower on
over
top
it.
of
Like
one of the higher points on the map. It's generally the other side of the map. We do have prompts now that tell you what to do in the world. But yeah, there's some simple survival
I feel like
mechanics.
one
Keep yourself
crafting
warm,
survival
keep yourself
game every
dry,
quarter
light
is enough
fires,
for
board
me.
up windows,
Like
keep your body in a
every
good
3
temperature, get
months,
across
I'll
the
play a
map. And we
crafting
don't tell
survival
you
game,
where
something
you
that's
are
like
on the
30
map,
to 40 hours of
except,
gameplay.
when you find a new map in the world.
But beyond
and it
that, I
updates your
need
position, you're
variety.
left for basic navigation. It's kind of set in the 80s, so you don't have digital GPS, stuff like that. I want to make sure that the worlds we're generating have enough depth that when we add story and mission and quest-based content,
Sleep all
that the
night and
worlds
work
feel
all day.
like
I cut
coherent
down
and real
trees, they
enough
wear
that it
high
makes sense.
heels,
Like, I want to have
suspenders,
traffic.
and a
I
bra.
want to have like infrastructure, like telephone
What?
lines, this kind of stuff. So the cabins aren't just random cabins in the forest. That there seems to be some, like, you know, logical
I don't know the name of this one,
placement
Bill.
of stuff in the world.
Okay, that's another
And once we have
constructive
those in,
criticism
then
that we
can
could
more
give
easily go, well,
the
okay,
team who's putting
you
this
need to
together.
connect
When there's a
all
trailer
the
showing,
substations to
they
bring
should
power
have
to
the
weather
name
tower
of
so
the
you can
game
get a message or go and do various things. Right now, there's a bunch
and
of
like the
cabins
logo
and
maybe
there's
on
survival
top,
mechanics,
like
but we wanna
overlaid
add
on
a
top,
lot
so that
more
we
depth
know
to
what
the
gamer we're
environment. Preface is a
watching.
tech demo. That I always said I wanted to release a free tech demo of the engine we're building, and that's what Preface is. And the kind of poetic thing is that my last game will be Preface, because it'll just be a visualization of what's possible with our engine at that time. And it's more like Minecraft Survival, that it's an example of what you can do with the engine, and it'll be open source and free for everyone, so
Yeah,
you can do whatever you want. So having this
Yeah.
kind of digital space, like an internet in 3D, I don't see anyone working towards that. I see small bubbles, but I don't see anyone really trying to do Earth-scale terrain with millions of people. And that's kind of the bigger goal, and that's why we've broken it down into 3 games. The aim is that you should be able to do anything from 10 by 10 to 100 by 100 with 5v5 or 100v100 relatively easily and not have any problems. We will build maybe an Earth-scale terrain, maybe smaller, with hopefully a network layer that supports millions of people. That will be kind of a survival.
I'm gonna back up 1 second
civilization
and just say
MMO
something here really quick,
type
because I
game.
am
But again,
nitpicking
that's just
a little bit.
one layer of the world. Like, I want you
But
to
I
be able
will
to
say,
jump around the world and
huge
see what's happening,
kudos
because you should be
to
able
these
to, like, I think if you
people
wanna
for
interact
putting this
with
together,
the
because
world,
obviously they did
there
put a
should
lot of
be a
work into
layer
this,
of survival you
scheduling
have
the
to do, or a
interviews,
layer of
putting together the.
gameplay
This is a
in
lot
order
of
to
work
kind
to
of
put
leave
together
your
this,
impression on the world.
4-hour presentation. That was called Prologue Go Way Back, apparently. So, recognizing their hard work while offering constructive criticism.
We got your location report. We are monitoring you in the operation zone. Good luck. Over.
Okay, what is this? Getting Stalker 2 vibes. Oh, why does that have to? This might be interesting. God, it's dark as fuck, though. Like, dark as in the screen is dark, not the game is dark themed. I believe they said 3.5 to 4 hours, correct? And it's all pre-recorded, so it's just like a premiere essentially, because it's not live. Yeah, this is definitely giving me like Stalker 2 vibes right here, but it looks like it's got some co-op or multiplayer to it. Unless those are NPC companions. Oh, it's an extraction. Never mind. I don't like extraction games.
In a world where pixels were once only 2D.
No, it's not live. It's pre-recorded.
Oh, I'm just with you. I'm Dominic John, the dev behind Project Shadowglass, a 3D pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sims like Thief and System Shock. This video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on some of the core systems in. No art, no assets will be generated by AI. This is all human-made, hand-placed, made by me and artists like me because we love what we do. Headphones, I would highly suggest wearing them. All the audio in Project Shadowglass is going to be 3D, and not just 3D, but simulated.
Yeah, I've heard that we're supposed to be getting a story DLC for Stalker 2 next year, or this year maybe.
The size
it's like the next thing they're working on. I can't wait, because I pre-ordered the Ultimate Edition of Stalker 2, so
hear the character.
The next 2 DLCs I have pre-ordered. That's right, Stratica.
And if we go around the wall, we can still hear it coming from the opening in each ear.
I mean, great, but why are we showing prototypes? I wouldn't... Oh my god, guys, I've got Skyrim physics. You can shoot an arrow in the sky. I feel like they put that in there just because of all the people who were yelling about Avowed.
In Oblivion, you could shoot arrows up into the sky, and they would fall down because physics, guys. Physics.
Suggestions, or just want to follow along? Feel free to wish list.
This looks intriguing. This does look intriguing, but it's obviously a long way away.
Much, all the crew at New Game Plus for having me. Be well, my friends.
The demos, I'll play the demo. I will definitely play the demo of that when it comes out. I'm intrigued
to start
by that.
With Prologue, go way back, another survival game that we're seeing, and we were talking, it's a bare bones survival game where there is no common enemy. Your enemy is the elements, where you just
Some
have
of the
to try
trailers
and
are super
survive
long, says
and
Cassis.
make it to that
Yeah.
point. So if you guys don't know Brennan Green, he not only was behind the Battle Royale mode of H1Z1, which we talked a long time about, he was also the creator of PUBG. So people have a lot of faith in him and what he calls his 10-year plan. And he talks about his ultimate goal being he wants 1 million players on a server. He wants the internet to be made 3D and for all of us to actually truly be able to play together. Which I know is a crazy transition from us talking about a survival
supposedly
game.
we're supposed to see stuff from Avowed, Grounded.
We want to cover their survival game because I love survival games, and they're going to be branching out in this game for the next few years until they have multiplaer, until they have weapons.
There's
and
supposedly
they have,
45 games being shown.
PvE
I think they've shown
to fight against,
6
but it's also
so far.
part of a much
Also
bigger
story. He mentioned they will be adding also a story.
They seem to be doing them in groups of 3.
That's got to be like the most ambitious, one of the most ambitious projects out there right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy to
What's so
think
funny
about.
about him is that he's like, yeah, I want like millions of players to be playing together on like a gigantic map, but you know, not to undersell it.
Shoot for the stars, brother. Shoot for the stars.
No one's done that yet.
Next game we talked about was Beautiful Light by Deep Worlds SA. That's a PvPvE tactical extraction shooter. There are 6 3-person squads, and there's also a lot of anomalies and monsters and stuff that we saw in it. Looks like I'm gonna be scared.
Yeah, it looks very scary.
I mean, I appreciated that it was
Like
very
Other One from
immersive.
Tad
Like,
Williams.
he had the
If they can pull
sort
it
of
off,
Pip-Boy
yeah.
looking thing over there.
Yeah.
And speaking of big words, I actually looked up what that's called. It's called diegetic UI.
Oh, did you say diegetic?
Diegetic.
Thinking the same.
Diegetic. Write that one down. Write that one down.
That word.
But it's really, really cool in games like this, especially because it's like hyper immersive. Yeah. There's no UI popping up being like, oh, attack incoming. It's just, no, you are in the moment, you're in the game. Listen around you, look at the thing on the character itself. I love that.
So you can play as a monster,
yeah,
or as
really?
You can play both.
or as the soldier? Is there controller support?
I don't know. Great question.
Duality, she just threw up in her mouth.
I have nothing against controllers, but I believe there's a right time for mouse and keyboard and a right time for keyboards. And he believes that the right time for a controller is when you're playing shooter games. It's obviously better. The mouse and keyboard is better for that. But not for him.
I would edit my own
I am
YouTube
team
videos
controller.
Yeah, he said that earlier.
That's how passionate.
Which is a patently insane thing to say.
Yeah, then we have Project Shadow Glass.
Voxel art. I really enjoyed the
This one
This is
I'm mildly
Starhelm
intrigued by.
Studios. It's an immersive sim. We've all seen it. I think it went viral from that AI post. There was like an AI post that looked just like it, and then he was like, "I'm making a game like this. It's not AI."
I looked up the video because he has a YouTube channel where you can actually see kind of behind the scenes. And when that clip of the AI generated art went viral, he saw it and thought like, "I didn't think anybody wanted this. I was just like, it was a fun side project." And then he saw people wanted it and thought it looked awesome, and he put it out, but it's real.
Well, we talked about it earlier. There's a desire for stuff like that. The more simplicity, kind of retro feel.
It feels like the game is still like learning what it wants to be. Like he's working on the graphics, the basics, the music.
Which I think is way too soon to be showing off the
They
game.
have a bow and an arrow.
It's all good.
And hopefully as they work on the project, they start feeling what it will grow to be, what kind of game it will develop itself into.
Yeah, my understanding is right now it is just Project Shadow Glass, and it's going to eventually become like a video game, but right now it's just kind of proof of concept that the art works.
Yes,
the crazy math
Cassis.
behind
Yeah,
it
this is
works,
all great
and,
feedback, man.
It
Like,
can grow to a game. But
yeah,
it's certainly
I mean, like I
I wish
said,
him nothing
again,
but success.
kudos
seems
to
like
them
a-
for having put this
seems like-
together
I just
because
love
this
a
is a
good
lot of
passion
work, but
project. You can tell there's
definitely
a lot of heart
they
in
need
that.
to
And I feel like
talk
I initially,
less,
like everyone else, why I went so viral.
show
I got
more,
attached
have
to that same artwork,
overlays.
but then when he further explains and shows you some concepts that you weren't expecting out of a game with that artwork or that design, when he's showing
having
you said the
trailer
R6
overlays
lean
when they're
in
talking
there,
would be
and you-
great.
Yeah, that threw me off. The little bow.
it's like,
behind. I was like,
all
is
that
a
would be
rainbow
good for their
six?
next one.
You threw that in there, and then of course they got the wall grapple, and then with
Which
the
hopefully
whole
they do
audio
another
design
one.
as
We
well.
need more. I mean, I'm
definitely-
I
always
remember
going to
seeing
root
that
for
clip that went viral. I
independent
remember
game
seeing it. I was like, wow,
showcases.
that looks incredible. Like walking up to the castle.
By the way, we're also supposed to get a bunch of THQ Nordic stuff today. Yep, Expanse. We're about to see some
This
more
section, we
Expanse
have
right now.
three, what I would consider kind of sci-fi games a little bit, but we have Aelian from Don't Nod, which we have an incredible look behind the scenes of the music with the composer themselves, as well as the Expanse Osiris Reborn from Owlcat, if you're familiar with the Expanse, super exciting, and also Distant Shores, Brittany.
So what is this? This looks fucking amazing. I haven't seen this before. Oh, this looks fun. I love the art style.
My name is Amin Bouafa. I'm a
Aelian,
composer.
a musical
I am
journey.
the composer
Aelian.
for Aelian, the video game. I remember having a message from Talal saying that he loved the score of Summit of the Gods and they are working in a new video game and inviting me to
Exactly,
come to the studio
Cassis.
and
Yeah.
to meet the team. It was very important for me to understand how the music would be interactive.
So the game is called
So how to
Aelian. You're going to be
compose, how
playing two
write
different
music
characters,
that
maybe.
would
I
be
don't know anything
interactive
about this game.
with models, with
That looked
stems,
cool,
with
man.
Separating the different elements.
Devon says,
And
"Watch
at the
party."
same time,
This is
how could the music, how the structure.
this is
of
a
the
new
music
showcase put together by
would
some content
be,
creators. This is their very first
evolving
one that they're doing.
structure. It was very important for me.
I got
first
wind
to
of it
have
like 2 days
The
ago.
story of Ariane and Thomas.
So,
that the log line is the story, both of them. So there is a
Just watching
theme
this to see if
that
there's any trailers I
conveys
haven't seen
this
before. I haven't seen this one.
emotional
Machine says
relationship,
this was at the Xbox Summer
between
Show.
them.
I must have missed
And
this
then
somehow.
The frozen aspect of the music. I mean, for me, it was very important.
This
first
looks
to-
really cool.
To feel the cold in the music, to feel the wind, to feel the ice.
By the way, guys,
It's an
Xbox
instrument that had
Showcase,
been
Xbox
invented by,
Direct on the 22nd. I'll be doing a watch party around that one as well.
20th century. For me, it looks
Yeah,
like an
Legend.
alien
It's going to be a good
instrument.
question
When
if they
you see
listen
it,
to
can you
feedback
not
for the next
even,
showcase and try to improve it or
predict
not.
that it's a musical instrument.
Like I said,
To
I
play the
don't
instrument, you need
know
to
any of the
get your
content
hands,
creators
in
other
the
than
water,
Luke Stevens and Duality.
and then
and I
then
think I've already
wrap
made my opinion on
crystal buttons that are in this
Duality's pretty cool.
metal
I don't know the other three
structure
guys.
could
Luke
convey
Stevens.
the this frozen
has had some
identity of
interesting
the
things
score, and
that
at the
he's
same
said before,
time
but he's also way too
having,
much on the Bethesda hate train.
this
And if he could just
magical
get over that,
sense of in the
I like
score.
his content outside of the rage bait he produces.
There is a sacred feeling also to this planet. It's a huge planet, but I wanted to get this
There
huge
have been some.
instrument
It's
and
very
that
brief, so
could
this is
also
where they
play
could
very
benefit
soft.
from
The
some
organ
more
has a lot of sounds. It could be very
information.
soft,
But
it could
there
be
have been
very
at the end of the
aggressive, it could be
trailers. There have
large,
it'll
it could
it's
be
very brief. Like you would
intimate.
need to
For
pause
most
it,
of
and
the
it'll show you
planet
it's
could
coming to
be
like
very
PS5,
welcoming,
Xbox, PC.
suddenly
They do have
very,
it where it shows like coming to
how to say,
GOG,
very
Steam, Epic,
dangerous
Xbox,
and
whatever. It'll
very
be like down in
sacred
the
at the
bottom
same
right
time.
or
So
top left or
I
somewhere.
thought that the
But it's just like
organ
part of
could
the
give
official
this-
trailers
could
that are
give
being
this
shown.
majestuous feeling to the score.
Correct, a lot of the times.
I'm so happy to write the music for Aelian. It's the first time for me to write a video game score, and it's a lot of fun and a lot of passion.
Well, this is a must play for me. I don't know when this is coming out, but this has definitely got my attention now. Aelian. It's gonna be a Game Pass game? Fuck yeah. See right there, Xbox. So this is an Xbox game, but also PS5 and stuff. Well, if it's gonna be a Game Pass, I will wait. Here we go, kids. Expanse. This is 100% must play for me. It's Owl Camp and it's the Expanse. Let's do it.
We had some discussions at the early stages of the production, to be honest, whether to go fully class system or something else. And again, we started with sitting down and lining up what are possible ways that the player might perceive the game. The power fantasies, how he can express himself in combat. So he might want to be a sniper, might want to be a hacker, maybe an engineer, something else. As we designed those play styles, we thought how to mix it up a bit, how to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game. So, for example, when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we shown in the announcement trailer, even if he's a sniper, he might want to experiment with that. Why not? It fits the universe, it fits the playstyle. He might want to see how it
you've
works.
never watched the
So
show yet,
we decided
Cassis?
why not to give him the
Dude.
possibility to do that.
Dude.
That was the idea
I'll
behind the
rewatch
playstyle. So
it
playstyle
before the
is
game launches.
basically
I will
the
100% go back and
starting
rewatch the
preset,
show.
That
It is up
kinda
there for
gently
me.
guides you towards
Underneath,
the
like Battlestar
certain
Galactica
direction of
Reimagined is
your,
still my
power
favorite
fantasy
sci-fi show of all
of
time.
how you
The
play
Expanse
game.
is my
At some
second
point,
favorite. Like the
the player
Expanse
will
show
need to
is one of
commit
the
to
coolest
his
sci-fi
choices.
shows you'll
So
ever
again,
see.
it's an important
Cassis,
part
just
of the
if
choices
you,
system,
whenever
you
you get
know.
a chance
If
to binge
you
it, dude. It's
just
like what,
can
7
switch everything on
seasons?
the fly,
Chef's
that
kiss, so
kinda,
fucking good.
Makes your choices less important. So at some point you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give you sometimes.
Oh, I
experiment,
100%
but
recommend
you
the
will
show
need to
before the
commit. During
game
the character
because they're
creation,
using
you
some of
will
the
have to choose
actors
between,
and
three
they're
major
taking the same
factions,
art style
your
from the
origin,
show.
so you'll be
They're using the
either,
same accents that were
Belter
developed during the
or,
show
Earther or
for the
Martian.
Belters and
Facial
stuff. So
customization,
100%
appearance,
you should
can
watch the show
choose
before you
your
play the game.
body type.
100%.
So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with different type of origin that you would create. You will have your sibling with the same, like, identical one. They will look a little bit different because they're their own person. They have their own personality. These events are set during the first 3 books, I think.
First
You
3
will,
books. So the
start
first seasons of the show as well.
Iris and witness basically the events from a different angle, and this part will be to some degree shown in your character creation.
Every companion should belong somewhere in the universe, and they have their own background consisting of their affection and their acquaintance. They some background story, their own struggles.
Oh, I haven't played
all
that,
this,
Cassis.
stuff
The
will
Telltale
influence,
Expanse
how
game?
they perceive the situations, player encounters. So in every major
Oh, I
plot,
definitely
event,
recommend
they will
it,
have
Phoenix,
their
and you
opinions.
should,
They
Machine.
might,
It's a
hint
really
you
good show.
towards some decisions. They might provide you some assistance or maybe even some crucial contacts to go for help, for advice, for military support. Maybe. Of course, they will have their own stories, their own struggles.
The fact that it looks
and,
this good in
you
pre-alpha
can,
is also
choose
promising as well.
to help them, or maybe to ignore their own stories totally.
And I do
depending
like
on
the
how
fact that they're
you
going
want
for the
to be
Mass
invested
Effect
in
style of
this
it's a
particular
party-based
campaign.
game.
The choices you make for those companions also will
So you have
matter
companions,
in,
there's
long-term.
romances.
Yep, some of them will have romances, and you can see on our background companions. We
Perfect,
cannot
thank
say who is going to have romance, but there will definitely be romance in our game.
It's a small crew. On
Yeah,
a small
it's an
ship.
Amazon show, so if you have
Expanse,
Prime, you can definitely
it's
check it out.
a universe where everyone flies in very tight spaces.
Yep, it's
for
an
a very
Amazon
long
show,
time.
so it's on Prime.
So there is a dynamics in the crew as well. We have a few layers of the combat system. First
Oh, I
of
would
all,
love an
it's
Expanse
obviously the
MMO. I would
gunplay,
totally be a belter too,
a
man.
few classes of
Belter
weapons
boss man.
that you can use, and mostly you do it from the covers. So it's a cover-based.
I'm pretty sure I will.
Game.
If
And
if
second
the
layer of the
main
combat
character
system
is not voiced,
that's your abilities.
and we're gonna voice our own
they
character in the
might
dialogue,
be
I will
more
totally
like offensive
make a
ones,
belter
maybe
and
something like
try
a
to do
grenade
100%
or
roleplay
a,
accent the whole time.
shoulder cannon, or maybe something more defensive like a shield, or maybe a protective drone. A lot of gadgets that you can choose from depending on your play style. And as Julia mentioned, there are some play styles that are mostly focused on using your gadgets rather than using your weapons. Third layer, but still very important, that's obviously your companions. They have their impact on the combat. They have what we call combat opportunities.
Okay,
It's
romance and
a
space
particular
bear.
situations when you can order your companion to use an exploit in the arena, in the environment to
Just don't touch the blue
to
shit.
gain a certain advantage
all
in
you- so
combat.
that's the
We
most
decide
important thing,
against,
don't touch the blue
You
shit.
know, the management, the gameplay part of the survival stuff. So you won't be counting your gallons of reaction mass or how much water you need to recycle before it dries out. Nothing like that. But still, the Expanse universe is very dangerous. So in terms of narrative, the survival will be a part of the game. You will have a tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of very dangerous situations that you will have to get out somehow. There will be a lot of survival in terms of
The blue
your
shit will
player
make way more
experience, just
sense
not
after you've
as
seen this
a
show.
particular mechanic. You will be able to fly around the solar system. You will be able to visit various planets. We mentioned it before that we have Luna, Mars, Ceres, Io, and some other cool
So, like,
places
half a
to
dozen
visit.
planets?
And
That's
some of those places will be like major social hubs where you can just walk around, meet other people, drink at the bar, shop.
So
for
Owlcat
better
games are
equipment
usually
and
pretty
stuff like that.
massive
So
when they've done their
you
top-down
have
CRPG,
plenty
so I'm
of,
very curious to see how
places
this is
to
gonna
go and
scale.
to visit and to look at. The Expanse universe is cruel, and some
Oh, yes.
characters might die because of your choices. Stay tuned for more, and we will show more very soon. Have something cooking. I hope you will like it.
Welcome back, Aaron. We trust your flight was smooth. We have landed you on the outskirts of Genyak Island.
Please don't be another crafty
Stay
survival
alert.
game. Yeah, Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order did a great job of like having
Hey,
half a dozen
Aaron,
planets.
It's Thomas. You know, your brother. You said you would visit
A
me here,
tight
but you
40
never
to
did.
60 hour gameplay loop.
Look, bygones be bygones. Just find me in the West Zone. I'll be waiting.
Ooh, that was interesting.
Sometimes I dream about what's under the ocean. A distant shore, waiting to be
Okay.
explored.
This is like a platformer puzzle game. sci-fi environments. Special kinetic powers. Okay. If this has a halfway decent story, this could be fun to play. Yeah, this looks interesting. Yeah. Yeah, this is intriguing. I'm digging this. Oh, mouse and keyboard right now. Hopefully they have controller support. Yeah, puzzle game with powers. Could be interesting in VR. Yeah, that looks interesting. I'm intrigued by this. Storms look to be bad. Oh, there's combat as well. Okay. Well, maybe not combat, but like obviously there's things that you have to deal with in the environment. Well, the pace they're playing, yeah, I would. That's a little hectic. I would slow it down. Time to take the power glove out of the garage. Champion says it looks like Subnautica above the waters. It could be. Yeah. The power glove. Holy shit! I haven't thought about those in years. That was Nintendo Entertainment System, wasn't it? The original NES.
Let's start with Aelian.
My understanding is it's a dual protagonist game, so you'll actually be swapping back and forth as they sort of work together. And I'm sure there's parts where you're separated, parts where maybe you're together, working together.
Very emotional story.
There's so much potential for stories like that. The dual protagonists, seeing it converge in the end.
You know it's going to be an emotional game, especially when they put so much emphasis in the music. I feel like music is a tool to catalyst emotions, so it's definitely something that...
We were actually talking about that earlier today, music and video, and not just video games, and art in general, and media.
Good music changes
It changes everything.
From a game being a good game to a memorable game, a game that will stick with you in a long time. So.
Well,
and that's why we should use Tool for every game
storied background when it
soundtrack
comes to narrative games, whether it's like Life is Strange or like one of my old school favorites, Vampire. Like they try different stuff, weird stuff even sometimes, and so this.
Oh, we have made fun of a lot of his content, Champion.
Super Alien music.
I make fun of him
so.
and Mr. Matty Plays quite frequently. I mock their Bethesda takes all the time.
Yeah. You're really into
Anytime they make rage bait content, I turn around and I use their thumbnails and I make a positive video that mirrors what they said.
This is an award-winning composer of the Summon of the Gods as well. So what I find super impressive is just I feel like people sleep on music so much in games.
Thanks for the
and
super
then you
chat.
see behind the scenes of this
Upon,
entire,
appreciate
like,
it.
They're in a famous church in Paris playing the organ.
Actually has been a blast to see video game music evolve during the years. Like, video games has some great music. Like,
It's one of those things, when it's working, you like a lot of time you don't think about it. When music is really good
all
in a
you're
game,
thinking
you
about.
don't really think about it. But then when it's exceptional, like an Expedition or like the Witcher vibes, you know, then you really remember it. But a lot of the games you play, you probably don't look up the soundtrack, even though the game is pretty good, you know?
Ironically, my Spotify rap this year was like mostly video game scores. I think there's often correlation though whenever a developer does take the music
I
very
think he
seriously.
used to have some really
game,
good
it often
takes. He
reflects
still has
it.
some good takes, but the
It
problem
reflects
is
in
he makes
every
way
other-
too
I mean,
much
very-
rage bait,
think
and the
about it,
rage
all
bait
games
stuff
that have,
is
like,
what
you
I
think about the
can't
games with the
handle.
best scores
so I
ever,
just
like you just said, The
don't
Witcher
pay
3
attention.
or whatever. I mean, it correlates to everything else, every other aspect of the game. They take
Anybody who spends
seriously.
the majority of their time
Another
farming
sci-fi game
rage
that is probably one
for
of the
their
most
channel is
anticipated
someone I
sci-fi
pretty much
games
ignore
for a
and
very
avoid.
long time is The Expanse: Osiris Reborn, which is from Owlcat as well. It is a third-person action RPG, obviously set in the Expanse universe.
Yeah, I don't know who any
The
of these other
Expanse is a
people are
book
either,
and
Devon.
the show, so they're taking inspiration from both, but at the same time, it doesn't require previous
I know
knowledge
these
of
two,
either
right here.
for you to be able to enjoy.
I don't
this.
know the other
In
three
this
guys.
game, you're going to be living more or less through what happens in the show. However, from a different perspective, from a different side, with your own. group of
I did
people,
not
with
play
your
Atomic
own
Heart. It didn't really
environment,
vibe
that
with
you
me.
get to make your own choices.
I think an important thing to frame all of the Expanse game with is that coming from Owlcat, they are a studio that did like Rogue Trader, for example. Their bread and butter is intense, gritty narratives with unbelievable levels of roleplay depth and choice and consequence, complex systems that interweave. And so seeing them go into this, which is of course a third-person cover-based shooter with many, many RPG mechanics. It's a different road. And I asked him about that in our interview and was like, how did this happen? Because typically they do sort of an isometric thing. And they just said when we decided we wanted to tackle the Expanse, it required that cinematic flair, and that's what they tackled. And they're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, the game looks beautiful.
It looks very interesting to me. It looks kind of like Dead Space meets Gears of War,
It's
kind
more
of
like Mass
gameplay-wise.
Effect,
It did. Or, yeah, Mass Effect as well.
The choice and the reputation you have with your companions will change, because your companions, they told us, will disagree with some of the stuff you do. They'll get upset or
They will have their
pissed
own
about it.
opinions.
They'll have their own opinions, and they also, one interesting tidbit they mentioned was that when you are making choices in the game,
Yeah,
they're
that's
not necessarily going to tell you.
as
if that
far
was
as
a
I'm
big
aware,
moment.
she made her.
What
That's
you
where she
just said
became
to them
famous was
is
with
going to
Baldur's Gate 3.
seriously affect this thing over here. It will, but that's all behind the scenes.
Their game was Distant Shore.
I
For
never
me,
knew who
this
she
is
was
what
until Baldur's
went
Gate 3.
viral as almost a
I know
portal
since
with
then she has
magnets,
branched out and has
and
played
I
other
think it
RPGs.
looks like a
but
lot of fun.
It's such a unique
That's when she
concept.
first
I
came
could
on
see
my
it
radar.
being big time.
You know,
Like,
it's
really
one of those
is.
games like you
And
didn't know.
The only reason I know
you
of Luke
wanted,
is because
but
how
then
much
you
he
see it,
hates
you're like, oh, that
Starfield.
looks like
And
it tickles
me
my fancy.
loving Starfield.
Like we've seen versions
I've gotten
of it before,
so
but with
much
everything it
rage
combines, like,
from his
'cause it makes
followers
everyone
on
think
my
of a different
positive
game when you see
content
it, because we've
because I
heard
love
Half-Life,
Starfield.
we've heard
so.
Portal. I thought of Only Up during some parts of it.
Yeah,
It is what it
only
is.
up.
And other
I thought
puzzle,
Mirror's Edge a little bit with like
Yeah.
the parkouring, wall moving stuff.
See, it makes us think of so many different things at once. So I think it's gonna do.
Just
really well.
watching some of that gameplay, I could see the rage already.
Oh yeah, the boss.
Oh yeah,
Not
that-
happening.
Well, and I think it's also really cool that they have boss mechanics, because like you can tell it started with the idea of using magnets to like manipulate the environment, but then they're like, okay, well we could raise the stakes, take it up a notch with these boss fights that are organic in the space. And
It
build on it.
also mixes up because it's not just a puzzle game, so there is more to
Yeah.
it and more that you.
Yeah, there's a world that he even showed as well.
It's more than just a puzzle game. Like there's a narrative behind it.
Exactly. Like they could have just stopped with the puzzle game. I think a lot of people would have been perfectly happy with that. But then they go and build on that with a story, boss fights, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, if it's not just reach a destination or do a final thing, but it's actually a narrative, like you said, that's really cool.
I think it's one to keep an eye on. Yeah.
Oh, we're getting some Avowed
Next
and
up, we have
Grounded.
two very exciting updates coming from Obsidian, that being
Both
some
great
updates
games.
for Avowed as well as Grounded 2. We also got exclusive time with them and had some interviews, which were very exciting.
Two full playthroughs of Avowed. Would happily go back and do a third as a fighter.
Avowed
since
is a
that's the class I haven't
Obsidian
tried yet.
first-person action RPG set in the world of Pillars of Eternity, where the player plays as an envoy sent by the Emperor of Adir to the living lands to investigate a mysterious plague that's kind of spreading throughout the lands, causing chaos, and you play as the envoy trying to figure out what's kind of going on down there. Do things that affect it in positive ways, negative ways, or in between type of ways.
I'm sad that Carrie's no longer there, but she's gone on to bigger and better
we've been
things.
supporting on it, like we've gotten a bunch of abilities added to the ranger and fighter trees to kind of more fill it out comparatively to the wizard tree. Aspects about it that are like arachnophobia mode, that was like a big community requested feature, as well as changes to progression, improvements there, gear improvements, and as well as bug fixes and crash fixes.
And you can play now as the different species.
Yeah, we've added different species.
Yeah.
The Amauan, Orlins, and dwarves.
Nice.
Are now
So new races
a lot
that
of
you can choose.
Decisions we make are revolving around the player community. So we work,
Yeah,
really
it sounds
closely
to me
with
that's
our
what this
community
is
management
like
team.
New Game
We,
Plus
we
mode
get like
for
a spreadsheet,
Avowed.
kind of see what the things that are bubbling to the top. Like an example, like quarterstaff was something where we wanted to feel like more like a wizard, right? That kind of wizardy vibe, as well as playing as Orlins. Like I think players just were bummed that we didn't include that in the base game. So I mean, it really comes down to like the time and what the community wants, and that's kind of how we decide to go about it. Yeah.
We notice like players really roleplay their characters in the game, so we always want to give them as many options as we can to like customize their features.
Yes, they added dwarves, Orlins,
kind of have this fantasy,
etc.
in this world. As they journey through the story, we just wanted to give them as many possible
Stratica.
options
Exactly.
as we can.
It's forced.
Really
it's forced hate
the
for
character
Bethesda.
they want to make, and just make it.
Elder Scrolls 6 is gonna sell
stuff like
so many copies.
All the playable races.
Like
We
I think so
discussed
many
it
people don't
early
realize
on
like
in Avowed.
Starfield was
It's
their most
something
commercially
to
successful
both
launch of
previous
all time.
those games had.
End of story.
A lot
So many
of
people
work
are like
and
Starfield
a
flopped.
difficult
No, it
thing
didn't.
to really nail down.
It was
especially
their
in
most
Avowed with
commercially
its parkour
successful title of all
systems
time
and
in terms of
combat
launch
mechanics
titles.
and all the weapon types and stuff.
Elder
like that in
Scrolls
the
6
game
will be bigger
are,
than Starfield
different races are different
in terms
sizes,
of launch.
they're different shapes. They're
And as
a
much
very
time as I have on the
unique
Xbox
game
with Starfield, I
experience
gotta
when
say,
you
if
play
it
as
does
each
come
one
out
of
on the,
them
if
in a
that rumor is true
first-person
and it
game
comes out on the
specifically.
PS5, I will
So
turn
it was
around and pick it
something
up for the
like new to
PS5 just to have it
wrangle
on another
for
platform, and I'll
Avowed.
do another
We had
playthrough
no
just
time
on the
to finish
PS5.
it as we're making Avowed, and now we can give it to the players, so it's a more rounded experience compared to the original Pillars games. It should be a whole new way to play the game. If you pick an Orlin or an Amawa, it makes you feel completely different in the world, especially if you use third person or first person. It changes it again, how you feel and present in this game. So it's pretty
Thanks,
awesome
J-Rob.
that we can finally bring that.
New Game Plus
Correct, the
allows
Oblivion remaster also
player
did very
to
well.
Bring over all their abilities, all their equipable gear. It does reset it back to level 1, so it's not like you're just outright OP basically, but you'll have the end game gear with all its like enchants to be able to just start the new game, as well as we have like modifiers on enemies that kind of either make them more resistant to some of the elemental types, or modifiers that make them more resistant.
So I
to
did the
being,
rogue
stun locked or
playthrough and the
reactive.
mage playthrough.
kind of gets
I would love to go
strengthened
back
in
to Avowed at some
somewhat
point and do
randomly throughout
a fighter
that New Game
playthrough.
Plus
Same thing with
experience to
Veilguard.
kinda get that
I did a
added
rogue
challenge,
playthrough
but
and then a mage
also let the
playthrough of
players still
Veilguard.
feel
I really
somewhat
need to
like
go
they're
back and do
accumulating their
like an
abilities over the
actual
course of multiple
Grey
playthroughs.
Warden
We notice players like
fighter
to take
playthrough for
photos of their
Veilguard.
envoys, but it's very difficult in the game. You have to get the camera just right to get a certain distance from the character, or capture the shot in a conversation when you see your character. So this allows you to really get into it and capture some awesome shots or some scary shots, depending which way you're going.
We're super excited to announce that Avowed's finally going to come out to PS5.
Pre-orders are
Yep,
going to be live
PS5
today.
launch for Avowed.
Keep an eye out on our socials, and we'll announce when the store page is open.
Nice! That's badass. So PS5 players, you're about to be able to jump into Avowed as well. Very cool. I haven't done too much of the early access for this. It's interesting, but I don't really want to spend a lot of time in the early access.
Survival game. It is set in a gigantic city park.
Give me
You
2
play as
seconds.
a
I need to check
teenager
with
who has
Chris
been
on something real
shrunken
quick,
to
guys.
roughly the size of an ant, and you just have to survive in this environment with, insects that are the size of a bus and figuring out how to eat and get some water and fight those bugs and craft new materials and new weapons. As you go and gain in power and get over those initial survival challenges,
I'm going to duck
you can
out for a
sort
couple
of
minutes,
get into
everybody. I
the
need to
story
feed the
of
cats.
what
This is the
has
perfect
really
time because
happened
they're
in
just
this
going to
park.
talk about
A
things
number
after
of huge
this.
updates
And I've
planned
already
for the
played
park. This is
Grounded
the
2,
first
so I'm pretty
big
much up to speed on
content
this
update that we have. We've
and
been
the
calling it
upgrades
the
that are
Winter
coming. So this
Update.
is the perfect
It's
time
really
for
about
me to
adding
step
in
away.
this next
I'll be right
big
back. I
chunk
do
of the
need to
park,
feed all
and
my
that comes
animals,
with a
though.
lot of things that are very, very exciting for us. With this Winter Update, which is the community garden, is attached right to that early picnic area. On the map, it's just to the east of it, behind the gigantic statue of Tully and Burgle. This was our opportunity to really start delving into a brand new biome with everything that entailed. You've got a vegetable garden, you've got a greenhouse, and you've got a pumpkin patch. All of these introduce a lot of new and different types of artwork and places for the player to explore. And then, of course, then we need all the insects that go in these areas too. And so a ton of new insects that are in there. As I love to say, all of these insects, you can fight. Maybe they're docile and you can attack them. Many of them are aggressive and will attack you. And regardless, you fight them, learn their tactics, and then eventually turn them into fashionable attire and new weapons.
Going to a new biome, a new area in the park allows us to fully lean into what makes the park unique from the backyard. And for us, that means that mixture of really organic structures as well as that man-made touch, that this was designed by humans at human level.
Wasps are coming back, which are a lot.
Hang on, guys. I think I had a cat jump on keyboards or something because I just walked in the room and Smeagol was down on the floor. Yes. Did you guys see a cat run across the screen? I'm feeding all the cats outside. Hang on. I didn't know he was awake yet, guys. That's my bad. Technical difficulties. I gotta go back. We were watching this, man. History, New Game Plus Showcase. I apologize, everybody.
Turn those into armor. Of course, turn them into your base furnishings.
Oh, that's funny as shit,
You can
guys.
turn them into weapons, and I think they'll offer some exciting
I'll be right back.
combat opportunities.
We really want Grounded 1 players to be excited to see these creatures again, but also to be surprised and delighted by the changes. Just like we did in the picnic area, we've revamped the combat. So that means even looking at the old legacy creatures and going, okay, how do we make them a part of the system? How do we make them challenging in this new dance? How can we leverage our systems to make them more interesting? And so hopefully there's a couple of twists coming, even with the old favorites, that will keep veteran players on their toes and will surprise and delight new players.
We have a brand new buggy, the Ladybug buggy, which you'll be able to get and raise and hatch and then ride around in the yard. And we're pretty excited about all that stuff. Like, I think all of it is coming together just really well.
I think every single Grounded player from Grounded 1 at some point jumped on the Ladybug and let it transport them around, and we often joke that was the original buggy prototype. And there's something so iconic about the Ladybug and getting on it and wanting to ride it that it felt like an inevitability for us. But what's important for us whenever we do introduce a new buggy is we don't want it to just be another one or just a horse, And so it really boiled down to what can the Ladybuggy bring to the table that the other ones weren't? What can make her stand apart and bring a utility and an experience to the player that the other buggies aren't? How can we carve out her own little niche in the game? She's the tank. She's, the one who can get into those really tough fights and withstand those large swarms of insects. And that's where the idea of the water cannon on her back and players being able to shoot at their enemies, and that ended up providing a ton of gameplay opportunities and a really unique experience. Being able to shoot down the aerial insects that are often a bit more challenging and a bit more frustrating for players. Well, now you have this ranged weapon that you can take them down with that feels super satisfying, almost like an anti-air gun. For us, as soon as we crack that, it felt like, okay, there she is. That's her niche. And now it's just about bringing that experience to life and finding moments in the garden experience to really highlight that and let that shine for the player.
So we saw Avowed, great interview that you did over there. We see now that we have New Game Plus coming, there's a photo mode, a new weapon type, changing appearance. There's new character presets, you got new races, which
species,
I'm sure, Lua will have a lot of fun with.
Yeah, they're doing a lot. And I mean, the game, of course, launched earlier this year. Obsidian's been
there was a seal in the background. I've never set up a background.
And they're doing these free updates now. And so they also are adding New Game Plus, which that's a whole new reason for you to go back through the game. So the game is coming.
I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch my
We got another one.
We got it.
The Avowed Platinum Trophy was insane.
Here we go.
Yeah, the thing.
I need to see if Spiegel actually showed up on chat.
For pre-order as of
Right
this
now?
show going live. So right now, so check it out. And when I talked to them, they were saying how important the community is to them, how they've listened to a lot of their feedback. They're getting arachnophobia mode on Grounded.
I say, Luke, if I'm scared of spiders, what do I do?
Yeah, there's arachnophobia mode. But that's kind of their driving force, is looking at the community, what the community is saying, communicating, like, hey, we'd like more species and more customization options in Character Builder. Okay, we'll do that. And it's just really nice to see them do that. They could put it in a paid package, but they're not. They're just, it's a labor of love.
Jumped on my desk.
I really like how, as we're going
laptop,
to New Game Plus, you can also change your character's appearance. So you keep some of your skills and stuff, but if you are tired of how your character looks, so you want to do something new,
half of the games that are
try a
being
different
shown
race,
in this
you can do that by just going to New Game Plus. You
ironic.
don't need to go back to the beginning.
Besides that, we also had Grounded 2, which is bringing the Garden of Brook Hollow Park
shit
that is
all
now
over
going to be
Obsidian
open. So it's a new
earlier this
biome,
year.
you have new
Or
creatures,
last year, I should
new
say.
tools, a new mushroom brick material that you can build more stuff with, and also a new ladybug buggy.
Yeah, Spiegel has he has a bad habit. He jumps
For those of
on
you
this
watching,
desk,
it's a play on
which
word.
is this desk first. He jumps on this desk, and then he
Ladybug-y,
walks
because you can
across
mount it
over
and
to
ride
that
it like a buggy.
laptop, and
Yeah,
he
and
jumps
speaking
on
of
that
listening community, they
laptop,
also take a lot
and
of
that's the
feedback. This is a
laptop
game that launched back
we're
into
streaming.
early
Like,
access
I'm
back in
allowed to
July,
stream
and so
it.
this is
That's
a
the one
major
that the-
winter update is what they're
that
calling
we're
it, and it was
running
heavily
right
requested
now
to
for
have
the
more
show.
types of transport,
And
which
he
they're
always
still
jumps
planning
across
more
his
for the
keyboard
future that people can be
first, and
excited
then
about,
goes over
but they
that.
always listen to feedback about, should an insect be an enemy? Should an insect be what they call, is it docile or docile? I'm from Iowa.
Whatever you
Tomato,
prefer.
tomato.
Yeah.
Avowed is a great game.
Different
It's an
insects can be
Obsidian
friendly,
game.
some can be
Obsidian
enemies,
makes
and then of
good
course they can also
games
treat them
in
now
the
as
story.
transport as well.
You looked at Luke
But it
when you
didn't
asked.
have
Well,
it
I'm not
wasn't
looking at
like
you.
Skyrim.
And
It
so
wasn't
with
as
this
good as
update,
Obsidian.
they're
It
doing this
wasn't lived
throughout
in.
a lot
It
of the
didn't have a
timeline. Like
world
they're going to
feel.
give you a
There
lot of
were
these big
NPCs,
updates, and you're going to be kind of
day-night
surprised of
cycles,
like when it first released early access, there was still plenty to do. It was a survival game, but if you were a fan of Grounded, the original, you knew they were still going to have a great winter update for you like this, and so they have a lot on their roadmap, but because of the way the game is oddly like scaled down, it's from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like the way it's shrunk down, they have so much they still want to do and will be doing for a long, long time.
Well, and that cricket.
The cricket thing will just
it turns around and
you're like, what's he doing? What's he doing?
I literally had to bring
I
his
gotta
food
give
in
them
here and
credit.
put it
Like
under the
Obsidian's
bed
been
'cause he didn't
so
want to come out.
crazy busy. Like the fact that you can put out 2 pretty sizable games in 1 year and a bunch of updates for it.
And it seemed like they were cooking something huge, right? Because
they just had Tim Kaine come back out of retirement. He's one of the creators of Fallout back in the day, and he
didn't he also was some of the original creators of Vampire Bloodlines?
I think he did.
I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
He's kind of a legend of the industry. He in 2020 went and started doing consulting work with Obsidian, but he was, in his words, semi-retired. But he's actually gone back to Obsidian to work full time
There he is.
in office, moved to the studio on some project that's unannounced, and he said, "Don't bother guessing. You will not guess it."
Stream.
So
since you
all
anybody saw was your tail.
something crazy, who knows? But they
Or
are
he's
busy.
trying to throw us off.
What's up?
It's hard to not see like
Who's a big boy?
hope at least for Fallout stuff because the TV show being excellent and everyone itching for more Fallout. So
Outward 2. This will be a good one.
Next up, we have 3 fantasy RPG
and
games
Baron's
that are
Call.
looking very cool, as I would say. This is going to be Outward 2 from Night Dot Studio, a follow-up to their other survival game, Outward, obviously. We have Baron's Call by Titan Rock, and then we also have Dragon Twin by Draconic Interactive.
I need to pay attention to this one. This should be fun. The first one was really good.
Outward is an open world RPG, which for once you're not some kind of special superhero or the last child from a
Problem
prophecy.
is that it's also
You're
the
just a
crafting
dude
survival
or a
stuff,
dude
which I get.
And the reason
I'm a little
why we
fatigued
are
by.
downscaling who the player is because they want to be immersed more than they want to be powerful. And that was the big change in our approach. And we made all of our design decisions to be in alignment with this vision. If you were just a regular person and you wanted to think like a human would, but in a fantasy world, it's when you are aloof, when you're just like, that's not so dangerous, I've done it before, and that's when life just snaps back at you, right? In real life, that's like that. It should be like that in the design as well. So one gigantic thing is the character creation. In Outward 1, like, we had very ugly protagonists, and we didn't have a lot of options. You know, you had like 3 skin colors,
What you doing, buddy?
a handful of faces, a
going
handful of
back to
haircuts,
bed?
and that was it. It feels like really drawing yourself
Alright.
into an RPG.
He doesn't want to go
You
out
choose
right
a background, you choose traits, you have a very granular
He, like, got up on the bed and went back to the corner.
modify
He's
and customize the
tucking in, I
character to
guess.
your liking. One of the big thing is you choose one of
He usually
3
goes outside.
starting locations. So as a regular person, what justifies throwing yourself into danger? How do you become an adventurer? Well, we have 3 different quests, depending on which city you choose. So if you are in Simeon's Bastion, you are a homeless person, you're desperate. In Tramontane, you are a miner and you're trying to like improve your status and your quality of life.
That's
In
cool. So
Abu,
different starting
you
areas.
are just a clerk who just bought a house. What could possibly go wrong? You know, and very mundane situations, like you're not special or anything, but something special happens to you, and then you have to live up to the situation. We want a weather system that is very dynamic. So now we have a year-long calendar with seasons, and you just go through all that. So it's gonna be winter, and then it's spring, and then summer, and does change, like what kind of stuff can be found, what kind of armor you need to wear. Dual wielding is gigantic. So now you can combine anything that goes in one hand, and that opens up a lot of possibilities. In Outward 1, like you had your offhand could only have a set amount of things, and you had your main hand. Now you can just interchange. You can have 2 shields if you want. It sucks. I don't recommend, but you can. Of
Yeah,
course,
so
like,
they took
just
everything that made the first
visually
game
and the
good.
fact that it's much
They
more
learned from it and
lush,
they expanded
it's
on
more
it. And
filled,
this
it's
one
more
is turned up to
visually
11.
vibrant.
This is what a
That's gonna be
sequel is
something
supposed to
people
be.
will notice very quickly. Just like in
Similar
Outward
to the
1,
first
we
one, but
have
with
8
new
skill trees,
features,
and all
different
those skill
story.
trees have some exclusive skills.
Better
So
than
if
the
you take
first one.
can't take the other, and you have a maximum of 3 breakthrough points. So there's only 3 skill trees that you can learn from to the maximum of the capabilities. Otherwise, when you have like the first few layers of skills available. One thing we've added are the attribute points, the core stats. So strength, agility, constitution, willpower, intelligence. We added those. We're gonna track a lot of different things that you do. They're all gonna have like different thresholds. So let's say you dodge attacks successfully a certain number of times, you unlock a note that will give you a passive trait and increase
Which is
your
what
agility.
this is what Outer
So
Worlds
very
2 just
small
did. You
incremental
earn
changes. We start
perks
with very
based on
simple things,
active use of
and it
abilities and
expands
things.
it in more and more circles.
That's
So you won't be able from the very start to unlock all 3 skill trees just because you have the cash to do it. You will have to have experience.
This is
You will need
emergent
to have
gameplay. Like
practiced the
it's
life
the
of
game
danger and Ori
reacting
to be
to
able
how
to
you play the
understand,
game.
like get to the next level of the skill trees.
Very
Other
cool.
than that, well, I think it's important to note that all 4 regions are new regions, so it's really just completely new environment.
Avowed coming to PS5 on Feb 17th, says Legend Killer. Perfect.
Today we're going to be taking a deep dive into our upcoming action RPG, Varen's Call.
This one I'm intrigued by as well, guys.
The
This
world
one
of
looks
Leda
pretty
is
cool.
entirely shrouded by darkness on one side.
I've seen
while
this
scorched
pop
by
up on my
endless sun on the
TikTok
other.
feed quite a few times.
These incredibly hostile areas are known as the Forsaken Realms, which, as you may have noticed, is the name of the universe we are meticulously crafting. Your first steps within the Forsaken Realms will take you to the Vale of Varin, a city on the brink of collapse, and the first of our narrative-focused adventures. You'll step into the boots of a lone mercenary, seeking to answer Varin's call for aid, and maybe earn some gold and glory along the way.
This is definitely going to be like an
Varin
indie.
needs a hero, and every hero
But it,
needs
I
a
mean,
way
it
to slay
looks
the countless
pretty good
fantastical
from
beasts
what I've
they'll
seen
encounter.
so far. Like I said, I've seen a bunch of
Varin's
clips on,
call
on
aims to cater to
TikTok.
a wide range of playstyles,
Or
offering
Instagram,
you the
one of the
freedom
two.
to combat the unknown in a variety of ways. Whether you prefer to be a nimble-footed archer, flinging fireballs between arrows, or face your foes toe-to-toe as an axe-wielding whirlwind of death, the choice is yours. The game's classless system means you're never locked into playing a specific way.
Just please
You
tell
have
me
the
there's a
ability
target
to
lock,
adapt,
because
alter, or completely switch playstyles midway through your adventure. Unlock and spend perk points to obtain new skills and abilities.
better have
and
controller
level up your
support, 'cause right
mercenary's
now I'm
core
only seeing
stats
mouse
by
and
gaining
keyboard.
character experience. Hidden chests throughout the world will reward you with a range of weapons, armor, and unique trinkets, some providing unique effects to help you gain an edge in your next combat encounter. The local hamlet of South Vale acts as a hub, a safe space that provides various amenities for you to further develop
Very
your
old school
character.
D&D maps. Dig
Use
it,
the
man.
forge to upgrade the weapons and armor you find throughout the world, and the dismantling bench to deconstruct items for materials. The spell crafting table can be used to increase the power of your magic.
Yeah, so this is
everything.
You know, we
from
just
an
did
area of effect
Tainted
freeze
Grail,
attack that stops the enemy in their tracks, to ripping up the ground,
which
from
is another
underneath
like
their
very
feet with
indie
destructive force.
RPG.
Use
First
the
person,
trap-making
obviously.
bench
Well, you could do
to
third person
upgrade
as
and
well.
unlock
This one
new
looks like
traps
it's
and
third
gadgets.
person only.
A nice complement to your arsenal, allowing you the opportunity to catch your enemies off guard. And finally, the Alchemy Cauldron. This can be used to custom brew a multitude
I
of
will say
mixtures,
right now, it doesn't look like
from
there's any
replenishing
target
health
lock, and
restoring
it looks like
stamina
they're only
to
doing
killing
mouse and
yourself with nasty
keyboard.
stats effects.
So
These concoctions are sure to aid you on your journey.
I'm gonna reserve judgment. It looks cool, but if there's no controller support,
Okay, great.
it's gonna be a hard
so
pass.
you've equipped that shiny new helmet, purchased that slightly overpriced magic spell you always had your eyes on, and upgraded that new Polybuster barrel to the volatile variant that has even more boom. You're ready to get back into the fight, but maybe you want a change of pace. Yes,
Yeah,
you're
this does
supposed
look
to be
intriguing.
the hero and save the city, but heroes need breaks too. Besides, there's a whole world to explore, and quirky characters from all walks of life need your help with their problems.
Then you've come about the job.
I appreciate
You might find
voiceovers.
yourself involved in a murder mystery, helping a local peacekeeper catch the criminal behind the death of her beloved friend. Or maybe you're on a mission to rid Varin of the Gnomi scourge that plagues
The
city.
Gnomi scourge.
All because a crazy guy in an outhouse called you a hero?
The Gnomi. Oh, I know the truth.
Maybe we should stick to the main task at hand after all. Varin's Call is soon to release on PC with full controller support.
Thank you.
With the aim of releasing on consoles at a later date.
Full controller support on
Our
PC,
game is
console
inspired by
coming later.
classics like Fable and The Elder Scrolls, so if this sounds like your kind of adventure, consider heading over to Steam and adding it to your wishlist to stay up to date with us. Until then, we'll see you mercenaries soon.
Yeah, I'll hold until whenever they get controller support in the game, I'll definitely take a look at that. I'm glad they answered that though at the end of that video. Controller support coming, but consoles later. What is dragon riding game in early development? So this is like a tech demo. What's up, Allie? Ace Combat Dragon Edition. Yeah, we'll be hopping in the Solasta 2 early access in March.
first question I had was, how hard is this game going to be? Because the most common question about the original Outward was, okay, this is like, does it have to be so hard?
I actually got to play the game in the alpha version, and I got my ass kicked.
I'm glad.
Deserved.
But it's actually amazing. Like, I actually really enjoyed it because exploring this game felt very rewarding, and there's like a camping system, so you can camp like right outside like the enemy zone, and then you prepare like your weapons and everything to wreck the enemy, because if you don't prepare, oh, you're in trouble.
It's known to be a very, very hardcore survival, and when I was talking to Guillaume, he was like, if you die, it is likely your fault. And we all heard him say, like, it's not hard, but it is demanding, and they always at all times want to live up to those words, which is really awesome. And they will have a pack mule, which he said, of course, shocker, can die if you don't take care of it.
Of course.
But it's, one of the big struggles was with inventory and spacing, along other struggles that players had to really try and, play out this game. Like you were saying earlier, you can't dilly-dally in this game. You have to really know what you're going to do, and eventually you'll get a hang of things. But another big one was dual wielding.
In the Variance Call Steam page, one of the screenshots is a gnome mooning you.
Double shield it up, which he says is not recommended.
A genome, sir, a genome.
Super close.
He really loves to stress all of these niche things. Like, you can sprain your ankle, you can perforate a lung.
Trauma.
She has clearly sprained. You can sprain her.
I also got brain damage.
You can have a concussion. It will all impact you, and all of these ailments like take different lengths of time to recover from.
I got a concussion in game as well. It was really tough.
As well.
What were you doing? What were you doing out of game?
It was it was just kind of like a play on, because whenever I told people I got a concussion, brain damage in game, a lot of people in my chat would say, like, in game.
Sounds like the most hardcore of hardcore survivals.
It was really fun, and you can also play with friends, and then things become a lot more bearable.
They've showed the split screen.
Yeah, so you can play split screen with your friends, and it's really nice. Especially because then, like, you get beaten up, and then your friends get beaten up, and then, you know.
can get digital concussions together.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Forsaken Realms, Variance Call.
That's insane!
It looks sick.
Most importantly, controller support.
Yes, controller support. I'm with this dude,
what,
who I never knew before.
The vibe was,
but I'm a big
at the
fan
very
of
end of the
controller
trailer.
support.
They say inspired by games like Fable. They really struck an interesting vibe. It seems like it's got a lot of soul and heart in it.
We've talked about music a lot today. I just want to say that was something I noticed right there. That flute, there's something about a flute. When a flute starts playing,
when the
in a
flute
fantasy game, dude.
When the flute started playing, he was like, oh my God.
I'm ready to go to war.
No, the game looks really nice. It looks very well detailed, and I can't wait to try it.
They angled it that, like, hey, you can do this thing. You can really focus on combat and the main quest line.
The
main
combat
story,
looked
but
a little
this is also an
janky
expansive
in that
world where
trailer,
there
but
are a bunch of little side
they've obviously
stories
still
where you
got
can
time
go to these
polish.
individual side characters and, like, help them catch their chicken.
Yeah,
that might just be their
mystery
style.
or whatever it is, and I feel like that's what builds out a world and makes it feel more full. So I think it looks great. Third, we had Dragon Twin. I don't even know if we're.
Let's ride!
Dude, you can make your own dragon. There's a character for your dragon.
Did you see the neck customizer? I mean, like, Jake was like...
To be fair, is very early in production. They're working on all these systems for Dragon Flight, and as they mentioned in the trailer, it's still a work in progress. They're like finding the game and what it's going to be based on funding, Patreon support, things like that. But I mean, just like imagining the vision of a kingdom builder where like you're in command of dragons like Khaleesi, like inject that into my veins. It's another one of those games I didn't know I needed or wanted, but
never even came across your mind. You're like, wait a second.
Well, you see, and you're like, of course.
Yeah. Of course I need
awesome.
that.
You know?
I can't wait to see how it progresses, because it already looks amazing.
But they left the combat pretty open-ended. Like, we saw some battle scenes, we saw some light with other dragons maybe fighting, and how that's going to come into play, I'm really curious
The movement, I mean, you're going to get some battlefield pilots.
The
so cinematic.
The cinematic shots you're going to get with that dragon is going to be crazy.
Next up, we have some exclusive content coming from Munfish, a comparison of the twins from Atomic Heart, now in the cube, a very exciting game I think we're all looking forward to. And for Atomic Heart, some new screenshots from their DLC number 4. On top of that, there is also Immortal Gates of Pyre that we had an incredible interview with that Jake hosted, where we talk a little bit about the making of the game, the people behind it, and RTS in general.
Yeah, it didn't capture me either. Like I didn't play Atomic Heart. It just didn't. I don't know. It didn't vibe with. It wasn't bad. It just didn't vibe with me. Digital concussions. That's what I call next gen gaming.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube.
Okay.
I can still barely believe it myself. When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness. How did the whole of humanity miss it? And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself? What if it was always there, and we've only just started to see it?
There are lots of big armored titties in this game. And a granny. And oh, that's a boot. It's like an extraction game or something. Of course. Lots of skins and cosmetics.
So Immortal Gates of Pyre is an attempt to modernize and make more accessible the RTS genre while simultaneously keeping all of the complexity and the opportunities for mastery that have made RTS so popular over the years. So it's I would refer to it as a Blizzard-style RTS, the fast action, big battles, very tactical, kind of very rapid-fire chess. We realized that RTS, in part because it was dominated by a few big players, never really went through the kind of indie transformational experimentation. Some of the companies that tried to do so did so by stripping away features or losing some of the things that really made RTS great. In the early days, we surveyed a lot of players in both MOBA and RTS communities and found that they really loved the fantasy of commanding an army. RTS, at the end of the day, if you were to strip it all away, is just you're commanding an army, another guy's commanding an army in real time.
Yeah.
Right? Because you get individual unit control, it can be very overwhelming. And because you're also building those units, because you're building a base, because you're having to do so much macroing along with the microing simultaneously, that for most players, it just gets overwhelming and complicated. And so we worked through it kind of line by line, trying to figure out what are the rote tasks, what are the things that players are required to do that are not really decisions, that are more just chores, right? And how do we make more and more of the complexity in the game, but optional?
I don't know
Opt-in,
anything
what we
about the
refer to as
Atom
opt-in
universe, so I have no
complexity.
clue.
And then simultaneously, how do we create a world? And
Oh, I've played some really
experiences
good
and game modes
RTSs
that
on
people want to be a
console.
part of? We want
Dune
to
Spice
take
Wars
this
was
genre
a
and show
phenomenal
people this genre
console
isn't
port.
dead. People want this
The
fantasy.
PC
they want
version
this
was good, but the
experience.
console
A
port
lot
was
of
just
it
as
has to
good.
do with
We played that
things like the UI and the UX,
2 years ago?
the unit design, and a lot of that opt-in complexity. So, for example, in most RTSs,
We
you
just
always
played
have to be building
Anno
workers. If you're not
117
building
on the
workers, you're
PS5
falling
from
behind on your
Ubisoft in
economy,
November.
and you're screwed. The
Also
correct
well done.
move,
All that
with
less of
very
an
few
RTS is more
exceptions,
of a
is to build a worker
real-time
every chance you
strategy.
get. So we made that automated, but have a toggle. If you want to turn it off, you can. So if you're trying to do
So
a
not
specific
really the
timing
same
attack,
thing.
you can, but we took that complexity away. One of the other things is how in MOBAs you have a unified command card. right? All of the abilities and castable abilities on your hero are easy to reach. You can hit all of those buttons very quickly on one hand. We redesigned the UI UX to be the same way. So you can select your whole army with one button by default, and then all of the abilities, castable abilities of your army are also on that one unified command card. One of the things that people often tell us is that when they watch our game, it looks like an RTS, but when they play it, it almost plays more like a MOBA in terms of how they're commanding their army. Our early idea was if we bring the top, 10 modders within generally the strategy gaming space, if we bring them all together and we say, if we were to come together and build a game that truly is the next generation of RTS, what does it look like? And that's what we set out to do. The 1v1 or 2v2 PvP experiences, they're similar to a StarCraft or a StarCraft 2. Maps, we did redesign the maps and we redesigned the mechanics in a way that 2v2 is actually really, really fun. It's a core support gameplay mode. And players, including pro players, have actually really enjoyed doing 2v2 tournaments. But the ultimate goal is to destroy the enemy's town centers, and so it's kind of a tactical back and forth with counters and strategic snipings and using immortal abilities in clever ways. So it's great for mastery and laddering and skill gain. Ultimately, or at least the goal, is to have other PvP modes that are more casual or more playful, kind of some chaos modes, auto battler modes, things like that, where if you just have 10 minutes and you want to have a beer while doing it.
I never played
and you
Halo
wanna
Wars.
Do something that's a bit
try that.
strategic, but you
like
don't want to
Halo.
get that sweaty.
My brother and I are
we
going to play
want to
the
have those
shit
experiences
out of the new Halo
too.
game when it
That's
comes
a
out
big
this
part
summer.
of the target market that we're
remake.
looking at, is people that like to be challenged mentally, but don't necessarily want to try to do the crazy ATM.
They have not done
and
Crimson Desert
Don't
yet.
want to get too invested in the competition. We want to do a full grand campaign. The inspiration for how we kind of want, or how we see the ideal campaign, if we can build it, is very similar to Dark Crusade. It's a grand campaign. You can be kind of any of these different factions and conquering territory and building new and unique stories.
One of the better trailers that I think we all saw back around SGF last
Not
year.
our new trailer that we're showing with this. Of course, the twin comparison is new, which is very cool to see the twins for the first time in this universe, if you like Atomic Heart. But the trailer itself for the Cube, nothing new.
The potential for that game is like unmatched. It is a
They're
crazy
so
concept.
good at cinematics, and also just like the concept of playing a game like that with the map constantly changing, the biomes changing.
But that's
it, like, breaks
procedural
my brain
generation,
to think
and
about,
you have
but in
ranted
a
about
fun
how
way.
Starfield
different
sucks
terrains,
for using
different weather.
procedural generation. So why are you
They
giving
show
this
that
game a
sliding
pass?
clip where she's sliding, and then as the cube is apparently rotating, we don't know how that mechanic even works with the
Well, I'm
map.
assuming you can fall off. Like if you fall
You would
off the
think,
map,
right?
you just like that's. I'm sure you're
Or get
dead.
crushed.
And they've taken so many gameplay mechanics already. We saw from that short trailer. You saw wall running. You saw just like traditional gunplay.
The other cool part to me is that it is set in a universe that people have already been a part of. Somehow.
The world of Atomic Heart's very interesting.
Can you
as well.
explain it a little bit?
It's kind of like it is Soviet Russia in an alternate timeline where they've mastered robotics, but then there's like evil robots.
And in terms of vibe, it's kind of like Soviet Bioshock. And it's a vibe.
That's a good way to put it.
And what's interesting is that from the original game Atomic Heart, one of the primary things people loved about it were like the boss fights and then like the outdoor environments and the art direction. And that is just the cube. And then they're adding in this multiplayer component as well with like, it seems like PvE elements with bosses that you'll fight against together as the cube rotates. I can't wait to find out more.
I love how open-ended they are. Munfish are like, we are all curious because we don't
Pretty
know
much,
the exact
Allie.
direction they're going and where it could end up. And I was trying to pinpoint like what game I was looking at, because we are gonna flow into Atomic Heart, and I love that tie between those worlds. But I honestly saw a piece of like
I'm gonna
the
take this moment and
finals
see if
and the
there's any more
first
coffee. I'll be right back.
destructibility and cube movement we saw when the finals first released. There was something about that aesthetic that I also saw, and I was like, okay, now I'm instantly locked back into this.
The DLCs people love. There's already Atomic Heart 1 and 2. This is their fourth and final DLC for Atomic Heart. And when we saw the trailer, we saw the screenshots, it adds new environments and it looks good.
Yeah.
You know? Then the third game on our list with that one was Immortal Gates of Pyre by Sunspear. Jake, you had a great conversation with Ian.
My boy Ian. It's a game that's been in development for a long time. We're going to probably talk about how it's a group of modders, and so they've hired a lot of modders, and they have that DNA for this game and a lot of the concepts they want to plan out for the future. They've had hands on this for almost 10 years, but they've been working hard on it for about 5, is what they would tell you. And they really want to try and combat, as we all know, like the RTS genre is really hard to get into because
high barrier of entry.
I agree, because it's like you see these games, you know, RTS games, and you're like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to work on micro, macro, and all those movements per second and whatnot. And they want to try and combat the pillars that have already established themselves in the RTS genre. We know Age of Empires, but we also know StarCraft is the one that people kind of go to. And he was saying they've had these games in the genre that blew up so early on that it's been hard for companies like this to make a new RTS and
Thanks for the
survive
sub over
and
on
branch
Twitch,
out
Bayushi.
and be somewhat unique to what we already have kind of attached to.
I do like that they're kind of emphasizing accessibility because I think it is pretty intimidating for new players. That's why a lot of people don't want to, are kind of
They
turned
seem to
off
have a
by
good strategy.
RTS. It's just so overwhelming to look at.
It's awesome. I'm one of the people who haven't played RTS because I don't want to go against Sweaty Joe, who's been playing this his entire life. I have no.
He lives.
Yeah, I don't have any clue how to do it.
I live for micro, macro movements,
This is
bro.
cool. And then you can have the sweaty experience if you want, or you can have the experience where you just sit at home
Jake
and
said,
have a beer.
I did when he said that. I
Natty
was
Light.
like, "That's my guy."
Exactly.
This game was made for.
But I do want to really support him, and when it comes to cracking through whatever the current,
Stigma.
the current stereotype in that genre is, they're trying to innovate, they're trying to do things differently. And one last thing, they are very, very community focused. So, like a lot of the devs we've spoken to, they love their community, they found their diehards, and it really has shaped the project. And so I hope we see it in the near future.
Next up, we have what I'm calling kind of a Western section. We have some new footage from the game X-Killer. That's going to be Paradark Studio. There is Far, Far West from Evil Raptor and Erosion from Plot Twist.
What is this? Oh.
Welcome to the world of Execular. We are Kasia and Amadeus, the creators of the game.
And this is gameplay overview.
This looks cool.
Execular is a first-person action-adventure game that encourages exploration, rewards curiosity,
and never holds your hand.
I'm gonna have to play this.
An Execular, a corporate bounty hunter.
Oh yeah!
Execulars hunt down fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
One of the game's main hubs is the Tower, a massive fortress city ruled by the Helion Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade your gear, and prepare for missions.
Hair man.
Done, contract fulfilled.
The game is structured in chapters, and almost everyone begins and ends in the Tower.
Outside the tower lies a harsh, scorched desert.
I like the hover car, man.
You travel through it in a heavily modified car designed to protect you from extreme conditions such as heat and radiation. Inside the vehicle, you have access to your computer, storage, and a working radio.
From your...
This looks like a good time, man. I'm digging this. I'm seeing mouse and keyboard though. Better have controller support. Yeah, like a low budget Cyberpunk. Space Western.
Survival is a core part of the experience.
Inventory space is limited, and every item matters, forcing players to make careful decisions about what to carry and what to leave behind.
I'm not a huge fan of...
Helion's high-tech systems allow you to hack devices, pick locks,
Not a fan
and
of
access
limited
restricted
inventory
areas.
space.
Your cybernetic implants help you uncover hidden elements and investigate the environment. missions and level design are fully non-linear. There's no single way to complete a contract. Stealth, dialogue, and combat.
Loot Goblin denied.
Can be freely combined.
Very true.
In Exekiller, every decision matters.
What's it gonna be? Plata or muerte?
Wishlist Exekiller on Steam.
Hi everyone, Robert here from Fireshine Games. I am the Senior Product Manager for Far Far West, developed by the incredible 6-person team at Evil Raptor. Far Far West is a 1-to-4 player co-op PvE first-person shooter where you play as robot cowboys in a weird western world. Work together to kill bosses, collect bounties, and cleanse the lands of the evil enemy invaders. Today, I'm going to talk you through a short, single-round session of Far Far West. Here, we're exploring the Far Far West hometown, an evolving space where you can upgrade your weapons, spells, and characters.
So much
Once the team
mouse
is geared up and ready to go, we can
keyboard.
pick the bounty we want to hunt and drop into the game.
Blade Runner New Vegas.
Now that we have dropped into the map, it is time to head to our first objective. We can travel around the map much faster with the use of our trusty horses, which you can summon with the press of a button. When fighting enemies, I can use different firearms and a variety of spells to do damage or heal myself and teammates. Spells and guns can also be comboed together to make their effects more powerful, spread their damage further, or even create new spells.
Is this VR, the way they're showing the hands?
To summon this boss, we need to do the obvious. Launch a nuke at its nest. So let's get this rocket loaded with explosives and shoot it into the sky. When playing co-op, you have to work together as a team to complete the objectives and defend yourself from enemy attacks. Right now, we're throwing sticks of dynamite to my teammate for him to put in the rocket, of which he is actually only catching a few. While carrying out objectives, you will attract the attention of the enemy hordes, who will try and stop you. Now we have the rocket all powered up, let's launch it at the boss nest to really make it angry. This bounty is far from over. Now we have to take the beast down. Let's summon the boss and get this party started. We won and the boss is dead, but we aren't safe yet. So let's get to the station to get the last train out of town.
From what they're showing right now, it's all mouse and keyboard, so this
When the
looks
train
like
is
PC
called, we
only.
have to
But
stay alive.
man,
for its
I will
arrival,
say one of the
which
things is
easier
they've
said
shown
than done when the
5 or
whole of
6
the
games
Far
during the
West
showcase
wants
that
to
are
dead.
very clearly not even in pre-alpha yet. They're just like proof of concepts.
We made it out alive.
I'm genuinely curious
some of
why
us,
they've included
which means we get to keep the
proof of
resources we found
concept
along the way.
games, like,
These will allow us
as
to upgrade
opposed
our
to
characters
actual
even more and be
trailers.
stronger for the next bounty. This was just one simple game of Far Far West. There are multiple bosses, maps, objectives, weapons, spells, upgrades, and cosmetics, all unlockable through play. You can play the playtest with your friends right now.
As a parent, you've got one job: protect your family.
What is this?
Whatever happens, you do it or die trying. But even if you kick the bucket, you don't stay dead for long.
You reminded me of it this morning.
Yeah, the Expanse happened like maybe an hour ago. it gonna be a Game Pass game? Erosion.
First up, we saw X Killer. That's coming from Paradox Studio.
X Killer looks good.
It's kind of, I mean, the vibes look great to me. It was reminding me a little bit, you disagreed, but like a cyberpunk in the wild.
No,
in the
I
West.
just see it. I just see it.
And the animation work was crazy good, like the world building.
I think the way it's described is a post-apocalyptic Western-style FPS with a bounty hunter.
What's up,
vibe.
Raven
And so
TV?
we even saw in the trailer they were picking up bounties. It kind of reminds me of Fallout as well.
Yeah,
a little
bit
bit
of Fallout in there.
So I think
What
it looks
what
like a
part
lot
of
of fun.
Fallout
That-
did you guys
that
see?
could
I
be a
didn't see any
new
Fallout.
Kind of like
in that.
staple in those types of
What?
games, to me at least.
Yeah, it's a great combination. I mean, it looks.
Have these guys
fantastic.
ever played
It's
Fallout?
Stunning.
Animation.
It's coming from such a small.
Sci-fi
Yeah.
cowboy, I'm in.
Yeah, done.
Say less.
Money.
Then we had Far Far West coming from Evil Raptor, Western-themed action shooter project. The way I've been describing it, to be honest with you, is Western Sea of Thieves. There's a lot of depth there.
Yeah, I could get the
It looks
Western
like
Sea
I
of
mean,
Thieves
that's not a
vibe
bad
from that
comparison.
one.
Sea of Thieves is
Far
very
Far
fun
West.
to me.
What if Sea of Thieves but cowboys, basically?
Yeah.
Well, it's that, but also with specific hunts and like bounties. We're going out and doing boss fights with each other.
It seems very teamwork based too. Like you saw a clip there where they were fighting the boss on the ground and one of them was up top. And
Yeah,
his
there was
teammate
no
threw the
Fallout in
dynamite-
X
dynamite
Killer.
up, caught it,
Those are the
planted
same
it.
type of people who say things like
Third,
Atomfall. It's just a Fallout
on this
clone.
list,
And it's like,
another
oh my God,
Western.
you've
This
never-
game is pretty mind-blowing. I think we're all on the same
Never
page with
actually
that.
The
played.
art
Was
style is
Erosion.
divine.
I could see
Never
this
actually
one
played
being
Fallout.
like
This is gonna be a big one. This
yeah,
is
a big one.
Exactly,
the
Ali.
most compelling aspect of it to me is the time passing affecting not just the world that you're exploring, but also like literally your daughter. She grows older every death that happens.
I think it's
a
a
decade goes
yeah.
past.
So the worse you are at the game.
If you die 20 times, like she's not gonna
She
be
dead.
there when you get there. You're gonna be talking to a gravestone. But it's just a very captivating art style, like you
It's also
mentioned.
open world.
Open world roguelike. Yes.
We're gonna have people that are gonna want to go deathless runs of this. I hope that maybe there's a
Right,
a
exactly,
glimpse of hope of like
Phoenix.
if you
Like,
have
I
a
didn't see
deathless run
any
or maybe a
Fallout.
one
That's
death
like
run.
the true ending or something.
There's a
That's-
happy ending.
I got the
But I imagine
cyberpunk
that most other
cowboy
endings are
vibe.
not going to be so
That's
happy,
what I
or
see.
at least a bit sadder.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah,
It looks
exciting.
really good.
We're going to see a lot from that game.
For sure.
Oh, we're gonna get some Division 2. Very cool.
Next up, we have a very exciting section for people who like competitive games, shooter games. We have an awesome interview that Jake did with the executive producer of the Division franchise. We also have Alpha Response, a game coming from the original creator of Counter-Strike, Min Lee, or Gooseman, whatever you know him as, Last Man Sitting from Pixel Pizza, and Sand Raiders of Sophie by Holygriff.
I do like the Division 2. We had a good run early last year, I think we did. Played about.
If you imagine a
We did all the
real-world
campaigns from start to
location,
finish.
the most important city
Julian!
in the United States,
My favorite
Washington,
dude from
DC,
Star Wars Outlaws as well.
completely ravaged by a pandemic and struck by the strongest, worst blizzard of all time.
Ubisoft
And you
makes great games.
Are going to have to survive.
Ain't no hate from Ubisoft
and
in my
extract
house.
the most valuable.
I love
resources.
Ubisoft games.
And of course, that leads us to survivors. So what are we doing? Like, we can't rest on our laurels, our 10-year-old laurels from survival. So we're reimagining it. We're
Was Division
bringing
2
this
last year? We
snowstorm,
did Division
this
2. I feel
weather
like that was like at the
change
beginning of
to
the year.
Washington, DC. And that's something that you've
We
never
were in
seen
between releases, and I
in
went and
Washington,
did. I hadn't
DC.
played it
We're
in
gonna
years.
transform
And
the
I went and
entire
picked it
map.
up and
We're
played
thinking
like
about it in a
everything,
very
all the
different
story.
way,
It was like
with innovations
60
that
hours of
haven't been seen
storyline.
yet. There's
Start to
a,
finish. Had a lot of fun.
focus on this to make it such a different feeling experience.
I still need to
from
play
the
that
core
Avatar game
Division
these guys
2
did, which I haven't
experience.
played,
think
'cause I
we've got
love
something
Star Wars Outlaws.
super promising here. Survivors,
And they just did a
is
big
developed
update for the Avatar
with
game.
Magnus Jensen, who is the original Division 1 creative
I
director.
like the Division
So this
2
is a guy
campaign.
who lives and breathes the Division. He's so excited about jumping into this type of game mode again. And there is a hint in the title of something that we're going to be doing really differently.
And I
than
like
everybody
Julian
else.
as
We
an individual. I
always
think he's a
develop
cool
with a player
director,
in
so
mind, with
I'm happy to play
player
his
types
games.
in mind. And I think here we have to acknowledge that the Division
10 months
2
ago? Yeah, that
has a
sounds about
large
right,
player
Stickman.
base of
I felt it
passionate
was like a year
games.
ago.
And one of the things that we want to do is really lean into the sort of comfort game of the Division 2. People are happy to jump in, know their way
These
around
guys are actively
the
working on the
controller,
Division
know their
3,
way
which I
around
will
the
absolutely
map.
play.
They know how to play this game. So
Raven
we're
wants
gonna
to know
take
if I'm a
that
Star Wars fan. You must be
and
new here, Raven.
subvert it a little bit and change the map and make sure that the weather has an impact on you, which it doesn't have in Division 2. So there are lots of little things that we're doing to surprise our core audience. Veteran players, they're going to be surprised. All of these locations that they know by heart, they're going to be transformed. So the Division 3 is in production, right? This is not a secret. It's been announced. It's shaping up to be a monster. I can't really say anything more
Stickman,
than that,
you're
but
fucking with him.
This is within these
Yeah, I hate
walls
Lord of the Rings.
in
I hate
Massive,
Star Wars. I hate Star
we are
Trek.
working extremely hard on something that I think will be
Oh my god.
as big an impact as Division 1 was. There's a team in Paris working on this, and they're putting the final touches on a mobile execution of the promise of Division 1. So, Division 1, New York, pandemic strikes, take back New York. This is a brand new story with mechanics
Did
that
I just
are
see him playing
really
Division on
fine-tuned
mobile?
to a mobile phone. Graphically, this looks like a PS5.
Damn.
You may have seen the adverts for it. It looks phenomenal. Really, really good. It plays really good. And it has a few innovations. You know, the Dark Zone, this area of atypical PvP. It was an area where, much like other games today, popular games today, you can
don't
walk
get me
around,
started on
you can
Starfield.
hear
I hate that
gunshots,
game so much.
go
I've done
over
600
there,
plus
there'd
hours
be
in it.
another agent. You'd
It's a
approach
horrible game.
cautiously,
I was miserable for all
feel each other
600
out and decide
however many
whether to
hours.
partner or to actually engage in PvP. The whole of the Resurgence map is friendly to other agents. So you'll hear gunshots on a corner. You won't need to be in the Dark Zone. It could be anywhere, and you can group with those people. So PvP is off by default, but being able to group up and to see other agents in the streets, that's never been done in a Division game before, let alone a mobile game.
In a world gripped by chaos and anarchy, terror rises. That's right, Thorgan. 2,500 hours in Starfield. I hate that game. Elite police forces. Fight crime across a variety of dynamic urban locations. Civilians bring the world to life. Immigrants make things even more exciting as you control an ICE agent. Jesus. Sorry. Sorry. It's not listed, Korean Gamer. They've already said what they're going to be doing for the showcase on the 22nd. It's going to be a Fable. I forget that there's 3 games listed for the showcase on the 22nd from Xbox. There's a chance they mentioned something about Starfield. I didn't see anything in the announcement, so. Fable, Horizon 6, and the Pokemon Dev's new game. Yeah, Allie, it's on the 22nd. I will, we'll do a watch party of it, for sure. Stigman says too soon. Probably was. Well, we know Fable's going to be 2026, so if I had to guess, they'll give us a date at the showcase. That music is mildly aggravating and annoying to me.
Last Man Sitting is a game where you blast through the environment mounted on an office chair. So you're always on an office chair, and you also have a freaking gun. So movement-wise, level up, you get power-ups.
Mind blown,
and this is where like you get even more power-ups.
Sounds like something that's never been done before.
It's really ridiculous.
Okay.
And you can unlock, of course, new weapons, new characters, new abilities. You can upgrade your chair, so you can.
That was one of my questions. So
we looked a lot at this like early 2000s aesthetic, which we thought was like really cool, especially like when we started designing the user interface. We felt like, you know, what if the whole user interface just felt like Windows Millennium Edition or Windows XP, and you have you know that those little square windows, and you have the font that we all remember. So eventually the game sort of became more of this like 2000s nostalgia type game. We also have a lot of like Counter-Strike players at the office.
Kind of like Tony Hawk
that's definitely
meets
something
shooter
that I think has
a little
had
bit,
its imprint on the game as well. Imagine it's 2002 and you're listening to punk music and you're playing on your Windows XP computer. That's sort of the feeling that we want to.
Next gen gaming. Let's go back to 2002, kids. Thanks for the sub, Raymond, over on Twitch. Modular building. Raiders of Sophie.
I say first up, we're going to talk about the Division interview. Of course, we weren't able to get a a ton of new information.
Machine
but they're
coming
working
in
on
with
a lot
10
of different
gifted
projects
memberships
right now.
over
I don't know
on
if I've ever talked to
YouTube.
anyone
Thanks
else
so
who
much
has
for that
26
machine.
years
Thanks
at
for
a
the
single
support.
company in gaming. So
For those of you who
talking to
just
him,
got
he
memberships
was-
on YouTube, don't forget to check
I
out
was
the
doing a bit of glazing
member-only
because everything he
section.
said it felt like a
We do a
storytelling
lot of member-only
experience.
videos,
And so
including analytics
we're
and
talking
income
about
reports.
Survivors,
Check
and this
those
is
out.
the kind of redone
Appreciate that,
version of
Machine.
Division 1's original Survival. And so it's a snowstorm impacted, weather hit Washington D.C. and it's what he kind of also alluded to as like one of the original extraction shooter-esque like games. But yeah, you have to fight for survival out and weather the elements. He says it's really shaping up, and also original players of Survival are going to experience. He couldn't tell me everything, but they're going to get to experience, you know, remastered things and things that are updated from the original that they did want. But he couldn't tell me too much as to what it was. Besides that, it's really shaping up. And it's really interesting, and both new coming players, you don't have to play Division or Division 2 to stumble across this and love it just as much.
I think with the success, obviously, of games like Arc Raiders right now, you even mentioned that, it's an interesting conversation around, do you try to chase those things and copy stuff, or not even copy, but take inspiration from it, or are you having to come up with your own ideas that you've been working on for 10 years or however long? It's just interesting how they've been working on this for a long time,
it did
and now
look like
there's a
Sand Raiders
mega
was like a
popular
PvP
game in the same
like
exact
multiplayer.
vein.
Yeah, and he said it a lot more eloquently than I can ever represent it as, but you know, he realizes it's probably a mix of things. Like a lot of other games are doing extraction shooters with certain things here, but they've also had an image of where they want to be and where they want to go for quite some time now, and now they're finally getting to breathe that into existence slowly.
They also talked
Oh,
a
you
little
got
bit
that from
about
their
Division
website?
3, which,
Cool.
When I say a little bit, I mean like a little bit.
He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. Julian said.
There is
Julian
no
said this. He said,
PvE only
it's shaping
option.
up
It's
to be a
PvE,
monster.
PvP,
and I said, I'm going to
so,
clip that,
okay.
Julian. Thank you very much.
I would say a highly anticipated game that they can't share a lot about, but we were excited just to hear that it's a monster, as much as people love these other games. Next up, we had Alpha Response coming from Min Lee.
For anyone who doesn't know Min Lee, the original creator of Counter-Strike, I love this guy. We've had the chance to meet him on a couple occasions, also sit down and talk with him. He went to his first Counter-Strike major this past year. It was an incredibly rare experience to see like such a notorious dev get to see what his game has truly become, and he was there since the very beginning, and then to see like an esport develop out of it was crazy. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but he still has that shooter DNA in him, and so this is kind of a mission-based shooter, might you, and you also play as law enforcement, but the goal is to complete a series of missions, and yeah, definitely remains true to the whole shooter Gooseman DNA.
It looks like Counter-Strike meets Payday, but you're the good guy. I mean, you're the law enforcement.
Then, speaking of
I like how he
Counter-Strike,
stopped
we
himself
talked to
from
a guy
saying
who
good guy
was
and
highly
just changed it to
inspired
law
by
enforcement.
Counter-Strike, which is so cool to me to have in the showcase. Of like,
Especially
we
in
have
the
the
times
OG
we
who
live
made
in.
this game, then we have
Law
a guy who's
enforcement is
inspired
not the
by
good
that
guy. Let's make
this
sure
was
we're very
Last
clear
Man
about
Sitting.
that.
It's so ridiculous, and I love it.
We need games like this.
It feels like a mixture of like Tony Hawk's Skater Pro, but replace the skates with chairs, and then
And give them all weapons.
and give them some guns. Why not?
The clips are going to be insane.
Yeah.
You're going to see some wild stuff come out of this game. The things people are going to be doing.
And they're still working on a lot when it comes to PvP versus PvE, but at the core base of it, they want it to be PvP based. It's going to be a round-based game, and so I believe 4 players, so super competitive lobbies. But I think you can
It's also a chaotic shoot.
very chaotic, and it progresses round by round. So their unique feature in competitive balancing is it's the first player to win 5 rounds. But if you lose a round, you get a power-up. So you get an ability, and that is their way to balance.
Even the odds a little bit.
You can even upgrade your chair.
Yeah, so by the end, which you can, and by the end, it's going to be pretty hectic because, of course, if everyone's taking their turns and winning 3 rounds, 4 rounds, whatever,
Matter of
by
fact,
the end, you're all going to be super OP.
if I don't get to it
and
tonight,
so
I'll get to
the
it
ultimate
tomorrow.
goal
I
is
got
to
a
win
brand
that 5th
new
round. You're going to have to
machine.
beat
We're
some
gonna do an
pretty
upgrade
high-powered
update.
people.
My
on the
favorite part of
office
the
build
interview
for
is
everybody.
hearing him say, we're
over
inspired
on
by
YouTube. We'll do
Counter-Strike,
that as a
Super
channel
Smash Bros,
member video
the
here.
Call of Duty era. He just wanted to see people 360 no-scope others and like made a game out
In
of
an
it.
office chair. And if you see the trailer, you'll see the agents or the characters, and you'll be like, oh, that looks like Counter-Strike, and he'll say, yep, that was kind of, we're all big
You just
Counter-Strike
know he
fans.
grew up on the quick scope montages, 360 trick shots.
Well, and I love the idea of like they're sitting brainstorming the game, and he's like, I want to make a shooter, but what's our unique spin on it?
Wait a second.
Oh yeah, I spin a chunk of change.
You're never gonna believe this. You might.
But I've been waiting for 8 years.
It'll make
so
sense.
That was an 8-year upgrade.
Then finally, in that section, we had Sand Raiders of Sophie. The developer is Holygriff as well as Tower House, but the publisher is
not
Trendyol,
anymore,
who we're
Stratica.
all
I
very
used to do
familiar
book
with.
reviews
This
on
is a
my
co-op action
Patreon page.
adventure.
So if you go to my
You're in a desert
Patreon
world.
page and
Honestly,
go back
reminded me of
maybe
another,
5
I don't
years.
remember it. They were like sailing in the desert in some other
I used
game,
to do book
but
reviews.
this,
Yes.
my favorite
Like,
part about this is that you could see
it's
the
been a long
building
time
your,
ago, though.
your ship. That you're then
And I
like,
used to do it
traversing the
exclusively
desert
through
and
Kind of like
fighting
base
people.
building.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of reminded me of Sea of Thieves meets Base Builder.
Rust.
Where you're like, you're building your own
Rust.
ship. Yeah. It's very cool.
Rust on legs.
There's also normal gunplay too, as well, though, which I found.
Man, I have, like,
at first, I was like, oh, it looks cool, but then I saw there were like normal
eye.
guns too. So
This is called Living
I
with
like
Cats.
it's
kids.
a new concept. I feel like where
It's either
they
cat hair
will
or cat
probably,
fluff.
I have to assume fans of Rust
Eyelash.
or fans of different types of
usually cat
games.
hair.
They're like, okay, what if we make a moving base in the desert, and then you can explode people's bases? Or I'm curious. We didn't see it in the trailer. I'm curious if you can raid other people's
I'm
bases.
pretty sure you.
that'd be the coolest part. If you
Pretty
raid
sure-
their
like jump
base.
off of yours.
Pretty
on
sure
the-
you can take other people's bases. I'm pretty sure.
Next up, we have a section that a couple of us are definitely going to be very excited about. This is the 25th year that Jagex has been making RuneScape at this point, which is extremely impressive. I know Jake and I have been playing it our entire lives. We've got old school RuneScape, we've got RuneScape 3, and we have Dragon Wilds.
The Trinity!
Right, so 3 games, massive games that have been around for a long time. A lot of people have heard of.
I think we should just give the room to Jake. We
I
just,
love
like,
it here.
Use
This is
the
my
bathroom real quick.
This is my favorite part for all you RuneScape fans.
When we all arrived here, the first thing I saw was Jake on his laptop and RuneScape was pulled up next to Twitter.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Did you see how
dedication.
Hunter has like a side monitor just
He does this.
Really? I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
cool. These guys are real
Lower level?
fans, though.
Yeah.
I'm north of 1800 now.
I'm over 2100.
I knew
so
that's why I didn't want to answer because I knew you were going to lead into it. Anyway,
My
Jagex has
brother's
given
a
us a variety of
huge
exclusives across all 3 games. We're
Nerd.
super happy to talk about it.
They've done a lot of very impressive things over the past year, I would say. They did Varlamore with Jake's favorite, the Gemstone Crab, just AFK there, it's awesome. Has the Delve with Doom. They have the
Gridmaster.
The Gridmaster this year, which was super fun. I played that one. They also added Sailing most recently, which is the first new skill ever in old school RuneScape. Had a lot of back and forth. My favorite part about it is the fact that they
Listening to
listened to
2002,
a lot
listening to
with the
System
release
of
of
a
it.
Down while
The
playing
exclusive they
RuneScape.
gave us was this new logo reveal for the next league season. So that was League 6 Demonic Packs. We don't know much more past that. Obviously, Leagues is a lot of fun and probably the most engaging time periods of RuneScape. I think you see player peaks every time. So I imagine a lot of those WoW players are going to come back and be a part of that. Outside of that, RuneScape 3 was also in the news a lot this year.
For a variety of reasons. One of the biggest ones being they've removed the biggest monetization methods they had in the game, which was widely talked about and has been for probably next to a decade. You know, obviously in the MMO genre, you have to make money to sustain such big games and big servers for a reason and to keep these updates coming. They're not small teams. And so it was that community battle of like, we need monetization, but at what point is it too much monetization? And they finally reached that breaking point.
I think we also have some reveals of some of the areas they're revamping, which is very cool. They're trying to declutter the entire world because right now the game, if you, as an old school player, log on, you're probably like, what is going on?
Yeah,
most of the time. So that's very cool. They also gave us the image of their anniversary cape, which looks fire.
Isn't that beautiful? And I actually have one behind me.
This is Jake's Avengers Endgame.
Oh, man.
And then finally, we also had Dragon Wilds, which is a game that we are very excited about.
Another incredible game.
We are big fans of those types of games. Valheim, we spent a ton of time on.
The only reason I didn't pick this up was because
we were
it's
super
another
stoked
crafting
personally and
survival,
played it.
and I'm like,
they're
I
in
just
early access,
wasn't
but they
in the
talk a
mood.
lot about their their 1.0 release and everything that's coming.
I mean, I like
For
the
those
look
unaware,
of it, but I'm not
Dragon
in the mood
Wilds
to do
is
another
the
Dragon,
survival game
another,
inspired by RuneScape.
crafting
And so
survival.
being a big survival game guy and my love for RuneScape,
just
it was
over
kind
it.
of the mixing of both worlds. So Dragon Wilds was always going to be a big thing for me. And as you said, it is early access, still developing. They are aiming for that full release though. It's still a great game and getting better and better.
If you like games like Valheim or Enshrouded, I would say this is the kind of game
100%.
you would like to play.
Which I'm already
because it's
playing
just like that.
Enshrouded,
You can spend
and
a
I
ton of
actually
time building your
stopped
house
playing Enshrouded
and
because I was
making
like,
it,
you know what, I've put
better
too many
and better.
hours into it.
And
I
then
just
they're
don't
also
wait
adding
for the launch.
iconic RuneScape things.
I'm starting to feel a
Again,
little
we talked about that
burnout
with
on
like the
Enshrouded.
cube.
As good
It's
as
cool
it
to
is,
see
I've just put
a
too
world
many
you
hours
already
into
love
it in the
into
early
another
access for the
format.
past like
fresh
3 years.
twist.
Yeah.
They already have
I'm ready
released
to
their
just
roadmap, but
be
we
done
have a
with
lot
it
of cool
and wait
stuff
for it to
that
launch
is
and
coming to the game that
play it
RuneScape players
then.
will recognize. New skills come out at each time, so fishing, prayer, agility. You're gonna get mithril armor, rune armor coming out. There's 3 new regions next year.
I think I tried
coming
Albion
with the 1.0 update like over
2
time.
years
And
ago.
then we got the first look at Dowden Reach, which
Just
is
tried
their
it.
next
It was
region.
yeah.
You're
not
gonna
for me.
recognize these Black Knights, which look a lot scarier than from,
he's not gonna make it
from
to
RuneScape. If this is the Black Knight's fortress, it looks absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Right.
I don't know if I'm going to continue after this segment.
You guys have heard me and
I
Jake
did
talk way
Moria
too much
only
about
because
this.
I got it.
We
I was
also
given
have a
a
message
key.
from a couple.
I do love Lord of the
creators
Rings,
that
but
you
the
might
only reason I
recognize
played Moria
from
was
the
because I was
RuneScape
given a
community.
key by the
RuneScape
publisher.
and Jagex has just turned 25 years old.
And I had fun with it.
And the recent year
but
has actually been
I'm not
incredible.
in the headspace
and
to
what
want
is
to
to come over the course of
60, 80 hours
2026
into another
and
crappy
beyond
survival game.
is something that, as a player
So I played
myself
my-
of RuneScape for 23 years,
Played them their
I am
10
so
hours. You know, I
excited.
played my 10
I mean,
hours or
I
so.
think the game right now, old school RuneScape, is in the best place it's ever been. But Jagex as a company is turning into potentially being the best they have ever actually been. In 2025, over old school RuneScape, we didn't just have many different
better?
pieces of content, such as
Sorry,
Sailing,
guys. Volume was a
Balamam,
little bit high.
Royal Titans, a duo boss that came to the game. We
Does that
actually
sound better
also
now?
hit an all-time high player count since the game actually released over a decade ago. That is crazy. It's absolutely incredible. But that is not the end. We still have 2026 to come. And the things that are coming in 2026 are going to be crazy. We have the Blood Moon Rises. We'll be getting more info at the Winter Summit. The finale, potentially, of the Mauritania questline. But personally, the thing that I am the second most excited for, behind Raids 4. Now, Raids 4,
Hey,
I
another
know
mini
nothing
split
about
user.
right now, so I
Fist
can't
bump.
really say much, but that is the thing I am the most excited for and have been the most excited for years to come, as of right now. And if that is not everything, we have League 6. And I know one thing about League 6, and that is League 6, demonic pacts. All I can say. That's all I know right now. But League 6 will be coming most likely in Q4 of 2026. Can't fact check that. I do not know. But that means League 6 may contain Blood Moon Rises and Raids 4 inside of whatever League 6 is going to be, and that is going to be incredible. As for RuneScape 3, I'm not a huge player or ambassador of RuneScape 3. I am more on the old school side, but there is a massive update that occurred earlier on that I was able to get behind, and so did all of the old school RuneScape community and basically anybody inside the community. And that was the removal of a microtransaction called Treasure Hunter.
Do I have
and
what
finally, RuneScape Dragon
installed and
Wilds.
squared
I
away?
played it when it first came out with Ashenvale, I believe it was called. And then the most recent expansion, Fell Hollow. I recently have played that one as well, and
All
I
right, see you,
completed
Devon.
it. And Dragon Wilds is a game where it's not even fully released. But when I say that, 2026, Dragon Wilds will be fully released to everybody, completely done. But you can play it now. You will only just get the first 2 expansions. And the first 2 expansions as a standalone game is incredible. I cannot wait to see the expansion to the entire thing when we get the entire world, the entire universe of what's going on there. So far, the gameplay is incredible. Whoever's working behind that team, honestly, I feel Dragon Wilds, when it's released later this year, I don't know when, again, it's going to be a masterpiece when it's fully done, when you can start a new character, go through Ashenvale, go through Fell Hollow, and then go through the next 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, whatever level of different realms there's going to be. But you can still play it now, early, and you can play the expansions as they release. Right
Oh, no,
now, we
I have one
Ashenvale,
installed
we
in
have
my
Fell Hollow,
office.
and we will be getting another expansion.
We've
fairly
talked
soon
about
into
maybe putting one in
2026,
the living room,
and that will
but
be the
it's not
release
at
of
the
the
moment.
Mithril, and I think the fishing
Right now, we've
skill.
got
Honestly,
the rooftop
Jagex,
expansion going on.
25-year anniversary, the game, the company, everything. It's
fucking
looking good,
mosquito.
and I'm very, very excited for the future.
And if you guys haven't yet, make sure to go play RuneScape, one of the greatest games of all time.
Next up, we have a group of 4 games, that being Darklight Survivor coming from Mirai & Co., Tape 101 coming from Subversa, and Unawake from Reality Art Studio, Nested Lands from 1M Bits Board.
The art style of this looks pretty cool. Yeah, the rooftop expansion. Yeah, this looks interesting. It has different POVs too. Because we're seeing like an over-the-shoulder switching to like a top-down tactical. Huh. Different class types. If this has a good story attached to it, I might have to play this. Dark Light Survivor. Bring out your dead.
Bring out your dad.
Oh no. I'm not dead
Bring
yet.
out your dad.
What is this? Oh, please don't be another crafting survival game.
You smell like shite.
Please just be like a really cool indie RPG that's not crafting survival. No, it's a fucking city management. Is this Robin Hood?
What the hell is that smell?
Something about the smell? Run back to town.
Bring out your dad. Bring out your dad. Bring out your dad.
Nested Lands. I mean, I'm gonna have to go look at it, but it looks like it's gonna be too much of a city management survival crafting medieval dynasty type. Yeah, right. Right, exactly. There's so many survival games in this thing. Anyway, someone was asking about Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. Great game. Shout out to North Beach for giving me a key to that. But the reason I didn't keep playing it was because I'm over it right now. And it was the holidays. I would rather go play other things. So I gave them their 10 or 12 hours in exchange for the key that they gave me. So they got their money's worth. I got my money's worth. I own it and the DLCs. I might dip my toes back in at some point down the road, but I just wasn't in the right headspace for another crafting survival game on top of like, I think we did over 1,000 hours of crafting survival games in 2025, and I'm just sort of like maxed out on that genre now.
For eternity, I struggled to become an aspect of courage.
Like 600 hours of that was like purely Dune Awakening.
And honor.
And lots of Enshrouded.
So much for the glory of angels. Let it in. Let it burn your flesh. Let it burn your soul.
Yeah, I think we played something like 10 different crafting survival games last year. It's too many. Unawake. Looked like that might be a little too action combat-y, like too much fast-paced combat.
First up, we saw Darklight Survivor. Maybe one of the games we've seen that kind of blew our mind a little bit. You had top-down, you had third person, and something else.
Oh, the instantaneous switch, of course, between top-down and third person, but then the pixel art, being able to instantaneously
adapt to.
That's
It's
insane.
really, really sick.
Yeah, combining both those features, because you said it and I was like, wait, is that what it's doing? I had to.
Yeah, you can sort of like just toggle it.
That's such a crazy.
My understanding.
Such a crazy feature.
So it's a game like a roguelike game.
Yeah.
And a little bit kind of like Vampire Survivors in the style of Megabunk. So you can either have the top-down view, first-person view, whatever you prefer, and you swap all the time. Sick.
I think it's interesting to think about the strategy element of that probably that comes into play, like when you're fighting certain things.
Maybe some
Maybe if
bosses
you're
it's
seeing a
useful.
boss
Because
that
on
way.
the surface, it seems like it's just like it's a personal preference thing, but it might actually have its place in like the gameplay loop. Like if you're in a certain situation, I should go top down.
Or maybe
real quick.
depending the skill that you use.
Yeah, because you may think that it's just like a gimmick for a different viewpoint or filter or whatever, but the idea that you could use it tactically as a gameplay mechanic too is really cool.
Aiming for early access in late Q1 of 2026. They already have a demo out that a lot of people have played, and we've said this a lot of times. One of my favorite parts about these devs already is that they have listened to their players who have played the demo. They made it a point to tell us, like, we've made 6 patches in the demo based on player feedback, and I think that's super important, especially for a game that looks as good as this, because it can be a lot of fun. You know, roguelike survival with mechanics we've never seen before, as far as I'm aware, so it should be fun. Next up, we had Tape 101, a game that's probably too scary for Jake to play. If I had to,
I had to literally cradle him while we were watching that. I thought he was gonna.
All these
cry.
things are true. Yeah, you guys know me so well.
What I appreciated about it is it's not a jump scare game.
Yeah, they've stressed they don't want to do jump scares. It's specifically psychological, mind melty, unnerving horror.
You will not have jump scares, but you will have nightmares.
You know the thing is, that sounds like something that a developer of a game that has jump scares in it would say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no jump scares.
Yeah, there's.
You said they sound like my chat anytime I play a scary game.
No, I feel like you just have trust issues because of unresolved problems.
You're 20 hours in, that's when you're gonna finally see the jump scare, and it's gonna be one big gotcha.
Honestly, I would kind of respect them for doing
That
that.
would be awesome. I was definitely unnerved by just the music, whatever's going on in the background.
Yeah,
They
I'm
did
a
great
little
job.
over
And
it,
there's
sneaky
cool
as well. Like
little twist to the
I'm
backgrounds too,
kind of
right?
feels
gonna try
at
really
times
hard to
you're also
avoid early
hallucinating
access
because
games
of, like, the
in
camera
2026.
Well, it's like video camera, and
Yeah.
you were in an RC car during certain points, like exploring it. We had nested lands as well. It's a village in survival, like village management in survival.
The hard
type
part
of
is
game,
like
where
a lot of the
obviously very
companies
medieval,
that
a
want
lot
to work
of-
with you will
I mean,
reach
what
out and
was
be
the
like,
last
hey,
shot?
we've
Like
got
throwing
this
bodies
early
on a fire?
access thing.
Without you, Dad, I will say I love management
It's like
games.
I want to work with the
I
company,
love
but
management games and
I would
sim
rather work
games,
with you on your
village
published
management
games,
sim games, like,
not your early
this-
access things.
right up my alley.
This feels like Manor Lords meets survival. So it has a different viewpoint, and you got to take care
So it's
of
a catch
not just
22,
yourself, but
it's
everyone
like-
around you.
If you don't, your entire village is just gonna be.
Yeah, they even show the burning
Burn up.
bodies. Like, yeah, sorry.
But I
we
think
lost some of your peeps.
2026 is
Better
packed
make
enough. We
better
might be able to
decisions.
stick
What
to
I liked
full
was seeing
releases
the
and
blend of,
ignore
like,
early
obviously you're
access
playing
for the
as this
most part.
person, and you have to survive, and he was like hunting stuff and like that. But I imagine you're also recruiting people for your settlement.
There will
as,
be
like, the king,
exceptions.
and then you have to like choose who to recruit and,
they show
build
grown
out a
out.
village.
Initially, it may start with
Because
you
I will
doing the
absolutely play the
micromanagement, but
shit out of
you
Celeste
eventually
2
can
early
assign villagers
access.
to go do the forage.
And I'm
Kinda
having
like in
fun with
Power World, how your pals become your
Titan Quest 2
workers
early
without
access.
Exactly.
Then finally we had Unawake, a game, a first-person action game, mixed kind of a little bit of fantasy. You're battling hordes with melee, ranged weapons. It's hack and slash. It's roguelike. Looks like kind of like a Doom Skyrim to me.
I mean, honestly,
like that
the
description.
art direction was beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, those environments, you see them, and it's just.
It's very pretty.
No, but something about it, I don't even know if I have a comparison. For some reason in the back of my mind, this probably won't make Mordor-esque, like, it just looked really good.
Yeah, Mordor.
very dark version of Mordor, but light
The atmosphere.
Yeah, that's
That's like
A bummer version of hell.
Some notes they gave us: expected to launch early access late 2026 as well. They are designing the game to be moddable after release, which I think is really cool. People who like Path of Exile, they specifically called out it's a central skill and stat tree that is similar to Path of Exile, but more approachable. So it's not going to break
expect a skill forest instead of a skill tree.
Skill force, lots of complexity, lots of interlocking skills, layers of progression.
So I think a lot of it's going to be a game for people who really like their builds of things and like, okay, how can I specialize in this?
Oh, dude, I'm doing this all day. Just
Did you know that
Do that for me one more time. Just show me the
and then the double sword grab they were doing. And the fact it's moddable, I would love to see the direction that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, there's so much potential. You could have modders come in, do additional levels, boss fights, romance. Unironically, you could add that if you want it. Like, lots of potential.
I think it's the world is too dark for that stuff.
Well, with that attitude, yeah. But maybe with romance,
Love
it wouldn't be so dark.
Love can exist anywhere. A mod could brighten the world up a little bit.
Oh,
Next up,
here we
have
go,
a very
Dark
exciting
Heresy.
segment where we
And
actually
some
got
more
to
Rogue
sit
Trader.
down with the executive producer over all of the Warhammer 40K series.
Loved
as I
Rogue
understand it,
Trader.
and
Can't wait for Dark
chest
Heresy.
stomp.
I'm gonna avoid the alpha though. I'm gonna wait for full release.
My enemies from within. My enemies from without.
I love the concept of playing as detective in the Warhammer universe, right?
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it. Just imagine the true Warhammerish stories where no choices are good, but you don't have an option to go away. You need to get your hands dirty, and it's just a matter of how precisely you will achieve this. One of the most significant changes that any player would experience compared to the Rogue Trader would be more stakes, more value in a surrounding, in any environment that you're playing with. The covers, the line of sights, we read how they are calculated, how they are working, and how much benefit they providing to the party. So it's basically would be more playing around the environment. We abandoned the step up mechanics. So if you're ending your turn behind some wall, you are behind some wall. There won't be like one circle around you that allows you to step up of this cover and to shoot at anything. If you so the place where you start your turn, the place where you're ending your turn would be more significant. Other thing is role-playing model. There are way more roles being made inside the combat. Lots of the things making you roll something, lots of the things make your opponents roll something. So it's not just your weapon skill or ballistic skill, it's way more significant influence of the role-playing choices that you've made previously. Almost all of the combats in the game will have alternative ways to finish them, not just killing all of your enemies. We are allowing player to target specific parts of the body of the enemies. And by doing this, we're allowing to make your opponent lose an option to move or lose an option to
It's great. It's going back to the original Fallout, like 1 and 2 option of the VAT system. We can target specific body
your
parts.
design of how to proceed with the combat. And of course, there is a whole new subsystem that came on a change of the momentum. This is a morale system. Momentum was a party-based, and you spend it to activate some heroic moments of your companions. For the Dark Heresy, we feel it need to be more intimate, more personal, and not just for your party. We are not just telling a story through the environment or the words in the dialogue. No, we're actually making cases. We're actually making the culprits. We're actually collecting and interpreting evidence and discussing them with your retinue and analyzing them and making conclusions. There are some other mighty forces inside the scintilla because you're not playing in a vacuum and you need to struggle for power. But most of the time, you are playing as a person in charge, as a person that have authority, and a person who need to make hard choices. One of the most significant ways of the influence of a story for Dark Heresy would be your decision of which case is more important.
Yeah,
For example,
Warhammer
there is
40k fans are
under
eating good this year for sure.
slums, and this is a toxic waste. And the level of the toxic sea is growing. And if you're going there as a first place, there will be toxic waste somewhere nearby. And there will be people getting ready to be consumed by the toxic waste. But if you are going there late stage, there will be actual toxic sea, and you will be playing around it. There will be changes in a geometry, in a changes in a combat encounters of how they are playing, changes in the narrative behind this, and changing based on the timings, how you decided how you approach this.
To venture forth into darkness and bring the light of the Emperor.
God, what else are they adding to Rogue Trader?
All must be cleansed in his name.
Is there anything you can tell us about like new factions, new notable characters, or iconic Warhammer 40k lore?
There would be Treason, I don't know, most iconic thing that you can potentially name and encounter as a rogue trader as a Treason. It would be some interesting takes on Astra Militarum. I won't share specifics not to spoil the fun, but it would be there. And there would be some brand new systems, like augments ones. You will be able to replace some parts of your body with interesting pieces of Imperium technology. There would be some elaboration on a story of the world behind the main road of the Inquisitor Calcasar's shenanigans. Let's say it like this. It would be some interesting dive on a past of the von Valancius dynasty.
They have 2 more
even
expansion
further
DLCs
than
planned for Rogue
Theodora.
Trader. I'm
There
not
would
aware.
be
That's
some
cool.
new takes
I did not
on
play the
how
most recent.
dangerous wildlife can be.
Alcat gave me the Voidfarer edition of the game on the Xbox last summer, right before the DLC dropped. We did a little bit of a playthrough, but I wasn't. I think it was July.
By this,
I think the DLC came.
Necron,
The Inquisitor
of
DLC
course.
came in
There's
August.
a Rogue Trader story, and Rogue Trader is kind of part of his void ship. So there would be some expanding of the void ship, some new places to visit, some old places to revisit. It would be new companion with a whole set of unique mechanics inside it. It would be the general system of augmentations provided to the players. So if you always wanted to replace the limbs of the Heinrichs with some like pretty adamant ones, you will have such an option. Not just Iron Hands from the Biomonsi, but the real Iron Hands. Yes, that's an option. It's the first DLC that allows us to expand the late game parts of the Rogue Trader. And expand it not mechanically, but expand it in a 100% of the different aspects of the game.
Huh.
Let's first talk about the new DLC for Rogue Trader.
Actually, I'm gonna interrupt you. Can you tell people generally, basic bitches like Jake, can you explain Warhammer 40k? As, you know, like what's a playthrough about?
We actually asked Anatoly to describe all of this for people not familiar with Warhammer, and this is how he described it.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it.
there's a new companion, and there's also this companion has unique mechanics. And
they're also doing things like new environments. They're revisiting previous environments and then overhauling them. They're altering and they're changing, not to get too specific, but they're changing things about the late game to extend that roadway. This DLC alone offers 12 to 15 hours of additional content. Like, there's a lot of meat on the bone.
So I'm very happy. I was extremely happy when he said
Luke,
that. Yes, this
Shattered
game is
Space had about
fully,
30 hours
fully voice acted.
of
And I'm really
content
excited
when it came out for
because
Starfield.
it helps people
so
to,
if
you know,
you think that 12
have like this
12 to 15 hours of
and
content
this-
is a
to
lot of meat on
understand
the
how
bones,
the characters really feel,
then
especially in a,
why
the
didn't
world
you
is
say
so
that about
heavy and
Shattered Space for
difficult.
Starfield when it had
Darkkeep
like
at times.
30
Yeah.
hours of
To be
content?
clear, Dark Heresy is not. It's not like a sequel
just say
to
it.
Rogue Trader.
Yes,
a
it's a
separate
separate-
Just saying.
It works different mechanically. There's different things going on, but my understanding, and speaking with Anatoly, was that it's going to be a very narrative focus. That's the primary concern. Not that Rogue Trader was not a focus, but that's where a lot of the effort is going with the voiced cast throughout the entire thing and many other aspects of it. The narrative is like the central component.
One of the things that I really enjoyed that he mentioned was you can target enemies' specific body parts to sever them during fight.
That was the coolest part that I.
That's right. Grifter's gonna
So
grift.
it's really nice because if they have like a they're very fast, so you want to target their legs to cripple them and so on. Not only that, but you know how sometimes you get into a very awkward situation where you're crushing the combat, and there is still that one guy that, in spite of all his friends being dead in the battlefield, he's still trying his. That's not going to be really a thing. Enemies can surrender. They can run away. They can try to sometimes maybe even negotiate their way out of this, and it's up to you to decide what happens.
Yeah, hearing all those combat options was the coolest thing to hear him talk about. Like, you can render your opponent useless in whatever different limb you want to actually target, but you can also make them blind. There's so many different unique features to the combat where even when I was listening to talk about it, I was like, okay, wow, I've never played a game like this.
Yeah,
But it
I've seen
sounds
him
really
bitch
intriguing.
about
Yeah, and
like
it was
6 or
just
7
interesting to
different
see
games,
Anatoly
DLCs
describe
that
how
only
the
had
team
like
wanted
10
to
to 15
revisit
hours of
some of
content.
those
They
things
should
that
have
are
had
taken for
30
granted
to
in
40
RPGs,
hours.
like
Because
the concept of just
and then he
well, you
praises
fight until
this
all the
one
enemies are dead, and
for
that's
having
it. But the
12
team
to
went back and was
15
like,
hours is a
that
lot of
doesn't
meat on
like,
its
necessarily
bones,
make
dude.
sense. Like sometimes
Get the
guy
fuck
would be like,
out.
You just blew his head off. You just exploded that guy.
Yeah,
I'm
I
covered in
surrender.
John. You know, like I'm gonna run away now.
Yeah,
And that just makes sense.
I
you know?
love that description he gave. Yeah, I love that one.
It's lovely.
So, question for the group that I want to spin off of this. How do you play these games? Like, okay, now we know this critical system. You can blow their arm off. You can maim them, and they will surrender. Maybe
We know how she's gonna play it.
So the choice, like,
Make it as miserable as
Yeah.
possible.
Let me take one arm and then feed him that arm while I take off the other arm. Oh, are you surrendering? I can't hear what you're saying.
Too late.
Yeah.
I think he understands me.
Yeah,
There's
I'm
some
totally
things
ribbing him right
that
now because I like
are
some of the stuff he
really
talks about on like
exciting about this
his
game,
TikTok
and
shorts and
I
stuff.
cannot wait to try it.
But
so I hope you guys
in other
are
areas,
as excited as I am for this one.
And I can't
Yeah.
stress enough, Owlcat Games, they know what they're doing when it comes to CRPGs. Like, they are
12 to 15 hours
not
is
to
a
be
lot
messed
of
with.
meat
They
on
know
the
what they're
bones,
doing,
but I have
and
literally
think this
seen
is
him
one
make
to keep
videos ripping DLCs
next up,
to
a few games
shreds
I would
for
consider
not having
kind of couch
30
co-op
hours of
games,
content.
Games that I would have fun sitting and playing
That
with
makes me
people, like
laugh.
at a party or with my family. This is going to be Towerborn, coming from Stoic and Xbox Game Studios. We have Sprint City.
Towerborn's
from
coming to
Double Dash
Xbox Game
These are
Pass.
the
Looks really good.
creators of Speedrunner and Dinch Attack, coming from Undercoders.
I remember checking this out at last year's Gamescom, I think. Not the one from 2025, I think the one from 2024.
I would describe this as a brawler meets action RPG. This is an awesome.
No, I haven't
entry
had
into
time to
brawler
watch the
space,
ESO reveal
somebody who
from
tends to play
today
a
or
lot of
yesterday, whenever it
RPGs
was.
and MMOs. So I have a lot of brain space and like I want to make really cool builds. A little less so in like how do I actually dodge and get out of things and find my openings. early on, I was able to kind of compensate for that by finding nice little gear
February
and little pieces to put
2026. I
together,
did not know the
to
full game was
eventually
releasing
build,
in February.
my
Well, we're
brawler
gonna have to
skill
add
set,
that
and
to
I find
our
myself kind of going back and forth as we
list, because I know we're going to be playing High on
between,
Life.
oh, I'm finding something
That's
that's a little
coming to
difficult here.
Xbox.
Well, what can I do?
And this is
with
coming
my gear set in order to
to
tweak
full
things,
release
or like,
at the end of
is there
February.
different
So we'll
skills
have
that I should pick
two
up for
new
this
releases to
particular
play in February
encounter,
now, which is going to be High on Life
be
2
able to go
and
dive
Towerborn.
right back in.
Definitely going
The
to play this
player
game.
is an Ace, which is a deathless defender of
Because I
humanity,
believe it's
which is
Xbox Game
currently,
Pass, so definitely
sequestered
play it.
away on the Belfry, which is McLaren's background over there. It's a tower that was set up for mysterious purposes, but turned out to be a pretty good haven for folks after the fall of their stronghold, the City of Numbers. The player is helping humanity as they can, getting refugees to safety, battling the beastkin that have risen and have become incredibly aggressive, while ultimately attempting to find out why did
That's why I've got
and
no problems with the
conspiracy is still brewing there.
we wanted Xbox Game Pass price hike, because for me, I still get my money's worth.
Inside
my brother, on the other hand, was like,
Diablo
I don't play enough games to
style
justify it, so
RPG
he
gear
dropped
sort of
his
system, and
Game
so
Pass sub,
we've
which I
spent
totally get, because he
a
only
lot
gets to
of
play like
time
2 or 3
over the
games a
last
year.
6 months or so, taking a ton of feedback from our players to really kind of hone that particular system. So players should be able to come in, pick one of the 4 classes that we have. They'll see a whole new set of skills. They'll find a whole bunch of new equipment. And the idea should be that they should feel like one of several heroes going in and just beating up a bunch of like awesome monsters. We've tried to add new enemies, new lieutenants, and new bosses. I think people are gonna feel like quite the adventure as they go into the updated version of Towerborn. Stoic has always tried to be player first. When we decided to do early access for Towerborn, a lot of that was born out of we had a vision of trying to evolve the brawler into something bigger, something that hadn't really been done before. You can see other games have taken different routes. Some have taken kind of the roguelite route.
Depends on how many games you play. I play a lot of games, so it still
like
justifies the price for me.
RPG.
Because I play enough games that I get the value out of Game Pass. But if you're like my brother and you're only going to play like 3 games a year, it's way better just to buy the games outright, because you'll spend less money.
I'm sure this is the kind of things
so if you're only going to buy 3 big new games for the year, and they're $70 a pop, you spend $200, right? $210. Whereas if you're paying for Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, you're spending $32 a month with tax. You're spending $400 for the year.
Hey, people,
are you going to play $400 worth of games? I am. I mean, I'm going to play
and you're like, yes,
on
it's
an
new,
average.
but
I
it's
probably
not
play
reaching the kind of urgency
one
that
major
some of these other
Xbox
things
game
are.
every
We
single
have
month,
a
if
good
not
list of
2
things now.
throughout
This
the
is
year.
kind
Pretty
of what
much.
the players have
That's
told
been the
us.
standard for the
We
past
need
4
to
years I've
really
ran the
deliver
sub.
on that. The best way we can deliver on that.
So
is
I
just,
get my money's worth
put
because
your
I'm
head
playing,
down, focus.
A
and create an
minimum of
experience
12
that
Xbox games every year.
I believe is
I would
worthy
say
of coming out of early access. That people should look at that and say
15
like,
to 20
oh, okay,
is
I
probably
see
a better
why you did
average
it.
of how many
Absolutely
Xbox games I
worth
play
it.
every
I
year.
can see a clear night and day difference between
So if I had to
what
buy
is
those out
in
of
live
pocket
right now and what I am receiving.
I'd be spending $800 to $1,000
One of the big
every year.
pieces was that folks were big fans of certain pieces of
definitely
actual
makes for
gear
me
that you
it's
would
a
earn through the game. But there was no
and then I run my
cosmetic
PS
version
Plus
of
sub
that,
at
and
the same time, so
you
I
had
mean
to make the choice of like.
but again,
do I want to look
this
good,
is my day job.
or do I still?
I don't
wanna
do
look a
comic
little
books
janky,
anymore.
but more
No,
powerful?
I used to in the '90s.
And so we
not
added
anymore.
the ability to be able to create a cosmetic version of the gear that you earn through writs, which are earned through completing adventures.
And so the idea initially with Towerborn was we just want to make a fun beat 'em up with a light story in the background. We weren't really going to lean into kind of the stoic narrative strength that we have. And we just kind of wanted to take a bit of a breather. And we had expected, perhaps incorrectly, that the community would see it for what it is and be okay with it. But it turned out a lot of people were like, wait, you have something very interesting in the background here. We actually really
that's the
wanna
only thing
know
I don't
what's
like
going
about
on.
PS
We
Plus
really
is
would
you
like
don't get any
something
day one
more
releases, which
clearly
you do
leading
with
us
Game
through. And
Pass.
so we've spent
So
a
I
very
still spend quite a
significant
bit,
amount of time
even
and
on top of my
resource
sub
to
with the
put a
PS5.
narrative,
Like Saros
from the jump.
James
And
Bond.
so there is a
I'll be
there's an arc
buying
now.
both
There's
of those
a primary
in March.
antagonist. You will You will understand
Wait, didn't
that
James Bond
antagonist. You will
get pushed
confront
back?
that antagonist, and there
I
will
think
be
James Bond got pushed
resolution. And
back.
so there's probably a 12 to 20-ish hour story arc now
Anyway.
in the game that that players can look forward to.
I didn't
and
really
feel
read DC
like
or
there's
Marvel.
a
I read more like
resolution
Dark
to the
Horse.
PowerPoint.
Remember, I really loved Sahara when it came out. Tales of the Jedi was fucking awesome when that came out. I did read some, but that's not true though. I remember having like the holographic cover of the issue where Wolverine gets the adamantium ripped out of him by Magneto. So I did do quite a bit of like Spider-Man versus Carnage, the Carnage series.
Recently, we've been
there
focused on
was,
developing 3D platformers, but our studio is heavily influenced by arcade classics, Japanese culture,
Yeah, there was some
extreme
X-Men
sports
stuff
games.
in there.
And Dense Attack is our dream project, a step forward for the studio combining everything we love.
Yeah, James Bond was one that got delayed. What's up, Lou?
In Dense Attack, you'll discover a not-so-distant future Japan in which local railways have been abandoned and are now used by underground gangs to compete in illegal contests of train acrobatics. You'll have to rack up points by chaining tricks, explore huge levels, race against rival crews, and uncover a wild story as you travel through Japan taking the railways back. We are making a game that is not just about what you do, but how you do it. It's expressive, stylish, and totally up to you. From our first trips in the late 90s, we've been obsessed by traveling across Japan by train and being able to dive into the local culture, getting to know the architecture, the landscapes, the folklore, and we're always captivated by the sheer contrast of their peaceful countryside and the high energy of its huge cities, which somehow feels connected and part of the same cultural rhythm. It's a never-ending source of inspiration that has been fueling our creative energy throughout all the years and has now materialized in Dense Attack. On your adventure, you'll find a variety of challenges to move forward, from trip pack arenas to compete for high scores to objective-based exploration levels and even racing circuits.
The world is packed with a bunch of unique characters from different gangs and personalities that you will have to face on your journey through Japan. And with every new challenge, you will grow as a Dense Attacker and further add to the chaos. We've handcrafted every stage from the ground up, pulling from real-world locations to make every landscape different but recognizable. You will go really fast, but if you look closely, you'll catch references
Especially now
to
because they
every
have all
corner of
the
Japanese culture.
Ubisoft
You'll be
stuff is
fighting
there.
wild boss battles
There's a whole bunch
against
of new
gang
stuff
leaders,
that's on
which
there.
will test everything that you've learned.
There's a lot of games to choose from. If you play a lot of games, it's worth it.
These are always full of surprises. You'll never know what secret technique your rival hides, so you'll have to get creative to overcome them with your train. They're a mix of spectacle, personality, and challenge that one could expect for an anime-style showdown made game. Dense Attack is a love letter to anime, skate games, and Japan's iconic train system. If you like
This is a
Jet
very
Radio,
unique-
Tony Hawk, or Dense Attack,
Not for me,
you
but
can't
this
miss
is
this
a very
train.
unique.
Pun intended.
Wishlist now. We can wait to show you more.
It's a very unique take on a couple of different things.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to Dense Attack. It's the best game in the world.
See us.
Hello, we're undercoders. Hello, hello. Wishlist now. Wishlist now. We can show.
Take 3.
Wishlist now. We can't wait to show you more.
I'm seeing these characters and I'm thinking of Johnny Bravo. Yeah, mama. Just from the hairstyles.
I talked to McLaren and Shayna, and they were awesome and very chatty about their game, and for all good reasons. They were an early access game. they want to focus more on the RPG side of things, but technically speaking, looter, brawler, side scroller, like you said, meant to
Kind
be.
of like Castle Crashers.
Yeah, that is definitely the most common comparison they get, but along those lines of couch co-op, you want to play with a buddy or play with whoever's next to you, and they are actually an early access game now going to full release. So this is their big update to justify the full release, but it was already definitely justified. Upon full release, we're looking at 170 plus missions. What they say is probably around 20 plus hours of content, and they also want to focus
so the
on
missions
these
are
builds,
really
which lead
short.
to an ultimate replayability. So there's also a difficulty bar they're going to be adding to all of this. They have a level that is going to be called, I believe, Brutal. And from what I'm being told, it will be extremely difficult, but the game is meant to be replayed plenty with you focusing on what build you actually want.
Have I ever
as you play
let
through
Red
it all.
Lady
There's definitely a
Death
huge
know?
market for co-op couch gaming right now in a world of like online multiplayer. I feel like that's kind of a lost art. You saw successive games like Split Fiction, stuff like that. So.
For those of you who are lonely without friends, I relate to you. I actually played this game by myself every time I have played it, and I still had a blast.
And for those who haven't checked out the original, with this big update though, also introducing a new biome. You have new bosses. The enemies you fight against have new styles of combat. So they are really introducing a full-fledged game that was already pretty fleshed out to begin with, but they're wanting people to be like, okay, this is technically a new game. So for those who are expected to stumble across this, you are getting a brand new side scroller with so much replayability.
And it's another situation where they took a ton of feedback from early access.
Yes, heavily community focused. Again, we've said it many a times. A lot of these devs know how to listen to feedback because those are their diehards, and they have definitely done that.
Next up, we had Dinch Attack.
I like Train.
I love these.
You tried to steal it from me, but I was taking that.
I love
Who
these guys.
doesn't like trains?
I love these guys.
This is my favorite Japan-inspired game ever.
I had seen this game before, but I didn't really understand what it even was. But now I understand what it is, the inspirations. Like, it makes sense. As weird as it is to say that an acrobatic train game makes sense to me, it makes sense now.
Yeah, because we were talking, what, like Temple...
That is a game for the new generation.
Like,
yes.
Temple Runner X... like TikTok.
Yeah, you see it's under a Joe Rogan clip on TikTok, like to keep people's attention.
But in the best of way, because also I love doing this kind of format because you see a different side of those devs. Like they went out of their way to send us that stuff, and we get to see a different side of them, and to see and connect to the faces behind it and see their enthusiasm.
2 full playthroughs of Cyberpunk.
Yeah. How could they
And a
not
partial
make
third that we were doing before the holidays.
It's impossible.
The boss, the mecha.
Playlist on YouTube.
Train boss is
When I
sick.
heard there's going to be a boss fight in the train acrobatics game, I was like,
at first glance, you're like, what is this? And then you realize you see more of it.
I
You're
can't
wow,
wait
there's
to
a
know
lot
the
more to this.
storyline.
Exactly. So it seems fun and engaging, and then there's like, oh, there's a story behind this.
And
you're
there's
like,
real
there's
bosses
and real inspirations. Like
So
they show you what has actually inspired them to make this Japanese style game.
Yes, I think.
Lovely. Train out of 10.
Next up in that group, we had Sprint City. That is coming from Double Dutch, which was the creators of Speedrunners, which is another very popular, couch game that people have played for a very long time. They have Speedrunners 2 already coming out, but this is a whole different game, but from the same creators.
This looks like a game that, in a good way, would really piss me off to lose to other people.
It looks like a game that would ruin friendships.
I would.
like it.
It looks like one of those side scrollers that I would fall so far behind where you can't even see the others, and it just kind of leaves you real
the
upset.
first jump, and you're gonna get it.
Turn the console off.
Get a bigger
over.
Get a bigger TV so I can see where they're at.
To me, Sprint City is the game that you are over at like a party. It's like the Super Smash Bros. Effect.
Yes.
It's like we've played a round of Pong or something, and now we want to play a video game together. We're gonna go play this, and people are gonna get pissed, and Jake and Rob are gonna get in a fist fight probably, and like.
He doesn't want that.
And who do you think is
Did
going to
you
win
guys
that
ever
fist
play?
fight?
We already had this
Who do you
debate,
think
right?
would win that? Just look at the size of the feet. Pretty close, aren't? Yeah.
Did you guys ever play Overcooked with your families?
I did not, but I've watched people, and I've seen it ruin relationships. I feel like.
It can. It's the ultimate test of communication. In this case, my understanding is the game is much more competitive, where you're playing against your friends, not really working together. But these types of games, I just.
It's momentum based. It's Sprint City, literally, in like speedrunners, and so I feel like it's one of those games that's also
Cyberpunk,
probably very
100%.
satisfying to be good at.
Yeah.
And to be like.
Once it
But
clicks.
you
I
can't
prefer
be
sci-fi
too
to fantasy.
good.
Once you're hitting all the
Yeah, but you
proper
can't be
places.
too good or your friends won't play with you.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, now we have a set of beautiful games, in my opinion. This is going to be Eternal Life of Goldman from We Appy Studio and THQ Nordic. We have Dust Fade from Weird Beluga in Fireshine, and another Fireshine game with Pugstorm called Core Keeper.
What is this? Haha, poor rat. Oh no!
What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean he smashed?
What do you think? He fell from a great height.
Yeah, but he couldn't have... did he really die?
He's got a
I
cane
imagine
and
he was
everything.
crushed to a pulp. Do you think they'll ever find his body?
Mom!
Okay, okay. I was just making sure you were paying attention.
This depends on how much of a, like, precision-based game this is. This looks interesting. I'll definitely try the demo. If it's precision-based, I'll have to pass. But if it's just a good, fun, easy mode, I might have to try that. That looked pretty fun. Core Keeper, yeah. Alright, see you, Stratico. That boss has way too many freaking hit points. Stage 2. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on this, I think.
Surprise!
Surprise, motherfucker! I do like the music though.
You can't turn back time, my star. It'll be different, but you'll both be okay.
I like the art style though, for sure. I mean, visually, this is a pretty cool looking experience. That's pretty awesome. I'll tell you what, if this has a story mode where you can crank the difficulty down so that the boss fights aren't these 20-minute hit point fests, this might be something I would play. Dusk Fade.
First, we had Eternal Life of Goldman that we just watched that trailer.
It looks so good.
Art style is crazy.
I love the hand-drawn vibe. Oh,
Huge Hollow Knight.
It looks like those classic.
It looks so good.
Classic animation.
It gives me also Cuphead too.
Cuphead, it's like Cuphead, Hollow Knight.
Yeah. Oh, and
The problem is I don't like Cuphead or
the-
Hollow Knight
so they've
because
had
they're
a previous trailer
precision-based,
that
like
was very
Souls-like
unsettling,
games
'cause
where
the
it's like
narrative-
Yes.
the
you
narration
have to
went
be
from, like,
precise about the
comfort
button
heavy,
presses
really
and
dark,
timing.
dark and scary.
I don't really care for
This
that.
one, it was much more.
I miss the
lighter,
murder
harder,
vibes.
but like it works. I'm so excited. I think it looks so good.
It's gonna be emotional. It seems like an emotional game
Yes.
that like people are gonna get tied to. Like you said, Hollow Knight. What was it? Celeste, sort of.
Yes.
Maybe a little bit. I mean, game of the year. I don't know.
Whoa.
As people like to say about any game.
Yeah, they have a free demo launching in February.
Yeah, I'll
actually,
try
so
the
people
demo
can
for
actually
sure.
Try it.
I love the narration, and I can't wait to see more behind it.
Like we touched on, I think it's one of those games that people will play because it's like a challenging platformer, side-scrolling type game, and then you're gonna be sobbing by the end of it.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
just seems
the
very
word
like they
challenging
tell you
side
just enough
scroller
to
doesn't
pique
make
your
me
interest. They don't tell you much in the
intrigued. It
trailer.
kind of takes
And
my
then you're gonna
enjoyment and makes me go.
emotionally
Yeah, and it
destroy
seems
you.
very dark, and you're like, well, why?
And hopefully set you up perfect for a sequel.
I don't really like
Oh, you never know.
Hand-painted
challenge-based.
as well. Hand
Because that usually comes
even know
down
how you
to
do that.
memorize
How do you
button
hand draw a
presses that
game?
have
That's
to be done in a
crazy.
very
See,
specific
hopefully
pattern.
next year we
And
have
if you
even
look
more
away because your
talented
cat's
people.
doing something,
That's
or
why
your
we're
wife
sitting
walks
here.
in,
I'm like,
or your
where are the
grannies comes
frames
to the
at?
door and
What
wants
do
to
you
give you
think?
some
That's
That's
Skittles,
one of the games that
or
would be really cool to go do.
anything
a dialogue
happens,
in the
you
studio.
die
I
and you
wanna
lose
see-
20 minutes
I
of
wanna see
progress.
what
I don't
commas
have any
we
patience
want
for that
to
kind of
come and
gameplay.
see.
We'll go.
We will fly there, I promise.
Next up, then we had Core Keeper, a game that you two especially
Yes.
are very familiar with. We have an update coming where you're going to be able to have a massive update with the Northern Biome on January 28th. There's a new boss, there's next-gen weapons and armor, whole new
Flamethrower.
stuff.
Yeah, I play this a lot with my wife. It's just like one of our couple games.
Nice.
And
Just rings
I
over
love
on
it, and so
Twitch.
seeing new
Just had
content
a
is crazy.
5-stream
I
stream.
played it a lot by
Congratulations.
myself. I started playing it, and suddenly I had over 100 hours in this game. I wish I could show off my base.
Yeah, I thought I was doing well. I mentioned it to Lua that I played Core Keeper, and I felt pretty good about where it was. And then she's like, yeah, I have 100 hours, and I have this, and this. I'm like, okay, I'll just leave.
It's a great game. I had a lot of fun. It's one of these games you start, and suddenly you spent a week playing
Oh,
it.
you will lose yourself.
Yeah.
The other night, we stayed up till 1 a.m. playing it when we meant to play till 11, and it's just because.
It's good.
Yeah, it's just one more run through the mines. I'll be right back.
How would you like define this game to someone who hasn't seen it?
I mean, I would say it's Stardew Valley, kind of meets Terraria, but it's like procedurally generated, up to 8-player co-op, so you can play with all of your friends, unless you have way more friends than me. And it's just every run is going to be different because it's all based on seeds, so you can have different save files for different friends and pairings. It's really, really cool.
You can actually use your same character in different save files. So if you're playing by yourself or in your friend's server, you can use the same character, or you can make a new character for their server. So it's kind of like you can visit their home.
And boss fights. I forgot about that.
Oh, the boss fights are so good.
Stardew Valley, more combat focused, but also co-op and boss fights.
So different boss fights have different mechanics. The boss system in this game is actually excellent. I have killed, I think, all of the bosses on the game as of right now, so I can't wait for the update, for the new stuff.
For a new one.
Then finally in that section we had Dusk Fade from Weird Beluga and Fireshine.
Yeah, Dusk Fade looks interesting.
They say it is a love letter to the golden era of 3D action platforming like Jak and Daxter in Ratchet
That's
and Clank.
exactly that whole era, like the PS1, that is PS2 era. That's what was screaming at me.
Yeah, Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, and then there's boss fights with dodge rolls and health bars, so therefore it is a Souls-like.
And we saw so many different environments too.
Well,
Why is it a Souls-like just because it has health bars and dodges?
Well, I was gonna say, like, you
what?
see some gameplay and you just, like, it's gonna feel good in the
Yeah,
hand.
you can tell by watching somebody else play that feels so
Yeah,
good. There's so
somebody-
much dopamine being
And then you
released.
actually play it and you get destroyed.
Yeah, and you're like, I'm not that good, but I will get there. It looks very, very good.
It's like cute. It looks like a fun game, like you would let your kids play as well.
Is it like a good combination of all that? You even saw like a little bit of Kingdom Hearts there, a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a good mix.
And he's grabbing
Yeah, the sword.
Yes.
Yeah.
When the devs describe a game as a love letter to a certain genre or to other games and are not afraid to embrace that,
That's a good sign.
It's a level. If it's a level to be able to say that, there has to be some level of confidence there. Like I know what I have
and respect,
so I can call it a love
Right.
letter because I know when they
It has
see it, they're gonna feel
dodging
the same.
and bosses.
That's
Its
well
soul's like, what? No.
Next up, we have Shadow of the Road coming from Owlcat as well. with
Oh, we're
another
gonna get some
Angle Games
Starfinder
baby dev.
Afterlight stuff.
There is
Neil's doing
Starfinder
the
from
voice
Epic
directing on
Tellers,
that.
as well as Gallipoli from Black Mill Games.
Citizens of Nippon, a new dawn rises upon your land. Through progress and technology, we bring prosperity to all. Your nation ripples with mutiny. But our technology will protect your peace. Peace demands the sacrifice of those that stand in the way of progress. On behalf of your glorious Emperor Mutsuhito, we will bring light where there is darkness. Together, we march into a brighter tomorrow. For peace. For progress. For the Empire.
Huh. Yeah, Shadow of the Road. We've played the demo for that. That's come a long way. Owlcat reached out to me and gave me the demo for that when it first came out, like last year.
This is Ricard Pillosu, and I am the co-founder of
I'm really
Epic
looking
Tellers
forward to
Entertainment.
this one.
I'm here to tell you about our first game, Starfinder Afterlight, licensed from Paizo.
They did a successful Kickstarter. Neil, aka
At its
Asterion,
core,
is the voice
Starfinder
director.
Afterlight, it's a party-based RPG in a universe that mixes technology and magic.
Party-based
We
RPG,
focus on
baby.
creating great storytelling inspired by movies like Guardians of the Galaxy or shows like Firefly. While in the game you will create your own character, in the demo you play as one of the companions, Sterling.
So you give orders? Naughty.
It's got a phenomenal voice cast, too.
Thanks to the success of our Kickstarter, our game will have full voiceover. The dialogue system is the main way to introduce the player to the lore of the world.
Dice rolls.
If you have the sudden, weird feeling of being naked, it's Lou. Her gaze is like an X-ray machine.
Whoa,
By the looks
girl.
on her face, she either thinks you're a joke...
Liddy!
It's her favorite song.
Liddy! Liddy! Liddy!
That was our narrator, Roger Clark, known from the
Good
Red
old
Dead
Roger
Redemption
Clark.
series, giving the right space western feeling we're looking for in the game.
Yeah, sorry to ruin happy hour for you, but I have bad news about the big one and the runt. Don't worry. I promise not to say I told you so.
Lou here is referring to Taiko and Cole, our friends, that after a heist gone wrong...
I'm gonna have fun with this
should
game. This is
meet
gonna
us
be a good
here.
one right here.
Lou seems to know something about them. If you push Lou about the information she's skipping, she's going to be annoyed, and that will lower your approval with her. and limit
Shadow
your
of the Road,
potential
it's
romance
not really
options.
sci-fi. It's more like, I'd have to go back and look at it again,
Hotshot.
but it's like
I
a
own
Japanese,
the info. I choose how to deliver it.
turn-based Japanese.
All
It's a
right,
turn-
all
it's a
right.
turn-based
They were
RPG.
ambushed at Sekubot offices. They knew
an
they were coming,
alternate
so now the
Japanese
odd
history.
couple needs our help. Happy now?
It's like cyberpunk. If I remember correctly, it's like magic meets, like steampunk meets Japanese feudal.
We start the combat right away. The security robots are looking for
Somewhere on
us
YouTube, there's a
and are
playlist
waiting
where I played
outside
the
the
demo
bar.
last year. Courtesy of Owlcat.
Time for my close-up.
The game uses the battle-tested system of Pathfinder 2nd Edition with 3 actions per turn.
Okay.
Lou already starts in a very good place. She's a support character, so it's better for her to stay behind. She will use the ability
Turn-based,
Get
gotta
Them
love it.
to give a bonus to Sterling when he
And it's
attacks a
action
specific
based,
character.
so if you've ever played
And then she-
Starfinder, you'll be familiar with this. Or Pathfinder.
Now, for Sterling, what makes more sense is to close our distance and use our energy weapon. For combat, we decided to stay away from a grid-based system that gave the feeling of a tabletop simulator.
Time for my close-up.
I like the music.
This is it. The team is in full production to release the first 10 hours in early access for summer next year. We cannot wait to show you more.
Next year?
Thanks for watching.
So that would be 2027. Unless that was recorded in 2025.
Gallipoli is a hardcore multiplayer first-person shooter set in the Middle Eastern theater of World War I. It features authentic weapons, locations, and factions that you play with 50-player servers. How we approach it is we have a unique blend of arcade where we don't compromise on is picking the locations. Those are always the actual battles. The weapons, the ones that were actually used, and uniforms that are as accurate as possible and plausibly used. It sets us apart there. We go quite deep on the history, but then again we're more accessible than say some of the military
Yeah, I'm debating if that was a
simulators,
2025
to
recording.
jump into. Game is a bit more approachable. So in that way, it sets it apart from another subgenre in the shooters as well. If you wield one of the rifles in the game, the bolt action rifles, you expect it to be one shot, one kill. The rest of the game is built around that premise. So yes, rifles are one shot kill, but then again, it must not be the case that somebody goes around the corner and kills the entire team in 1 second. So
Early access
especially
in
multiplayer,
Q2
the
to Q3
fairness
of
concept,
2026 is
must
the current
be,
schedule.
different.
So I think that was recorded in
everything's built sort of
2025.
around making sure that
so
the game feels fair.
when they said
So
next
there's a
year,
balance
they're
between
meaning
in the
sometime this
gunplay
year
that,
it'll
that
be
needs to
coming to
happen,
early
as well as
access.
in the way we handle spawning.
Currently
and
planning
how
a
quick you are back into the
2027
battle.
release.
You're very quick to be in combat here. There's other quirky weapons that are part of the arsenals, but these are accurate. They were used. We don't do experimental weapons. We try to stay as accurate as possible when we model them. The locations we picked, using some geodata, a lot of investigation on images, trying to puzzle together how it looked like when it was.
I'm hoping
the
the rumors of
when you're under fire. You have
Rockstar working
difficulty
on a
reloading your weapon, for
medieval
instance, and that
game
has
are true.
custom animations to it. So
Because I
it's
think
quite,
Red
elaborate.
Dead Redemption
Not
was
a lot of
great.
games,
That story's
if at
been
all,
told.
do
I would
this,
love them to make
where
an
it's
open world
really
medieval
dynamic
RPG
based on
if that's
what
true.
happens, and still
If that rumor
fair,
turns out to be true and that's what they're
in the way
working
that
on after
the rules are
GTA
predictable.
6.
It's not a random jamming system. It's really dependent on what the player does. One of the cooler things is that you can now build stuff together. Part of the game mode will be that you are able to construct objectives and machine guns and other things together. It's kind of like our evolution of the game mode we had in Isonzo, taken to 11, where it's really you fight over a certain area. Once it's captured, you have to construct things together and then to consolidate your position to secure it.
Guys, first we looked at Shadow of the Road there. Story tactical driven RPG in Japan, but also some like supernatural stuff going on.
Okay, so I actually played the demo for this game, and it was super fun. It felt kind of like XCOM.
Well, I played GTA 6
like
in 2030,
Samurai,
sure.
But there were like very unique twists. The final fight in the demo is actually really sick. I hope you enjoy it. There was like cool mechanics, and I don't know, give the demo a go and fun stuff. If you like the kind of like XCOM, tactical, maybe even a little bit of like the Baldur's Gate type, definitely check it out.
There's a late 2026 release for this game. I would say, to me, someone who doesn't play these types of games, I just think the storyline, or not the storyline, like the environment is cool. It's Japan with supernatural elements. Like you saw that big robot walking around.
Sci-fi samurai. I feel like that's like a trend now. Is like taking certain settings and combining it with sci-fi. That's really cool.
I'm not sure if I would say it's sci-fi, but I would say like mythology. It's just some really sick stuff. There is a lot of exploration, and exploration is actually quite cool.
I remember
You can,
I used to be
you can,
obsessed
change
with
things.
the word phenomenal.
Then
when
we
I
have
was
Starfinder
younger.
coming from Epic Tellers. That's going to be in early access in 2026
She
as
loves
of
the
right
word
now, and the
sick,
demo is
and
actually
Luke
going to be
loves the
available
word
soon
vibe.
during Steam Next Fest. So when this airs, that will be a
Luke
month away.
looks so tense because he's got
got to talk with the
Starfield on
devs.
pause in the
We were very
background.
happy that the Kickstarter was doing so well. They also got a very good team in the voice acting team, and the game seems super exciting. I can't wait to hear more about it.
I mean, being built off of Pathfinder, I think you said 2nd edition?
Yes.
Starfinder 2nd
You know
edition.
there's going to be a lot of depth and complexity when it comes to combat, too. So, I mean, I can see why people are
Starfinder
excited.
2nd
Yeah,
edition,
certainly.
not Pathfinder.
But to me,
2nd
what I can
edition. It's all
already
good.
appreciate looking at it is, okay, you guys obviously paid a lot of attention to your art style, being kind of like the Persona vibes of the pop-ups. I think is really cool, and as we know, the voice acting as well. I think they have a couple of notable names.
Sombra from Overwatch.
Yeah, so
and
they
Neil,
put a lot of
aka
detail
Asterion,
into those,
is
which I
the
can appreciate,
narrative
even
director.
as someone who doesn't.
And funnily enough, this character that I mentioned, that's this larvae with this grub-like character.
And good
with
old Arthur
a
Morgan.
grub is actually
doing
voiced
the,
by
narrative.
the same VA as Asterion. So, Breach is also voice acted by Neil Newbone, and he's also the director of the voice acting in this game.
That's crazy.
Then we had World War I Gallipoli as our final one. Jake got to do another interview here with someone who, I mean, I remember you saying during the interview, it felt like a high school lesson for you listening.
Yeah, it was awesome to talk to Josh, and he gave me a real quick pronunciation lesson because luckily I got his name right, and I didn't get the name of the game right because being from Iowa, I said Gallipoli, and it is pronounced Gallipoli. Long story short, Gallipoli is covering the Ottoman front, the Eastern front throughout all of this, and what you'll find with Blackmill Games is they always have realistic weaponry for the side they're covering and for the time being World War I, and they don't miss that here.
Well, the uniforms, there's so much attention to detail, and they even have some unique gameplay systems, like the suppression system, where
Coolest thing.
it's basically like when the fire's coming in, like you'll start to struggle reloading and stuff.
I don't think I've ever seen, like, I'm sure, I don't know if it's been done or not, but I can't recall another game that's done that.
But it's so clever, because of course you'd struggle reloading when bullets are whizzing
what
by.
What that does for your level of immersion is,
And just to remind you guys, this game, I think they do have a PvP focus, but they're also working on a single-player campaign.
Yeah, they want to do it justice of telling stories of actual battles.
In other
that
words,
did
a
take
4 to
place,
6 hour
and they're gonna
single-player
continue this
campaign.
string. Like, they're going to
because the
continue.
focus is
I
on
even
a
asked him, like, what do you progress
50-player
forward on
battleground.
as a studio? Like, he's like, well, we got a lot to
Battlefield
do
6
still
was a
for World
single-player
War I. It was
campaign.
a
Call of
big
Duty
war,
was
and
a
it lasted a
single-player
long time. And so they're not even done here. And luckily, they have found themselves a diehard audience that wants to see this story told, battle to battle, all encompassing the same war.
Well, and it's such a fascinating way to be able to preserve that piece of history.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like in an interactive way where people can kind of go boots on the ground and see what it was like in of course, a gamified version, but I think it helps
Do any of
educate
you wear
a whole new
watches?
generation
I'm just
on
realizing
something that
he's
will
wearing a
otherwise-
watch. I don't
It's
think
important.
I've worn a watch since I was like 14 years old. Crimson
now
Desert,
our
a lot of people have
final
been waiting for
section
this.
we have here, a very exciting, a very cool one, if I had to say and use a word I haven't used so
first
far.
time.
For the first time, a very cool section here. First up, we have Where Winds Meet, a game that obviously is already out.
I love it.
But we are getting a brand new boss coming to the Western
I was
version
not a fan of
the
Where
game
Winds Meet.
in Dino Blade.
I tried
coming from Team
3 streams,
Spino,
I just couldn't.
Incredible looking game. And we
Couldn't
also
get into
have
it.
exclusive interview content with Crimson Desert.
I did give it the college try across multiple streams, and I just couldn't get into it.
Does the moon over the south?
Well, the big thing for me is like my phone. Like my phone is like I have like multiple alarms. I get all my Google updates. I get all my calendar updates. Like all my reminders. Everything's through my phone. So like the idea of needing a watch, it's like first and foremost, I don't really have to pay attention to time, other than just like getting up and having my But I don't have any meetings. I don't like the idea of checking a watch to see what time it is. Just feels counterintuitive to me because I have a phone. Alright, I gotta get stretched for a minute, guys. My legs are killing me. Just sitting here for 4 hours. Something else to break and replace, yeah? Alice says Black Desert's better. I'm biased. This is just, to me, this is boring. Because it's taking way too fucking long. It's just non-stop, like, oh my god. I don't go in for boss fight games. It's that's my personal thing, man. I'm just not a fan. Especially multi-phase. I don't mind the occasional boss fight, but Borderlands 4 really pushed me because I like the story, but some of those boss fights were a little stupid. Destiny 2's got me locked up a couple of times as well. We should be back playing some Destiny 2 on Sunday, actually. Haven't played in a couple of weeks. Tomorrow's Friday. We're going to do some more Skyrim tomorrow morning. Then we're going to do Divinity Original Sin 2 on Sunday morning. And I think we'll do Destiny 2 on... Wait, Saturday. Sorry, we're going to do Divinity Original Sin 2 on Saturday. Destiny 2 on Sunday. I think that's the current plan. What the fuck? A dinosaur wielding a blade in its mouth? What the hell? And it's got another dinosaur in its mouth as a weapon. Dude, what the hell is this? I should have smoked some grass before I sat down to watch this trailer. Dino Blade? What the fuck, man? Alright, I want to learn more about this game. Because I need to know...
Based on the trailers and based on a bunch of things that I've seen about this game, you can clearly slay dragons. Is that true?
There are dragons in the game, and you do fight them. We haven't revealed just yet whether or not you can actually slay them. But you can fight them, you can fly them.
Can you lay them?
I'm sorry to the Lua fans, but at this point we're not confirming whether or not there's dragon relations.
Could you speak a little bit to how big this game is?
We've been seeing some news out there with some specific numbers floating around about how big the map is. I don't think numbers really do it justice because how big is that in terms of scope and scale? But what we can say is the world's at least twice as big as the open world and playable area of Skyrim. It's larger than the map of a Red Dead Redemption 2. Open world games are about doing things, having activities, having distractions. So we wanted to create a world that's not only passive, but is also incredibly interactive. Obviously, you and your community. Lua,
I'm nervous that this
care
is
a lot
going
about
to be a
romance
monster
systems.
hunting game.
This is not that type of game in terms
And
of
I've not yet
RPG elements
heard whether
and,
there's a story mode or
decision
not.
making. What it is,
So that
is
the determining
you
factor for me
choose
is,
the
does it
type
have a
of
story
character that
mode,
you want to play
or
as
is it
in
a
terms of
Souls
your
like? Because if it's a
progression
Souls like, and
within
it's
the
immediately
systems in
turn
the
off
game.
for me.
And then through
And if it's a
basically
Monster Hunter
headcanon,
game
you're
like Dragon's
having
Dogma
this
2, and
very
that's
different
it, I'm
experience than other
also
players
not really
because
interested.
of the scope and scale of the game. You'll be distracted by something, you'll go on this quest line, you'll have an experience that'll be radically different than someone else, even though they're playing the same game. The guiding principle for the game is around empowering the player and not forcing them into specific choices. There's a lot of time between now and launch in March for us to be able to elaborate on those systems, show people if they have, say, I have an hour to jump in and play this game after work, what is my experience going to look like? So we've done a little bit of showing when you're not in combat, how you're taking advantage and interacting in the world, harvesting resource, gathering them for a whole crafting system that we have in the game for equipment as well as
You can build your house, apparently.
there is a house. The world is made to be interacted with, and that's also how you learn about the world. So by talking to NPCs, by picking up chickens, then you've learned and your codex will have been updated about the chicken.
What about things that go beyond like fighting? Is there like puzzles? Is there like different types of quests?
That's a great question.
Does
One
it
of
have
the
a
things
story
that we
mode?
Showcased. We had a team over to
Is it
Korea
Souls-like?
to do a deep dive, kind of behind the scenes.
Is it Dragon's
last
Dogma? Like
September.
I still haven't
They came out
seen
and we
enough
showed
to
them
know what it
a
is.
glimpse of a bunch of different systems. One of the systems that we showed them was in what we call the aerial abyss. It's
Ali
those
says
sky
if they have the
islands
black
that you
spirit in
see
this game, I'm gonna
there.
laugh my face
That's
off.
that's a very important and pivotal part in the story and quest and mystery surrounding the world. In those sky islands, there are puzzles. They all have a different vibe, if you will, and then treasures and rewards for completing them.
When can people get the game? Where can they get it? What does that look like for you guys?
The game comes out on March 19th across basically every platform. It'll be available on consoles, on PS5, as well as Xbox Series X and S, PC, as
If
well
I
as
end up
natively
playing
on
this, it'll be on the PS5. I'm
First,
definitely gonna
let's
play
start
Saros
with,
in.
Where Winds Be? Well, since the game came out, I have played basically every day that game since it came out. I really like it. I love how many we just
March
did
is
get
gonna be
new
a big
footage
month.
of a boss fight, but the game is goes way beyond this. You can play it single player. You can do everything by yourself. You can play with friends. You can have a guild. The game is mind blowing, especially because it's free. It's not pay to win. Everything in their story is cosmetic.
So Where Winds Meet is such a crazy game because, for one, it's free.
Yeah.
Which is wild. It's monetized exclusively through cosmetics. So they've even said we will never monetize power within the game, which I think is the way it should be.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, Saros is going to be good.
It has kind of two
On the
sides to it,
fence
where it
about
does have the single-player
Crimson
adventure
Desert.
side, because you can play by yourself.
And there's
You can play
also
co-op,
that
going through, like, the new
side-scrolling,
boss
like,
fight together with your friends. And then there's also a side of it which
Blade
is
Runner
heavily
type
inspired by
game that I want to
classical
play. It's like a
MMOs,
pixel
where,
art,
like, a
old
player
school
does something
graphic.
bad,
That's
they
also
get
in
put in the
March.
back of a cart, and everybody comes in and throws tomatoes at it.
I liked
I feel like
Returnal.
it's
I had a lot
modern
of fun
MMO
with
that
it. I didn't
actually
play it
knows
on
the audience. Like, we love
Did I
seeing
play it
those
on
kind of
stream?
things, and those are the kind of things that also appeal to. It doesn't matter
When I
Eastern
first got
or
my
Western,
PS5,
but those are the kind of things that people are
I
going to
played
talk
Returnal
about.
because it
This
came
game
with
is
my PS5,
shocking
and I had a great time with it.
on how much depth it has.
There
Like,
really is nothing like it.
Yeah.
Like,
God,
like,
the game is beautiful.
it's absolutely crazy.
The
And
crafting,
every boss fight is different.
survival
and
part of
visually,
Crimson
like,
Desert.
Pretty stunning, I would say.
Speaking of, we watched the boss fight, the Master's Message. It seems like it's based on, obviously, you're reading the Master's Message. You have to fight a different version of this ink boss. While we were watching it, you, Rob, specifically, were like you haven't played this game, but you're watching it and you're thinking, wow, maybe I should play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Why? Like, what looks good
It
about
looks so satisfying. Like, there's something about, you know how it is when you're fighting a boss and it's like the movement's
Replaced
almost
is
fluid,
the name of the
and
game.
You're almost
Replaced.
like in rhythm with the boss and their moveset. And that's
That's
what makes
March
games
12th.
like that are boss centric so satisfying to play. There's something about mastering a boss's moveset.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people like the combat in this game. Like,
Actually,
all that stuff you
Saros
said,
is in April
very
now,
true,
I think.
and
Hang on.
very expansive. And then
Yeah,
the flip
Saros
side
got
is
moved
the
to
combat
April.
is
Never
good.
mind,
Yeah,
so
it
it's
looks
not in
very
March.
good. I think that's like what
Wow,
Luke was talking
I need
about.
to
It's just the fact that
recheck
it's
what
free
the
to play. Even
release
myself,
dates. March
before it was
2026.
released, so like, I was so skeptical of it. It's like, there's no way that
We might
there's a
only be
catch. There's gotta
playing-
because naturally, with the nature of our industry, there's been so much free to play stuff.
That
that
stuff
comes
got
out,
moved
you're like,
around.
not what I expected. But this seems to be like a really, really quality game.
Then we
Replaced
also
is going to
saw,
be Game Pass?
Dino
Oh,
Blade
I didn't
here,
know
which
that.
an
That's
action
cool.
game.
That's why I'm here.
Some information, an action game centered, obviously fighting as a dinosaur with a sword. The demo is available on Steam right now for PC. It's about an hour-long demo, so you can play it if you want, have some fun. We got to see a new dinosaur in that trailer that has never been seen before, and it's planned for release still in 2026, so sometime next year. No specific date right now. I'm kicking it to Rob first.
Dinosaurs with sword, like it's a dinosaur.
It's a dinosaur.
Soul.
Oh,
Soul.
Toxic
Like,
Commando is
dude,
coming
like,
out on
just
the
watching
12th.
the trailer,
Replaced
like,
is
I
the
feel my
12th.
testosterone rising.
Solasta
Like,
2
my
early
bench
access
press
on the
max
12th.
went
There's
up, like,
3 games
20
coming on the
pounds.
12th that
I
I'd like to
The
play.
music and everything. Just
Dude,
really.
I
Crimson
could do
Desert
the
on the
Linkin
19th.
Park
Well, if I have to
montage.
pick, what I'll probably end up doing is Replaced and
It's
Solasta 2
so
on the 12th.
Weird.
Then
It's
go into
ridiculous.
Crimson Desert on the
I love
19th.
Give it to me. I want it.
That'll
Highly
be enough for me to
anticipated, I
play
think,
throughout
across
the month
board,
of
just 'cause
March.
It's like so fun. It's such a gamer game.
Journey all the
Dinosaur swords,
way.
like, you can't really beat that.
April's going to be Saros at the end of the
Then
month.
to end things off, we have Crimson Desert, a game
Another crazy good.
everyone
looking
familiar with. I would say it's been marketed for a very long time. People know it's coming. It's coming from Pearl Abyss, which is Black Desert as well.
The entire game is built on their proprietary engine, which it was fascinating to hear how they've broken it down, because like, you see Crimson Desert and so many things about it look too good to be true. They look crazy. They have hundreds of enemies on screen. They have all of this physics simulation. They have crazy stuff where like they have sky islands you can jump down from straight down to the surface. Like,
Can I just just to explain in the physics simulation that he's talking about? So, for example, if you have like a siege weapon and you throw a boat at a house, you can actually see the destruction starting from where the boat hit and everything else falling through it.
well, and people see that, and from our frame of like, you know, standard open worlds in Unreal Engine 5 or something, not that that's a bad engine or anything, but like, we see that and we assume, okay, it's going to run
Did he
terribly.
just say
Okay,
something
it's gonna have
intelligent
frame drops or it's going to stutter.
about
okay, this
the
and that.
Unreal
But
Engine
this is
5?
an engine that they have
Holy
built
fuck.
from the ground up.
Let's
with
pause
this
for a minute.
game basically in mind.
Unreal
And it's just absolutely
Unreal
crazy
Engine
because
5, not
we've
that
had
it's a
the chance
bad
to play
engine.
it,
Luke, did you
and that
actually
just
say
is what
something
the game
intelligent
is.
and you
It's
didn't hate on it
ridiculous and
immediately?
crazy. And what's even crazier is that we'll even share
I'll
with
be
us
damned.
some very special information that we are breaking here for the first time.
The size of the game is 2
Times.
Skyrim.
That doesn't mean anything though. 2 times Skyrim doesn't mean anything. That just means land
It's
mass
twice the size
wise.
of Skyrim. It's actually bigger than the entire map of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Which is crazy.
Which I love that Will follows up by saying size doesn't matter, but in our game, it kind of does.
But like, we're bigger. It's crazy.
Well, I saw from the
Because
first
fast
gameplay
travel
clip
can make
you
that
could ride
size
a
feel
dragon
much smaller
and a
if you're
bear.
flying around on
Quite
dragons
honestly, I don't know how my
and you're
body's gonna
flying
keep
around
up
on
with
other
this level
things.
of
Like, it
testosterone.
doesn't
Between
mean
that and
what
I
people
know
think
it
it
is.
is.
It is
If
not
there
the
was a
first game.
dinosaur to
We're
ride,
gonna
we'd
see
be
you
in trouble.
next year for the next show, and you're just gonna be walking around. Just
Put on
Guys,
40
it's not
pounds
the
of
first game
lean
that you can
mass.
ride a bear.
Huh?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Not the first game you can ride a bear. It might be true, but
different kind of ride.
Baldur's Gate 3 right
But also,
Different
but also
kind
when
of
you
ride.
drop a line like that, you mentioned confidence. Like you don't drop a line like that without knowing that you are confident in your game.
They are
you
putting
mentioned that for a
themselves
reason.
in the same bucket as Skyrim and Red Dead 2.
No, they're
and
not.
I think that tells
No,
you
they're
all
not.
you
No,
need to
they're
know
not.
about their
You guys
confidence
are
level of where they're at.
Misinterpreting.
Coming March 19th.
Fast travel, flight, and all these other things can make a map size
Those
feel
of you
tiny
who
and
stayed with us from
insignificant.
beginning to end, we really appreciate
There are so
you.
many games
This
that
has
have
been
a
blast
bigger
to
map
work
than Skyrim.
with on the background. Those
All
guys
they're
have
talking
been
about is
amazing.
kilometers.
I think there's a thank you in a few
Size.
different directions we would all probably feel. One, obviously for like myself, thank the team, production team as well. I think this is awesome. Very cool that you guys were all down to try to do this. It's like a new thing.
Well,
Also,
despite my
thank you to the
critiques,
audience,
by the
right? Like,
way,
whoever is
kudos to
watching
these
this
guys for putting
and
this
trying
together.
to
I obviously
engage in
can
something
nitpick as a
new. It
human
does mean
being
a
and
lot to us and the
critique things,
developers.
but
Thank you so
first
much
time
to
that
the
they did
devs
this,
for taking us
Yeah.
seriously. And,
so
you know,
kudos to them
being
for putting this
excited
together.
to share with us what you have shared, to talk with us.
Our goal was to really
I'd
try
give
to
it a
lower the
7 out of
barrier
10
for a
in
lot of
terms of
developers to be able to showcase their games,
fun,
even if they don't have a crazy marketing
informative.
budget or they don't.
They talked
have
way
some
too
big
much.
publisher that can brute force it.
They need
and I mean
to
the
refine.
crazy amounts of talent that
But a
we
good
saw
start.
put on display today is wild, and I think we're all very humbled that we had the chance to check it out and share it with you.
Thank you for having us.
It's also something that we can look forward to a little bit, where we did this in a pretty small time frame, I would say.
Yeah, you guys have no idea.
Yeah, we started talking like 3 or 4 months ago.
And a lot of people that we spoke to, publishers and devs, again, thank you again, because they worked very hard to get this stuff to us and out and participate in it. And a lot of people we talked to that didn't participate because they had other plans. It's like, well, we didn't know about this. But hopefully for the next one, we can plan more in advance and people can be a part of it and like, hey, let's go travel to people, right? And do interviews in person. Let's go.
Yeah, we want to grow on this. We want to do it better, but we got to get the first one out there. I can't even stress the amount of times we brought up a game. I was like, oh my gosh, I had no
By the way,
idea
how many
that game
people ended up
existed
watching
until
live?
you
'Cause
or
it was
you
about 5,000
or you
when we
explained
started.
it to me, and now I'm interested in that game.
It's about
and the team
4,200 right
behind
now,
it.
so I'm
Like,
assuming
that's
it
the
was like
beauty of
about
this show. Like,
5K
that was
the
our
whole way
ultimate
through.
goal.
4,000
We
to
want to
5,000.
expose you guys to games
I don't know how many were
you
watching
either
on Twitter,
did
on their
or did
Twitter,
not know
Twitch.
about, and then it also give you guys a different show of like, this is the team behind it and the personalities you can attach yourself to for the future of these games.
It was great putting faces to these developers as well because, this industry, naturally, we're very critical of developers, but I think sometimes we forget that those are real people that pour their heart, that video games are art. and
They love it. They love their
what
game.
they're doing, and I think that's awesome.
Well, to all of you guys out there, this has been the first ever edition of New Game Plus. It has been an absolute honor for all of us to come together, and hopefully
I do have
much
some
more coming in the
post-show,
future.
a
We
couple
all
things I want
love
to
at the
add
very
when they
core, we
wrap up
love
talking
freaking
here.
video games, and we got to show you guys so much
Darkwood
today,
says it got
and
up to
hopefully more in the
15K
future.
at
It's been
one
an
point.
absolute
That's
pleasure.
pretty good.
And here's to that future.
Much more coming.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I don't have any.
Cheers.
I'll try to do as many as I can, Allie. I'm always nervous about the ad shit that YouTube puts me through, all the licensed music that's put into these game trailers. So, obviously, post-show really quick. One of the things I will say, I critiqued this very early on because they talked about the messaging early on, and they were like, this is the show where you don't have to pay a bunch of money to get an ad slot, which is obviously them kind of knocking the Game Awards where you're paying $1 million for a 3-minute slot. And I will say that I do feel like that sort of messaging is a little forced because what Jeff has been doing for the past, 20 years or whatever, building up the Game Awards to where it is today, the amount of viewership that the Game Awards brings to games is of the same level, if not greater than what E3 used to bring. And so when you spend $1 million, you are getting your game in front of the eyes of hundreds of millions, if not billions, of gamers around the world by the time it makes the circuit past the live show. Whereas something like this might have had 15,000 people live on YouTube, another 10 or 15,000 on Twitch, I don't know. Let's say they conservatively had 50,000 people watching live. That's not the same audience, and it does feel a little bit like that messaging is a little kind of like, come on, guys. Like, there is a reason why people are paying $1 million for a 3-minute ad spot at the Game Awards, because the reach is so much bigger, the prestige is so much bigger. I mean, it's all well and good to be like, yay, indie, but at the same time, you know, indie results because of less viewership, less etc. Like that part of it has stuck with me the whole way through the presentation. Was at the very beginning they all sat in front of the camera and like, we're doing this so that, you know, to represent the underdogs who don't have the $1 million. And it's like, that's great, but you know, context is key. Context is key. Like I said, I applaud them for what they did. Like I said, I would give that a 7 out of a 10 if I had to rate something. I enjoyed my time here. We were here for 4 hours and 15 minutes. You know, this is a great first show. I think if they can trim the fat off of this, stop talking so much. They didn't need to do the whole looped thing at the beginning, where they were just like talking in a loop. I would love it if this was live. I understand why they're not a production team, right? So they can't troubleshoot all the things that would happen during a live performance. So this was obviously pre-recorded, put together. They put together a nearly 4-hour presentation. Actually, I don't know how much time it would have been because we were live for quite a bit before. I think it was like 3 hours and 45 minutes. Pre-recorded, put it out there. I think Luke was streaming it while somebody said that during chat. He was actually streaming. I'm sure they were all co-streaming the event while it was going on. Right. Way too many people just want to like write off the AAA games and AAA's bad. You know, big corporations are bad. And it's like, man, those big corporations got there because they made really good fucking games and still make really good fucking games that sell tens of millions of copies. Do you know how many yeah. Anyway, like I said, solid show. For all the critiques I give it, had fun. Hopefully they get to do it again next year and can trim the fat off and make it even better. I think this is also great inspiration for other up-and-coming streamers who will be the next generation of people who want to put together something like this. And also, just if this ends up becoming a bigger and bigger thing, it's a place where additional, you know, content creators and influencers can become a part of it rather than just the core 5. But I do feel like there was too much emphasis put on, at the beginning of the show at the very least, on the influencers themselves doing that whole loop thing for 30 minutes or 20 minutes, whatever it was, where it was like, we don't need to hear about all you guys, who you are. We don't need to know about, like, the very beginning of the show is, these are the 5 of us. Here are all of our social media links for all of our individual streaming platforms. Go follow us, and now we're going to talk about the games. And I feel like that would have been better to wait to the end. Like, you know, just personal preference. I feel like let's talk about the games first. Let's showcase the trailers, do the interviews, get to the end and be like, if you guys liked this, here's who we are. Follow us here, blah, 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 blah. Again, personal nitpicks aside, good show. Good show. I don't really think there's maybe 2 or 3 things out of that I hadn't seen before. But overall, we're going to have a jam-packed 2026, everybody. It's going to be a good year. Tomorrow morning is, let's see here. Today's Thursday. Tomorrow morning we'll be back. We're going to do some more Skyrim tomorrow morning. Saturday, we'll be doing some Divinity Original Sin 2. Sunday, we'll do some Destiny 2, I think. And then next week we'll get back into more Skyrim. I'm trying to get through Skyrim first and foremost. Also, we're getting good traffic with it right now, so I got a lot of territory to cover and not a lot of days, because on the 13th, Hightail goes into early access, and I'm definitely going to be trying that out. So I don't usually do things that are mouse and keyboard only, but it does look interesting. And I'm intrigued to try it out, even though it doesn't have controller support yet. Correct. Brands pay millions for ads during the Super Bowl because of the audience. Like it's, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So, thanks for hanging out with me for the bonus stream today, everybody. 4 hours plus. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Have a great rest of your Thursday/Friday. Until next time, everybody.